Welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the most fascinating pages of the most interesting books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant duo who make sense of my nonsense. First up, the woman who can translate any complex idea into something you actually understand, the amazing Sarah.
Hey, James. So happy to be here, ready to get perplexed.
And the man who looks at a simple idea and finds its 10 layers of quantum complexity, our resident scientist, the one and only Ethan.
It's a gift and a curse. Hello, everyone.
All right, folks. Today we are diving into a book that makes some pretty bold claims. It's called Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days by Dr. Nandita Shah. We're just looking at the introduction today, but oh my, it sets a dramatic stage.
It really does. The first number she hits you with is 64.5 million. That's the number of people with diabetes in India. It's just a staggering figure.
It is. And she mentions that in 1981, it was only 5% of the adult population, and now it's over 30%. That is an insane jump. What is going on?
Well, that's the central question the book sets out to answer. Dr. Shah starts with a really personal story about her mentor, a doctor who, along with his wife, had diabetes. She says she watched them suffer from horrible complications, like gangrene, and they were under the care of the best diabetologist in Mumbai.
And that's the part that I found fascinating from a scientific standpoint. She notes they were avoiding rice and sugar, which is standard advice, but eating a lot of fried foods like sev because they mistakenly thought it was high in protein. It's a perfect, tragic example of how a fundamental misunderstanding of the disease's mechanism can lead to disastrous outcomes, even when intentions are good.
So wait, what is the cause then? Because the book says, and I'm quoting here, "The cause of diabetes is not sugar and carbohydrates. My entire life is a lie, Sarah. Tell me what's real."
Deep breaths, James. According to Dr. Shah, the real cause is insulin resistance and/or a lack of insulin. So the usual advice of just cutting carbs doesn't fix the underlying problem. It's like bailing water out of a sinking boat without plugging the hole. You're managing the symptom, not the cause.
Precisely. Insulin resistance is when your body's cells don't respond properly to the hormone insulin, which is supposed to help them absorb glucose from the blood. The book's premise is that if we can identify and remove the cause of that resistance, the disease can be reversed. It's a paradigm shift from management to, reversal.
Okay, reversal. That's a huge word. A cure, even. The author says, contrary to what you hear, there is a cure for diabetes. That feels controversial?
It's a big claim, for sure. But she backs it up with her own clinical experience. She talks about this 21-day retreat she ran. They took 21 people, aged 29 to 72, with both type 1 and type 2 diabetes, plus a bunch of other issues like high blood pressure, obesity, you name it. And they put them on a whole food, plant-based diet.
And importantly, she notes there was no calorie counting. They just served delicious, plentiful buffet meals. This removes a huge psychological barrier for people. The idea that you have to starve yourself to get healthy is a persistent myth. The results, as she describes them, were rapid. Blood sugar levels dropping, medications being reduced within days.
Wow. Even for the people who were already exercising? She mentions a couple of participants were walking 10 kilometers a day, and 2 were yoga teachers, and they still had diabetes.
Exactly. And that's her point. It helped her understand that this method could help almost anyone because it's addressing the root cause, which in her framework is primarily dietary. It's not just about exercise or avoiding sugar. It's about changing the entire fuel source for your body.
The 21 days thing is interesting, though. The author links it to habit formation and taste buds changing. Now, the science on the exact 21-day number for habits is a bit soft. It can vary wildly, but as a time frame for a program, it's brilliant. It's long enough to see undeniable biological results. Your blood sugar numbers literally change, which then provides the powerful motivation needed to sustain the lifestyle. The initial proof is the hook.
That makes so much sense. You see it working, so you stick with it. It's all about getting that initial momentum. You know, speaking of building momentum and learning a new way of doing things, this seems like a perfect time to thank our sponsor. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by the Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education, offering amazing diploma and professional certificate programs in fields like game design, game art, concept art, and a whole lot more. They are all about providing students with hands-on training from expert instructors and building strong industry connections to set you up for a successful career. If you are passionate about these industries and want a practical, career-focused education, you have to check them out. Visit their website at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg.
Oh, absolutely. It's like, this book is a practical guide for your health, Mages is the practical guide for your creative career. It's about getting the right, actionable knowledge to actually make a change. Definitely give them a look.
I agree. A structured, hands-on approach is how you master any complex system, whether it's your own body's metabolism or the intricacies of game design. It's the same principle. So yeah, mages.edu.sg.
All right, we're back, and we have a few questions from our listeners about this introduction. First one is from Alex, who asks, the book mentions both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Does this reversal claim apply to both, Sarah?
That's a great question, Alex. The book says, every single case of diabetes, whether type 1 or type 2, has the potential to improve. The mechanism of reversal, fixing insulin resistance, is primarily for type 2. Type 1 is an autoimmune disease where the body doesn't produce insulin. However, she does mention the youngest participant in the retreat was a 29-year-old with type 1, and his health also improved. So while it may not reverse type 1 in the same way, the lifestyle can clearly lead to better management, likely lower insulin needs, and overall improved health.
Got it. Okay, next question is from Priya. I've tried lifestyle changes before and failed. The book mentions this is hard. What makes this approach seem more sustainable, Ethan? What do you think?
Priya, that's the billion-dollar question in all of health, isn't it? Based on the introduction, Dr. Shah's approach seems to tackle sustainability in a few key ways. 1. The food is presented as delicious and plentiful, which counters the deprivation mindset. 2. It's designed specifically for an Indian context, considering customs and tastes, so it doesn't feel culturally alienating. And 3, a big part of the book, which she lays out in the How to Read This Book section, is dedicated to managing social situations, cooking techniques, and handling stress. It seems to be a holistic system, not just a diet sheet. It addresses the how just as much as the what.
That's a great point. Final question here. This is from Ben. The author is a doctor, but she is challenging what many other doctors say. How should we navigate that?
Ben, that's so important. The author herself addresses this by saying the methodology is not new and is based on scientific evidence. She specifically mentions it's based on the work of other doctors, like Dr. Neil Barnard. This isn't a lone voice in the wilderness. It's part of a growing field, often called lifestyle medicine, that's pushing back against a purely pharmaceutical approach to chronic disease. The book is essentially her interpretation and application of this growing body of evidence, tailored for her audience. It's about empowering the patient with knowledge.
Empowerment, I love it. Okay, Sarah, before we head out, can you give us the key takeaways from this introduction? If someone remembers just 3 things, what should they be?
Absolutely. First, the book's core message is one of hope. Type 2 diabetes is presented not as a life sentence, but as a reversible condition. Second, the fundamental cause it identifies isn't just sugar, but insulin resistance, which requires a more comprehensive dietary shift to address. And third, the proposed solution is a whole food, plant-based diet, and the book promises to be a practical, step-by-step guide on how to implement this lifestyle sustainably, especially within an Indian cultural context.
Fantastic summary. So, a bold new perspective on a massive global health problem. Wow, that is all the time we have for today, folks. A huge thank you to the insightful Sarah and the ever-witty Ethan.
Anytime, James.
My pleasure.
What book or chapter should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Pinplexity or on our website, pinplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Pinplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the pages of a great book and try to unravel it all. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am not alone. We have the ever-brilliant, ever-energetic Sarah.
Hey, James. So excited to be here. This week's chapter is a real eye-opener. I can't wait to jump in.
And providing the dose of deep thought and scientific wit, it's the man who probably understands the cellular mechanics of my coffee, Dr. Ethan.
A pleasure, James. For the record, the caffeine is currently engaged in a hostile takeover of your adenosine receptors. It's quite the drama.
I knew it! Well, today we're diving into Part 1, Chapter 1 of Dr. Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. The chapter is called, What is Diabetes? And honestly, I thought I knew, but this book kind of flipped my understanding on its head.
Right? Most people, myself included, just hear diabetes and immediately think, oh, it's a sugar problem. You can't eat sugar. But the book makes it so clear from the get-go that it's actually an insulin problem.
Okay, so break that down for us. What's the book's core explanation?
So the book uses this great analogy. When you eat carbs, your body breaks them down into glucose, which is sugar, but it's really cell fuel. And insulin is the key that unlocks your cells to let that fuel in. With diabetes, there's a problem with that key. Either you don't have one, or the lock is, jammed.
Jammed is a surprisingly accurate, if not mechanically precise, term. The book explains that in type 2 diabetes, which is like 85 to 90% of cases, the lock, the insulin receptor on the cell, becomes resistant. The key is there, but it struggles to turn.
And what's jamming the lock? Is it too much sugar gumming it up?
See, that's the big twist. I found this fascinating. The book says it's not sugar, it's fat. Specifically, fat that has accumulated inside the muscle cells. The cell is already full of stored energy, so it's basically putting up a no vacancy sign. It becomes resistant to insulin's signal to let more sugar in.
The cell is, in effect, saying, I have plenty of energy stored as fat, thank you very much. I don't need to import any more glucose right now. The consequence, of course, is that the glucose has nowhere to go. It just stays in the bloodstream, leading to high blood sugar. The body then tries to dilute this sugary blood by making you thirsty, and then you expel the excess.
Which explains the classic symptoms: increased thirst, increased urination, and weakness, because even though your blood is full of fuel, your cells are starving. That is a paradox I had never, ever considered. So wild.
Exactly. And this is where the whole high glycemic versus low glycemic thing comes in, which the chapter explains really well. When you eat something like white sugar or white flour, it's like a fire hose of glucose straight into your blood. Whoosh! Big spike. Your pancreas freaks out, releases a ton of insulin, and then your blood sugar crashes, making you hungry again.
Ah, the classic 3 p.m. candy bar rush and crash. I know it well.
But when you eat something like a whole apple or some dates, even though they're sweet, they're packed with fiber. The fiber acts like a sieve, I guess. It slows down the release of sugar into the bloodstream, so you get a nice, gentle, steady stream of energy, not a flood.
It's the difference between a controlled release of information and a data dump that crashes the server. The fiber essentially modulates the absorption rate, preventing the system from being overwhelmed. Interestingly, the book points out that this is why whole fruits are fine, but fruit juice can be problematic. You've removed the modulator.
So, just to be super clear, for type 2, the problem isn't a broken pancreas initially. It's cells that are ignoring the insulin that's already there?
You got it. The pancreas is working, sometimes it's even working overtime, trying to pump out more and more insulin to be heard, salsia, but the cells are full of fat and are resistant. Now, type 1 is different. The book clarifies that type 1 is when the pancreas actually stops producing insulin. The key factory is shut down. So there's no key to unlock the cells at all.
A crucial distinction. One is a problem of signal reception. The other is a problem of signal transmission. The treatments are therefore fundamentally different. Type 1 requires external insulin, a new set of keys. The book suggests type 2 can be addressed by, well, unjamming the lock, so to speak, by dealing with the intracellular fat.
This is genuinely blowing my mind. It reframes the entire problem. You know, it reminds me of how complex systems work, how one little jam in one part of the machine can cause chaos everywhere else. Which, funnily enough, brings me to our sponsor for this episode.
Ooh, nice transition.
I try. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a top-tier school for creative media, offering amazing programs in things like game design, game art, and concept art. And just like we're learning about the complex, interconnected systems in our own bodies, Magus teaches you how to build and design the intricate systems that make a video game work. It's all about understanding the deep mechanics, whether it's a cell or a game character's AI.
That's such a great parallel. If you're the kind of person who loves figuring out how things work and then building something awesome with that knowledge, you should seriously check them out. It sounds like they give you really practical, hands-on training to get you ready for a career.
Indeed. The creative media fields are both an art and a science, a synthesis of systems thinking and aesthetic execution. If that stimulates your neurons, visit their website at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Go learn more.
Absolutely. A huge thank you to Magus Institute for their support. All right, now it's the part of the show where we turn it over to you, our amazing listeners. We've got a few questions here. First one is from Leo. Leo asks, I always thought fruit was bad for diabetics because it's so sweet. Can you clarify, Sarah?
Oh, Leo, great question. And that's exactly what we were just talking about. According to this chapter, the key difference is the fiber. A whole fruit is what the book calls a low glycemic index food, STORA. The fiber makes sure the sugar doesn't hit your bloodstream all at once. So despite being sweet, it doesn't cause those dramatic spikes that refined sugars do. It's a game changer, right?
It really is. Okay, next question is from Chloe. The book says type 2 is caused by fat in the muscle cells. Does that mean only overweight people get type 2 diabetes? Ethan, what are your thoughts on that?
An excellent and perceptive question, Chloe. The chapter focuses on intramyocellular lipids. That's the scientific term for fat inside the muscle cell. While this condition is often correlated with being overweight or obese, it is not an absolute rule. A person can be slender on the outside, but still have a significant accumulation of this intracellular fat, a condition sometimes referred to as thin on the outside, fat on the inside. So no, it is not exclusively a condition of the overweight. It's about cellular composition, not just body mass.
Wow. Okay, that's a huge clarification. Thank you, Ethan. Last question. This one's from Sam. So if insulin is the key, what's the lock?
I love this question. The lock is the insulin receptor on the surface of your cells. Think of it like a very specific keyhole that only the insulin key fits into. When insulin locks in, it sends a signal into the cell that basically opens up a door or a channel to let the glucose come in from the blood. So in type 2, that lock is rusty, it's resistant. In type 1, there's just no key to even try the lock.
Perfectly put, man. This has been so incredibly enlightening. Before we wrap up, Ethan, could you give us the big overarching takeaway from this first chapter?
Certainly. The fundamental paradigm shift this chapter presents is this. Type 2 diabetes is not, at its core, a disease of sugar, but a disease of insulin resistance. And this insulin resistance is largely caused by an accumulation of fat within the muscle cells. This reframes the problem from one of mere sugar management to one of addressing the root cause at a cellular level, which is precisely why the author can propose that the condition is, in fact, reversible.
Unjam the lock, don't just stop using the key. I love it. What a fantastic start to this book. Thank you both so much. And to everyone listening, what should we get perplexed by next? Drop us a suggestion. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, or visit our website at penplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading and stay curious. Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the most fascinating ideas from the world of books. I'm your host James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant duo of the ever-insightful Sarah and the wonderfully witty Ethan.
Hey James! So excited for today's topic.
Hello! Ready to have my paradigms thoroughly shifted.
Excellent, because we are diving into a chapter that might just do that. We're looking at Chapter 2 of Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. The chapter is called The Body's Remarkable Power to Heal.
Ooh, I loved this one. It's so counterintuitive to everything we're taught.
Right? The chapter kicks off with this great analogy about a ticking clock on the wall. You never notice it until it stops working. And it says that's exactly how we treat our bodies. Sarah, can you unpack that for us?
Yeah, absolutely. The core idea is that our body is this incredible self-healing machine that's working 24/7, and we just completely take it for granted. The only time we pay attention is when we get sick. And then, instead of being grateful for all the work it's been doing, we just complain and rush to pop a pill to fix the problem.
And the problem, as the author posits, isn't really the problem, it's a signal. The symptom is communication.
Exactly. Take a fever. We've been conditioned to think fever equals bad, must bring it down, icsa bene. But the book says a fever is your body being smart. It's raising its temperature to create an environment where bacteria can't multiply. It's your immune system doing its job perfectly. But what do? We take a pill to lower the fever, the bacteria multiplies, and boom, now you need an antibiotic.
So we're essentially telling our body's best defender to stand down right in the middle of a fight. That's just wild when you think about it.
It's a fascinating look at our interventionist mindset. From a biological standpoint, a fever is a highly regulated, systemic inflammatory response. By artificially suppressing it, we may be interfering with a complex, evolutionarily honed healing mechanism. We prioritize comfort over process.
Comfort over process. I like that. So, this leads to what the book calls a shift in consciousness. We need to stop listening to the outside world, like the food industry, and start listening to our own bodies. The chapter brings up 3 big myths that are making us sick. Let's start with myth number 1. Bacteria are bad. Sarah, my hand sanitizer is telling me you're wrong.
While the book would say your hand sanitizer is part of the problem, we're obsessed with being sterile, but we're meant to live in symbiosis with bacteria. It points out how, after a course of antibiotics, you often feel weak and have digestive issues. That's because the antibiotic carpet-bombed your system, killing the bad bacteria, but also wiping out all the good bacteria in your gut that are essential for digestion and, well, everything.
The concept of the microbiome is crucial here. To think of all bacteria as pathogenic is a profound scientific error. The author also points a finger at chlorinated water and household cleaners, suggesting they may disrupt our immunity. While calling chlorine a known carcinogen in this context is a very strong statement, the underlying principle is sound. By trying to create a sterile bubble, we prevent our immune systems from being properly trained, and we damage the delicate microbial ecosystem we depend on.
Okay, so I need to make friends with my bacteria. Got it. But what about when things are more serious than a sniffle? This brings us to myth number 2. We need medical help to heal. The chapter talks about broken bones and even cavities. This is where my brain started to short circuit.
Right? This was the craziest part for me. For a simple fracture, the book explains that the swelling and pain are actually the body's natural plaster cast. The swelling immobilizes the area, and the increased blood flow from the inflammation brings more nutrients to heal the bone. Taking an anti-inflammatory might feel better, but it could actually slow down healing.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. But the teeth thing? The author says she healed a cavity herself? Ethan, please. Is this real?
Let's be precise. The author tells a personal story where, after developing a cavity, she identified the cause as overbrushing and diet. She switched to a softer brush, changed her diet to be completely unprocessed and fiber-rich, and stopped brushing as frequently. The tooth healed. Now, it's important to note, she says the enamel doesn't reappear, but the underlying tooth can heal. This is called remineralization. It's a powerful anecdote, but I wouldn't recommend everyone immediately throw their toothbrush away. The key takeaway is to investigate the root cause, not just patch the symptom with a filling.
So don't just drill and fill. Ask why the hole is there in the first place. That feels like a good life lesson in general. This all seems to connect to the third and maybe biggest myth, that lifestyle diseases, like diabetes, are hereditary.
Yes, it runs in the family, excuse. The book argues that what really runs in the family are lifestyles, eating habits. It says the primary cause of diabetes, hypertension, and even cancer is our unnatural way of life, and our bodies are so resilient. It has this amazing fact that our arteries can be over 70% blocked before we even feel symptoms, because the body just grows new blood vessels around the blockage. How amazing is that?
The development of collateral arteries is an incredible example of the body's redundancy and adaptability. The book's core argument is that genetics might load the gun, but lifestyle pulls the trigger. It even reframes diabetes symptoms, like high sugar in the urine, not as a failure, but as the body actively trying to heal itself by expelling the excess sugar. From that viewpoint, Medication that just manages the sugar levels without changing the lifestyle is like silencing a fire alarm while the building continues to burn.
Wow, silencing a fire alarm. That's a powerful image. It's like we need a whole new operating manual for being human. Speaking of mastering new systems and creative ways of thinking, it's a perfect moment to thank our sponsor. This chapter is all about understanding the complex design of our bodies to unlock our healing potential. And if you're someone who is passionate about understanding design and unlocking your own creative potential, you should really check out Madges Institute in Singapore. They're a leading institution for creative media education, offering hands-on diploma and certificate programs in areas like game design, game art, concept art, and so much more. They focus on practical, industry-focused training to get you career-ready.
Oh, that's such a great fit. It's all about learning the systems, whether it's the human body or the principles of game design. If you're a creative person looking to build a career, that sounds absolutely perfect. You should definitely check them out.
It's an excellent parallel. Understanding complex systems is the foundation of both science and art. Madges sounds like a fantastic place to develop those skills in a creative field. Listeners can learn more by visiting their website at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g.
Awesome. Okay, let's get to a few questions from our listeners. First up, Chloe from Austin asks, if a fever is the body's natural defense, should I just let my child run a high fever without any medicine? Ethan, what are your thoughts?
A very important and practical question. The book is promoting a philosophy, not giving specific medical advice. There's a significant difference between letting a low-grade fever run its course and ignoring a dangerously high one, especially in a child. The principle is to not panic and immediately suppress every minor symptom. But wisdom and safety demand knowing the threshold where professional medical intervention is necessary. It's about balance, not extremism.
Balance is key. Great advice. Next, we have Mark from London. He says, this chapter says my type 2 diabetes medication interferes with healing. Does that mean I should stop taking it? Sarah, this seems critical.
Oh my gosh, no, please don't! The book is so clear on this point. It says, and I'm quoting basically, dropping medicine suddenly is dangerous. The whole idea is to learn the lifestyle changes that allow your body to heal. Then, as your blood sugar naturally improves, you work with your doctor to reduce the medication. It's a gradual process you do with medical supervision, not something you do on your own overnight.
Okay, a vital clarification. Thank you. Last question is from Aisha in Mumbai. She asks, the author's story about not brushing her teeth is intriguing, but is it hygienic? What about bad breath?
It's the question we're all thinking. The author really stresses that she's only able to do this because her diet has zero processed food and is packed with fiber. The foods that cause plaque, decay, and bad breath just aren't part of her diet, so the food itself is kind of cleaning her teeth. It's a radical idea, but it really just hammers home the point that what you put in your body affects everything, right down to the bacteria in your mouth.
It really is all connected. This has been fascinating. As we wrap up this whirlwind of an episode, Sarah, could you distill this chapter down to the main takeaways for us?
I'd love to. First, your body is your best doctor and symptoms are its language. Don't silence it. Learn to listen to what it's telling you. Second, stop thinking of healing as something that comes from a bottle. The power to heal is already inside you, and your main job is to create the right conditions for it to work. And finally, lifestyle is everything. Most chronic diseases aren't a life sentence passed down by your genes. They're a result of your daily choices, which means you have the power to change them.
You have the power to change them. A perfect note to end on. A huge thank you to Sarah and Ethan for another incredible conversation, and thank you all for listening. What should we tackle next on Penplexity? Send us your suggestions. You can find us on social media at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello and welcome to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the most fascinating chapters from the world of books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant duo of Sarah and Ethan. How are you both doing?
Hey James, I'm great. Ready to unravel some pages.
Doing well. prepare to apply some scientific scrutiny to today's text.
Excellent, because today's chapter is, well, it's a heavy one, but really, really important. We're diving into Chapter 3 of Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. The chapter is titled, Why It's Important to Reverse Diabetes, the Dreaded Complications.
Yeah, dreaded is definitely the right word here.
It really is. So, Sarah, the chapter kicks right off by asking this really blunt question. Why should someone bother with the effort of changing their whole lifestyle when they can just, pop a pill to control their blood sugar? What's the book's big answer?
Right, and the answer is basically that the pill is a bit of a lie. It gives you this false sense of security. The book argues that over the years, the dosage just keeps going up, you get more pills, different pills, but the disease is still there, progressing. And while you're managing the numbers on a lab report, these dreaded complications are quietly building up in the background.
It's a classic case of treating the symptom, not the underlying pathology. The pill might force the blood sugar down, but the root cause, the metabolic dysfunction, is still there, ravaging the body. It's like putting a nice-looking patch on a rusty pipe. The pipe is still rusting underneath, and eventually, it's going to burst.
A rusty pipe. I like that. So let's talk about the rust. The book lists a, frankly, terrifying number of complications. I mean, it seems to touch every single part of the body.
It really does. And the book starts with a powerful one, your eyes. Diabetic retinopathy. Chronically high blood sugar damages the tiny blood vessels in your retina, and you can literally lose your vision. The author shares a story about her very first patient. He didn't come to her because his numbers were bad. He came to her because he was going blind. That was his wake-up call.
Wow. That's intense. Nothing like the threat of losing your sight to get you motivated. And there was another story in there about a man who saw huge changes just by cutting out dairy. It almost sounds too simple.
I know, right? But his blood sugar dropped from 222 down to 88 in just 2 weeks. And the book says his vision actually improved. It's a really clear example of how direct and fast the impact of dietary changes can be. It's not this abstract thing that might help in 10 years. It can help right now.
And biologically, it tracks. The body has a remarkable capacity to heal if you remove the offending agents. The damage to those microcapillaries in the retina is a direct consequence of high glucose levels. You lower the glucose, you reduce the ongoing assault, and the body can start repairing itself. It's not magic, it's just cause and effect.
Okay, so eyes. What's next on this hit list of complications?
Next up is neuropathy, which is nerve damage. And this one is so sneaky. You start to lose the sensation of heat, cold, and pain. So you could get a cut on your foot, a really bad one, and just not know it. And that can lead to infection, and then gangrene, and then amputation.
And the most chilling example of neuropathy the book gives is the silent heart attack. The body is undergoing a massive, life-threatening event, but the primary warning signal, excruciating pain, is just offline. It's gone. The alarm system has been cut. It's a terrifying concept.
That is absolutely terrifying. It's like your body can't even tell you that it's in mortal danger. The book also mentions kidney failure and dialysis. That sounds awful.
It's devastating. The book paints this picture of losing half a day, 3 times a week, every week, hooked up to a machine. And that's not even counting all the other issues. Arterial blockages leading to a way higher risk of stroke, skin infections that don't heal, even hair loss.
Wait, hair loss? I remember that story. The doctor who found out he had diabetes because his daughter asked if he was waxing his legs?
That's the one. His leg hair was just falling out, and because he was a doctor, he knew it was a symptom of something bigger. It just shows how systemic this disease really is.
It is the definition of a systemic disease. It's not localized. The constant high-sugar environment damages the entire vascular system, from the biggest arteries to the tiniest capillaries. It affects the nervous system. The book mentions weakness and exhaustion. That's because on a cellular level, your body is swimming in a sea of sugar, but the cells can't absorb it to use for energy. They're literally starving in a land of plenty, so of course you're exhausted.
starving in a land of plenty, that really clicks. It explains that story about the woman Reshma, who just assumed being drowsy after lunch was her constitution. But then after changing her diet, she suddenly had all this energy. It must feel like a fog has lifted. Okay, this is all incredibly motivating stuff, even if it's a bit grim. It feels like a good time to take a quick breather and thank our amazing sponsor, Mages Institute. You know, this chapter is really about understanding a super complex system, the human body, and learning the practical skills to fix it. It requires a new way of seeing things. And, in a way, that's exactly what Magas does, but for the creative industries.
That's a really great connection, James. Learning a skill like game design or concept art. It's about understanding systems and then using hands-on training to bring something new to life. It's empowering, just like taking control of your health is empowering.
And it's focused on a tangible outcome. The book is about achieving a real-world result, reversing a disease. Mages is about achieving a real-world result, a successful career. The parallel is quite neat, actually. We highly recommend you check them out.
Totally. So, if you're passionate about game design, art, or any of those exciting fields, and you're looking for a practical, career-oriented education to break in or level up your skills, you have to visit the Mages Institute in Singapore. Head over to their website at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g. A huge thank you to Mages for their support. All right, we're back, and we have a few questions from our listeners. This first one is from Alex from Ohio. Alex asks, the book insists that even if your sugar levels are controlled with meds, you still have diabetes. That seems counterintuitive. Can you explain that a bit more?
That's an excellent question, Alex. I can take that. The best analogy is the check engine light in your car. Taking medication is like putting a small piece of black tape over the glowing light. The annoying warning is gone, so you feel better, but the engine is still fundamentally broken. The medication is just masking the symptom. The high sugar in your blood, it isn't fixing the root cause, which is insulin resistance. The damage, the rusting pipe we talked about, is still happening.
That is such a clear way to put it. Okay, next question is from Priya in London. The chapter talks about the huge financial cost. Is it really that significant and ongoing?
Oh, 100%. The book makes a great point about how insidious it is. Your doctor might change your prescription, and you think, oh, it's just one new pill. But that one new pill could be a combination of 2 or 3 different drugs, or double the dosage of your old one, so the costs are constantly creeping up. And that's just the medicine. It's also the regular appointments with specialists, the testing strips, the time off work. It's a massive, massive burden on your finances and your time.
It really adds up. Okay, one last question. This is from Ben in Toronto. He asks, the chapter highlights male impotency as an early sign of diabetes. Why is that specific complication so important to point out?
It's important, Ben, because it's a very direct and early indicator of vascular damage, the exact same process of arterial blockages that eventually leads to a heart attack or a stroke often shows up first in the body's smallest and most sensitive blood vessels, including those required for sexual function. It's a canary in the coal mine. It's a clear early warning that the entire cardiovascular system is in serious trouble. And importantly, the book notes that this is often reversible with the right interventions.
The canary in the coal mine. Wow. Okay. That really brings it all home. So to try and wrap up this incredibly dense chapter, Sarah, what would you say are the main takeaways for our listeners?
I think there are 3 huge takeaways. First, don't fall for the illusion that managing diabetes with pills means you're okay. It's a false sense of security while serious damage happens under the surface. Second, the list of complications is long and scary, affecting literally every aspect of your life, but the most important word the book uses is preventable. And third, and this is the most crucial part, it's a message of hope and empowerment. The author says, and I'm quoting here, "We are the cause of our disease, and we also have the power to turn it around." It's a call to action.
The power to turn it around. I absolutely love that. A perfect and surprisingly hopeful note to end on. Sarah, Ethan, thank you both so much. This was really eye-opening.
Anytime, James.
A pleasure.
And a massive thank you to all of you for listening. Now we want to hear from you. What book or chapter should Penplexity get tangled up in next? Let us know! You can find us on social media at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the most fascinating chapters of the most interesting books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant duo of Sarah and Ethan. How are you both doing?
Hey James, doing great. Ready to unravel some more text.
I'm here, armed with skepticism and a fresh cup of tea. Let's do this.
Excellent. Today we're diving back into Dr. Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. We're looking at Chapter 4, and the title is, well, it's a bit of a zinger. It's, if diabetes can really be reversed, why isn't everyone doing it? I mean, that's the big question, right?
Oh, it's the biggest question, and the chapter dives right in. It basically says, look around, how many people do you know who have been cured by medication alone? The answer is pretty much zero. The meds increase, the complications get worse. It's a downward slope.
Yeah, the author tells this really tragic story about a super successful businessman who had all the money in the world, the best doctors. But the disease just progressed. He couldn't buy his health back.
Which leads to the central metaphor of the chapter, and I have to say, as a scientist, I appreciate a good analogy. The flashing oil lamp in your car. The light comes on, what do?
You pull over and put more oil in the car?
Exactly. You address the cause, the low oil level. But the chapter argues that when it comes to our bodies, we just cut the wire to the flashing light. Taking pills without addressing the root cause is literally just cutting the wire. The dashboard looks fine, but the engine is still about to seize.
And the book is very clear that the root cause isn't what we think. It's not just sugar or eat carbs, sure. It's insulin resistance. So the whole chapter is built around why we're so busy looking at the symptoms instead of this actual cause.
Okay, so let's get into those reasons. The first one she lists is a bit of a bombshell. She says it's because most doctors aren't taught about nutrition.
Yeah. It's a bold claim, but she backs it up. She says medical school curriculums have a teeny tiny section on nutrition. The focus is on treating disease with medicine. She calls it disease care, not health care, And she points out that pharmaceutical companies have a big hand in writing textbooks and funding medical education.
Which, from a systems perspective, makes perfect sense. It's not a conspiracy, it's a business model. If your entire industry is built on selling a product, in this case medicine, you're naturally going to promote a system that relies on that product. You're not going to spend billions promoting a cure that involves buying more vegetables.
A broccoli prescription. I'd probably fill that. Okay, reason 2. Myths about nutrients. This gets back to the carb thing. Everyone, and I mean everyone, says sugar and carbs are the enemy of diabetics.
Right, and the book says that's a huge misunderstanding. The problem isn't carbohydrates themselves, it's what we've done to them. In nature, carbs in plants come packaged with fiber. Fiber slows down sugar absorption, makes you feel full. It's the whole package. But we process everything. We turn brown rice into white rice, sugar cane into white sugar, wheat into white flour. We strip out the good stuff, the fiber, and are left with this refined product that our bodies just can't handle properly.
It's the classic reductionist error. We isolate a single component, the carbohydrate, and label it bad without considering the food matrix it comes from. A carb in a lentil is a completely different metabolic event than a carb in a cookie. The fiber, the protein, the micronutrients, they all influence how it's processed. We've become obsessed with macronutrients instead of just eating food.
So true, and this all feeds into the next point, which the book calls medical myths, Zea. It's basically herd mentality, right? We believe diabetes is incurable because, well, everyone says so.
Exactly. We just don't question it. We don't stop and ask, hey, wait a minute, how many people have actually gotten better by just taking pills and cutting carbs? But on the flip side, we also don't seek out the evidence of people who have reversed it using other methods. We just follow the herd.
And our own personal herds, our habits? Oh man, this part made me feel very seen. The book calls out the daily habit of tea and biscuits.
I know, right? It's not that we're bad people, it's just that these little rituals are so deeply ingrained. The book says it takes 21 to 30 days to change a habit. It's hard, but it's not impossible.
And there's solid neuroscience behind that. When you perform a habit, you're strengthening a specific neural pathway. Breaking a habit means carving out a new path. At first, it feels like hacking through a jungle with a machete. It's difficult. But the more you use the new path, the clearer it gets, and the old one starts to get overgrown from disuse.
A jungle in my brain. I like it. This also ties into the next point, about cultural and social conditioning. The book mentions things like milk being essential in North India or curd in South India, even for diabetics.
Yeah, and it's so tricky because it's tied to identity and tradition. But the author makes a great point that our ancestors' consumption was not on the same scale. We now have refrigeration and mass processing, so dairy can be in almost every single meal. We're also conditioned now to see food as entertainment. We're not eating for hunger, we're eating for pleasure, chasing the next hot restaurant.
It's a change in context. The traditional dietary wisdom evolved in an environment of scarcity. We now live in an environment of extreme abundance and hyper-palatable processed foods. Our cultural software hasn't updated to handle the new hardware of the modern food system.
And that system is bombarding us with ads, which is the next point. The media advertisements for all these processed foods, and even so-called diabetic foods.
Yes. Diabetic biscuits or artificial sweeteners. The book warns that these products are not the solution. The food industry spends fortunes creating formulas that are literally addictive to keep you coming back for more. We see a label that says, diabetic friendly, and we just trust it.
You know, this whole conversation about breaking from conditioning, questioning the system, and learning a new, practical way to achieve a goal, it actually makes me think of this episode's sponsor.
Oh, a segue.
A beautiful one. This episode of Pinplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, and a whole lot more. They're all about hands-on training and giving you the practical skills you need for a successful career.
That's actually a perfect fit. Instead of just following the herd into a traditional career that might not be right for you, you can learn a practical skill in an industry you're genuinely passionate about. It's about taking control and designing your own future, which is exactly what this chapter is about, but for your health.
And it's industry-focused, which I appreciate. It's about practical application for a real-world result, not just abstract theory. A bit like focusing on whole foods to reverse a real-world disease. So if you're passionate about creative media, definitely go check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg.
That's mages.edu.sg. Okay, there is one last huge reason the book gives for why we're not all reversing diabetes. Our mindset.
This is the big one. It's the belief that diabetes is genetic or hereditary, and so it's inevitable. It's not our fault. And that mindset, that belief, it absolves us of the responsibility to even try to get well. We become victims of our genes.
Which is where epigenetics offers such a powerful counter-narrative. The common phrase is, genetics loads the gun, but lifestyle pulls the trigger. Your daily choices, what you eat, how you move, how you think, are constantly sending instructions to your genes, influencing which ones get expressed. Believing you have no control is not only disempowering, it's often scientifically inaccurate. The mindset is the very first thing that has to change.
Wow. So it really does all come back to what's going on up here. Okay, this has been incredibly eye-opening. Let's take a few questions from our listeners. First up, we have one from Alex, who asks, if my doctor tells me to take a pill, should I just ignore them and start eating plants? Ethan, what do you think?
That is a great and very important question. The answer is absolutely not. This is not about rejecting medicine or ignoring your doctor. It's about adding a powerful tool, nutrition, to your toolkit. The goal is to work with your doctor to address the root cause so that hopefully it can safely deprescribe the medication because you no longer need it. This must be done under medical supervision.
Crucial distinction. Okay, next question is from Priya. The chapter mentions diabetic biscuits are bad. Why? They're marketed specifically for diabetics? Sarah?
Yeah, it's confusing, isn't it? The author goes into more detail later in the book, but the short answer is that they are still highly processed foods. They might swap sugar for artificial sweeteners, which have their own issues, or they might be made from refined flours. They're designed to be less bad, junk food, but they are absolutely not a health food. It's clever marketing, really.
It really is. Okay, last question is from Mark. Is the book saying that every single case of diabetes is reversible?
Another important clarification. The framework of this book is primarily focused on type 2 diabetes, which is a lifestyle-driven condition caused by insulin resistance. For type 2, the potential for reversal is very high. Type 1 diabetes is different. It's an autoimmune condition where the body attacks its own insulin-producing cells. Now, a whole food, plant-based diet can still be hugely beneficial for managing type 1 and drastically reducing insulin needs, but reversal, in the same sense, isn't the expected outcome. Context matters.
Fantastic. This has been so insightful. My brain jungle's buzzing. Sarah, before we wrap, could you summarize the key takeaways from this chapter for us?
Of course. I think the biggest takeaway is that we often fail to reverse diabetes because we're stuck in a system that focuses on managing symptoms with pills instead of fixing the root cause. And the reasons for this are a perfect storm of factors: a medical education that overlooks nutrition, widespread myths about food, our own deeply ingrained habits and cultural norms, and finally, our own limiting beliefs that we are powerless. The chapter's core message is really one of empowerment. It's urging us to question the status quo, understand the real cause, and realize that we have the power to change our health.
A message of empowerment. I love that. Sarah, Ethan, thank you both so much, and a huge thank you to all of you for listening. What book or chapter should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep questioning.
Stay curious.
Bye, everyone.
Hello and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get, perplexed by books. I'm your host, James, and today we have the A-team back in the studio. We've got the wonderful, the insightful, the person who actually reads the whole chapter, Sarah.
Hey, James. So happy to be here. And I do read it, thank you very much. Someone has to.
And, of course, the man who probably knows what's happening to my molecules when I laugh, the ever-witty Dr. Ethan.
A sudden release of endorphins, James. Nothing more, nothing less. Good to be here.
All right, today we are diving into a book that sounds intense. It's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days by Nandita Shah, and we're tackling Chapter 5, The Real Causes of Diabetes. And let me tell you, this chapter came for everything I thought I knew. It's basically saying, you know that thing you think causes diabetes? Yeah, it's not that.
It really does. The central argument is that we're all pointing fingers at sugar and carbs, and the author, Nandita Shah, says that's like blaming the smoke and not the fire. The conventional approach, less sugar, more medicine, it just manages the symptoms. It doesn't get to the root cause.
Which, from a systems biology perspective, makes sense. You're treating the output, high blood sugar, without understanding the faulty processing in the system itself. The book's premise is that to reverse it, you have to remove the cause and let the body heal, a fundamental shift in thinking.
Okay, so if it's not my secret stash of gummy bears, what is it? Lay the first big bombshell on us, Sarah.
All right, buckle up. The number one cause, according to this chapter, dairy.
No milk. The thing they told us builds strong bones? My morning latte. Cheese?
Yep, all of it. Shah presents some really compelling stories. There's a Mr. D who'd been diabetic for 30 years, fasting sugar over 220, and he was losing his vision. She told him to stop all dairy products. In just 2 weeks, his fasting sugar dropped to 88, just by giving up dairy.
That sounds unbelievable. Ethan, is there any science to this, or is it just a one-off miracle story?
Well, the chapter breaks it down into several components. Let's start with fat. Whole milk gets about 49% of its calories from fat. Cheese is around 70%. And as we'll discuss later, the book posits that fat, specifically intramyocellular lipid, fat inside the muscle cells, is a primary driver of insulin resistance.
Exactly. But it's not just the fat. The proteins in cow's milk are a huge issue, especially for type 1 diabetes. Our bodies see cow's milk protein as a foreign invader and create antibodies. The problem is, these proteins look a lot like our own pancreatic cells. So the antibodies get confused and, well, they attack our own pancreas.
It's a classic case of molecular mimicry, an autoimmune response triggered by an external protein. The chapter cites studies showing that countries with the highest milk consumption, like Finland, also have the highest rates of type 1 diabetes, while places where children traditionally don't drink milk, like the Samoan Islands, have almost none. Correlation isn't causation, but it is a very, very strong correlation.
My mind is blown. But everyone in India drinks milk. It's so cultural. The book even mentions the whole Krishna drank milk thing.
Oh, I love this part. Shah's counter-argument is brilliant. She says, okay, let's think about that. Krishna was a cowherd with thousands of cows, yet he was known for stealing butter and curd. Why would he need to steal it if he had so much? Because, in his time, the calves drank their mother's milk first. There was very little left for humans. It was a rare treat, not a daily staple for every meal.
That is such a cool historical reframing. So this mass consumption of dairy is a modern thing?
Totally. The White Revolution in India in the late 50s, widespread refrigeration, that's what made dairy ubiquitous. And the chapter draws a straight line from that to India, becoming one of the diabetes capitals of the world.
And we haven't even touched on the hormones. Milk is a lactation secretion. It's fundamentally a hormonal fluid. It's packed with estrogen, progesterone, growth hormones. And then there's the oxytocin often injected into cows to increase yield. When you introduce this cocktail of external hormones into your body, you're bound to disrupt your own delicate endocrine system. Diabetes is a hormonal disorder, so it's a direct hit.
Not to mention the pesticides, the plastics from cows grazing on garbage, the urea added to prevent spoilage, and the antibiotics. It's a chemical soup. And the book makes a great point about organic, or A2, milk. Sure, it might have fewer chemicals, but it still has the fat, the foreign proteins, and the hormones. They're inherent to the milk itself.
Okay, wow. So dairy is a big one. You mentioned fat earlier, Ethan. Let's go there. The book says fat causes diabetes. How?
So picture your muscle cell. It has these little gateways called insulin receptors. Insulin is the key. When the key fits in the lock, the gateway opens, and glucose from your blood can enter the cell to be used for energy.
Right. But the book explains that when fat accumulates inside the muscle cells, it's like jamming the lock with chewing gum. The insulin key can't get in. That's insulin resistance. The glucose is stuck outside in the bloodstream, your blood sugar goes up, but your cells are starving for energy, which is why people feel so lethargic.
It's a really good analogy for what happens at a cellular level with intramyocellular lipids. The signaling pathway from the insulin receptor gets blocked. So even if you have plenty of insulin, it's ineffective. By removing excess fat from the diet, and the book points out that all animal products and cooking oils are major sources, you essentially ungum the locks.
So the sugar is just the victim here. It's knocking on the door, but the door is jammed with fat. What else is jamming the door? The chapter lists a bunch of things.
A big one is stress. I think everyone can relate to this. The author says she hears it all the time from patients. I got diabetes during a really stressful time in my life. Divorce, job loss, illness. When you're stressed, your body releases stress hormones that directly raise your blood sugar. It's a fight-or-flight response, preparing your body for action.
The primary stress hormone, cortisol, quite literally tells your liver to dump glucose into the bloodstream. It's an evolutionary mechanism to provide quick energy to escape a predator. The problem is our modern predators are deadlines and traffic jams, and we're not physically running away. So the glucose just circulates, causing problems.
That makes so much sense. So many of these causes seem to be linked to modern life, like processed foods.
Oh, absolutely. The book calls out the food industry's little secret, the irresistible combination of fat, salt, sugar, and sometimes dairy. These foods have zero fiber, so they spike your blood sugar, and they're designed to make you eat more and more. They have a long shelf life, but as Shah says, they don't do much for our own shelf life.
That's a zinger. It feels like we're being set up to fail. Speaking of which, this is a perfect time to talk about being set up for success. We're going to take a quick break to thank our sponsor, Mages Institute in Singapore. You know, this chapter talks a lot about changing your mindset and learning a whole new way of living. It's about getting creative with your health. And if you're looking to get creative in another field, our sponsor, Mages Institute, is the place to be. It's a leading institution for creative media education, offering amazing diploma and certificate programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, and a whole lot more.
That sounds so cool. And honestly, what a great way to de-stress. We were just talking about how stress is a cause of diabetes. Imagine channeling that energy into creating a whole new world in a video game instead. Mages offers really practical, hands-on training to get you ready for a career.
And the skills are transferable. Understanding complex systems, problem solving, iterative design, these are crucial in game development and in science. It's about building something from the ground up, whether it's a character or a new health regimen. They have strong industry connections, which is key. We highly recommend checking them out.
Totally. If you're passionate about those industries, visit their website at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. A big thank you to Mages Institute for their support. All right, we're back, talking about the real causes of diabetes from Nandita Shah's book. We've hit dairy, fat, stress, and processed foods, but it keeps going.
It really does. There's lack of exercise, which is an obvious one. Lack of vitamin D, which is actually a hormone our body makes from sun exposure. And then there are hormonal disruptors like plastics and chemicals in everything from our food containers to our shampoos.
The pervasiveness of these endocrine-disrupting chemicals, or EDCs, is a significant public health concern. They can interfere with our body's hormonal systems at incredibly low doses. The chapter's point about avoiding animal products to reduce exposure is valid, as many of these chemicals are fat-soluble and bioaccumulate up the food chain.
It feels a bit overwhelming, like I have to stop eating dairy, stop using oil, avoid stress, live in a bubble to avoid chemicals. And what about my medications?
That's another cause listed. The book points out that some medications, like statins for cholesterol, can actually raise blood sugar. And of course, the goal is to get so healthy that you don't need the medications anymore, which reduces the overall burden on your body.
The mechanism with statins is complex, but some studies suggest they may impair the pancreas's ability to secrete insulin and increase insulin resistance in peripheral tissues. It's a risk-benefit calculation doctors make, but the book argues that if you remove dietary cholesterol by avoiding animal products, the need for statins can be eliminated anyway.
This chapter is a complete paradigm shift. Okay, let's get to some questions from our listeners. First one is from Maya in London. Maya asks, "This all sounds so extreme. The idea of giving up all dairy and oil is daunting. What about a 2 milk or just moderation? Is there no middle ground, Sarah?"
That's a great question, Maya. And the book addresses this mindset. It argues that for a chronic disease, moderation is what keeps the disease lingering. To reverse it, you have to be decisive. And regarding A2 milk, the book's stance is pretty clear. A2 milk is for A2 calves. All cow's milk, regardless of the protein type, still contains the high fat content, the hormones, and is a foreign protein to the human body. The goal is to remove the causes completely, to allow the body to heal.
All right, decisive action, got it. Next question is from Ben in Toronto. He asks, "The book talks about cultural factors like eating out and wedding food. It feels like changing my diet means giving up my social life. How do you deal with that?"
Ben, that is so relatable. Shah acknowledges this is a huge hurdle. The shift is from food as entertainment to food as nourishment. It doesn't mean you can't socialize. It means shifting the focus. Instead of meeting for a meal, maybe you meet for a walk. Or you host a dinner party where you control the ingredients. It's about being conscious and taking your health into your own hands, even when it's socially awkward at first. It's a mindset shift.
A powerful one. Okay, last question. This one feels aimed at you, Ethan. It's from Priya in Mumbai. The book mentions that many people believe diabetes is genetic and they're fated to get it. What's the real science on genetics versus lifestyle in this case?
An excellent question, Priya. This is the classic genetics loads the gun, lifestyle pulls the trigger scenario. Yes, certain genes can make you more susceptible to developing type 2 diabetes. You might have a genetic predisposition for insulin resistance, but that's all it is, a predisposition. The book is arguing that the lifestyle factors we've discussed are the triggers that pull the gun. By profoundly changing your diet and lifestyle, you can often prevent the trigger from ever being pulled, effectively keeping the disease at bay, regardless of your genetic hand.
So your genes are not your destiny. That's a hopeful message. All right, as we wrap up, Sarah, can you give us the big, overarching takeaways from this chapter?
Absolutely. I think there are 3 big ones. First, the cause of diabetes isn't what you think. Stop blaming sugar and start looking critically at dairy and fat in your diet. Second, it's a holistic problem. Stress, lifestyle, chemicals, mindset, they all play a huge role. You can't just change one thing. And third, and most importantly, you have the power to change it. Reversing diabetes is possible if you remove the root causes and give your body the chance to heal itself.
Fantastic summary. So much to think about. I think I'm going to look at my fridge very differently tonight. That's all the time we have for today on Pinplexity. What book or topic should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all social media platforms at Pinplexity and on our website, pinplexity.com. A huge thank you to Sarah and Ethan. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Pinplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the best bits of books. I'm your host, James, and today we are diving headfirst into a chapter that is, well, it's pretty provocative. It's Chapter 6, The Evidence, Scientific Studies, from Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. And to help me unpack it all, I've got my 2 favorite people, the wonderfully relatable and brilliant Sarah.
Hey James, so excited to be here. This chapter is, oh my gosh, it is a roller coaster. It really just takes what you think you know and flips it on its head.
And the man who always brings the receipts, the witty and wise Dr. Ethan.
A pleasure, James. This chapter presents a fascinating, if slightly unsettling, look at the systems that govern our health. A lot to dissect.
I love it. Okay, so Sarah, you said it flips things on its head. The chapter starts with Hippocrates, right? Let food be thy medicine. That feels pretty standard, doesn't it?
You'd think so. But the book argues that we've completely lost our way. It makes this incredible point about ancient China, where doctors were paid based on how many days their patients stayed well. Can you imagine? Today, the whole system makes money when we're sick. It's a total reversal.
And that reversal creates a problematic feedback loop. The author points out that pharmaceutical companies often fund medical colleges. Therefore, the curriculum naturally gravitates towards pharmacological solutions, drugs for ailments rather than nutritional prevention. It's not a conspiracy, necessarily, but a system whose incentives are misaligned with the Hippocratic ideal.
Wow. So the doctors themselves are just a product of this system? They're not taught another way?
Exactly. The book says they learn all about which drugs to prescribe, but very little about nutrition to prevent the diseases in the first place. And it says they often suffer from the same illnesses. It's less about blame and more about just opening our eyes to the structure of it all.
This logically leads to the author's critique of the medicines themselves. She brings up the fundamental problem of animal testing. We extrapolate data from animal models, but human anatomy and physiology are different. A drug's effect on a rat does not neatly translate to a human. The classic tragic case is thalidomide, which seemed safe but caused horrific birth defects in humans.
That's a terrifying thought, that it's all a bit of a guess. The chapter mentioned a more recent example too, right? Something with diabetes?
Yeah, a drug called pioglitazone. It was banned in India because it was linked to heart failure and an increased risk of bladder cancer. And the author says she's met so many patients who had been prescribed it. It just drives home her point. These are powerful chemicals, and our bodies are not fundamentally designed to metabolize them.
Okay, so if the system is flawed and the medicines can be risky, what's the big solution the chapter offers?
It's all about going back to basics. Back to how we were, designed to eat and live, Amal. The book tells this amazing story from way back in 1920. A physician named Max Gerson apparently healed Dr. Albert Schweitzer of diabetes using a raw, plant-based diet.
The Spaxis game, design, argument is a useful heuristic. The chapter posits that what we could eat raw in a natural existence would be mainly plants. This historical anecdote is then supported by more structured observations, like Dr. Thomas Cleave's work in 1975. He showed that roughly 20 years after processed foods like sugar and white flour were introduced into a culture, an outbreak of diabetes would follow. That's a powerful correlation.
20 years. Yeah. Gosh. It's like a slow-motion car crash happening in our kitchens. And the book talks about how that sugar habit starts when we're kids, right?
Oh, 100%. Using it to make medicine palatable, or milk, or whatever. The book calls these refined carbs comfort foods because they get linked to our parents and fun times. So you're not just fighting a craving, you're fighting these really deep emotional connections.
And you're fighting a global epidemiological trend. Dr. Neil Barnard's observation, which the author includes, is crucial. As societies all over the world abandon their traditional, high-complex carbohydrate diets for a Western one, rich in fats, fried foods, animal products, an epidemic of diabetes ensues. The pattern is consistent and predictable.
Okay, the theory is making sense. But the chapter is titled The Evidence. Bull. So, did it bring the evidence? Were there studies?
Oh, it brought the studies. There's a 1972 University of Kentucky study with men on type 2 diabetes. They were put on a high-carb, low-fat diet. In just 16 days, the ones still on insulin had cut their average dose from 26 units down to just 11.
Then there was a larger UCLA study with a diet change plus exercise. The results were dramatic. 140 of the 197 participants were off their oral medications entirely in just 26 days. However, as the chapter rightly notes, the introduction of exercise creates a confounding variable. You cannot isolate the effect of diet alone.
Right, the old science class problem. So did they ever test it without the exercise?
They did! And this is the big one. Dr. Neil Barnard did a 12-week study where participants were put on a whole food, plant-based diet and were specifically told not to change their exercise habits.
And what happened?
The results were insane. On average, they lost 16 pounds, and their blood sugar dropped by 28%. And James, here's the best part. There were no limits on portion size, no calorie counting. They ate until they were full.
That is the critical experiment. It isolates the nutritional variable. Another study mentioned reinforces the mechanism behind these results. It compared a low-fat, plant-based diet group to a standard diet group. The plant-based group not only lost significantly more weight, but also showed a significant increase in insulin sensitivity. Their bodies weren't just lighter, they were functioning more efficiently on a metabolic level.
Wow, it's like learning the secret operating manual for your own body. This idea of designing a system from the ground up to get a better result, it actually reminds me of this week's sponsor. This episode of Pamplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Just like this chapter talks about redesigning our approach to health from the ground up, Mages is all about helping you design your future in creative media. They offer these amazing, industry-focused programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, really cool stuff. It's not just about theory, it's hands-on training from expert instructors to get you ready for a real career.
That is such a good analogy, James. It's true. Instead of just, slapping a bandage on the problem of, I need a job, they're fixing the root cause by giving you the actual practical skills industries are looking for. It's just a smarter way to do it. If you're passionate about those fields, you should really, really check them out.
The focus on industry-focused and hands-on training is analogous to the clinical trials we're discussing. It's applied knowledge with a clear, measurable outcome, a successful career. It moves beyond abstract theory to practical application. Their website is mages.edu.sg. It seems like a logical next step for any aspiring creative.
You heard him. That's mages.edu.sg. Go design a new path for yourself. All right, let's get back to it. We have some fantastic questions from our listeners. First up is Alex, who asks, the chapter mentions a raw, plant-based diet from the 1920s. Do I really have to eat everything raw to get these benefits?
That's a great question, Alex. The raw diet was mentioned as a really early example of the principle, but the newer, more formal studies, like Dr. Barnard's, were based on a whole food, plant-based diet. So cooked foods are definitely in. Think lentils, beans, brown rice, steamed vegetables. The key is avoiding the processed stuff, animal products, and added oils, not necessarily avoiding your stove.
Makes sense. Okay, next up is Priya, It feels like the chapter is very anti-doctor. Is that the main message I should be taking away, Ethan?
A very important clarification, Priya. I don't read the chapter as being anti-doctor, but rather anti-system. The author criticizes a medical culture based on economic incentives and an educational system that underemphasizes nutrition. The argument is for patient empowerment through knowledge that their well-meaning doctor may simply not have been taught. It's a critique of a paradigm, not the individuals within it.
A crucial distinction, thanks, Ethan. And our last question is from Ben. If this evidence has been around for so long and seems so strong, why isn't this the standard advice everyone gets?
Oh, Ben, that is the million-dollar question. And the chapter basically says it's because of what we talked about at the start. The system is built around managing disease, not reversing it. Patients are just repeatedly told diabetes is progressive, it's a part of aging, and nothing can be done. There's just so much inertia. It's like trying to turn an aircraft carrier. And that's why this information in books like this is so important. It bypasses the old system and goes right to the people.
A perfect way to put it. All right, on that note, let's do a final summary. If you had to boil this whole chapter down to one key takeaway, what would it be? Sarah?
For me, the key takeaway is simply hope. The last paragraph literally says that if you have type 2 diabetes, it can almost certainly be reversed. It challenges the idea that this is a life sentence. It says your body is designed to heal, and here is the evidence showing how you can let it. That's incredibly powerful.
Ethan, what about you?
My takeaway is the imperative to question first principles. Why do we accept that a lifestyle disease is a progressive, irreversible condition? The chapter is a compelling scientific argument that this assumption is incorrect. The evidence, from historical accounts to controlled studies, points towards a simple biological truth. The human body responds profoundly and positively to a diet of whole, plant-based foods.
Hope and questioning the foundation. I love it. What a chapter. A massive thank you to Sarah and Ethan for helping us navigate it.
Anytime, James.
A pleasure.
And a huge thank you to all of you for listening. What book or topic should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. Find us on social media at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the most fascinating ideas from the world of books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant and ever-insightful duo, Sarah and Ethan.
Hey, James. So excited to be here.
Greetings, fellow thinkers. Ready to unravel some complexity.
Fantastic. Today, we are diving into a chapter that, well, it really made me look at my lunch differently. It's from Dr. Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days, and we're tackling Part 3, Chapter 7, titled, Why the Foods We Eat Are Making Us Sick.
Oh, this is such a powerful chapter. It kicks off with this amazing analogy that we look after our cars better than ourselves, and it's so true.
It is. I read that and I was like, yep, I would never ever put diesel in my little petrol car. But will I eat, that questionable 3-day-old pizza? Maybe.
It's a logically sound, if slightly simplistic analogy. The core premise is about species-appropriate diets. The chapter points out that a lion instinctively goes for meat, a cow for grass. There's no confusion in the animal kingdom.
Exactly. And the book argues that we humans have that same instinct, but it's been buried under years and years of what it calls conditioning. We eat things because they're made to look and taste good, not because our bodies are actually asking for them.
Okay, so talk me through this instinct versus conditioning thing. How do we know what's instinct?
Well, the book gives this great visual. Imagine you're in an orchard. You see a ripe apple. Your instinct is probably to, pick it, eat it. Your mouth might even water. But now, imagine you see a chicken running across a field. Do you feel the urge to pounce on it and devour it raw?
Oh, that would be a hard no. Definitely not. I'd probably just think, hey, a chicken.
And that's the book's central point. The sensory cues that trigger a predatory response simply aren't there for us with live animals. Salivation at the sight of a live chicken isn't a typical human physiological response. However, the smell of that same chicken being barbecued, that's a different story.
Right! And that's the conditioning. We associate that smell with family, with good times. with delicious meals we've had our whole lives. It's a learned response, not a primal one. The book is very clear that if you see a dead animal on the road, you're not tempted to eat it. It's only after it's been cooked and seasoned and presented a certain way that it becomes appetizing.
But what about people who say, "No, I swear I see a cow and I think about a steak"? The book mentions them.
It does, and it labels that as deep, deep conditioning. It's confusing a learned appetite for a true biological instinct.
I'd argue the line is perhaps a bit blurrier than that. Our brains are magnificent at creating powerful, long-term associations. These learner responses can feel every bit as real and instinctive as a biological imperative. The outcome, however, remains the same. We are driven to consume foods that, according to the author, our bodies are not optimally designed to process.
The book takes it even further. It's a bit funny. It says we're eating dog food, lion food, and cow food. I was like, wait, what?
Yes, it's so direct. It says chicken is dog food, goats and cows are lion food, grains are bird food, and milk is calf food. And her point is that every animal thrives on the food meant for its anatomy. So when we eat this whole menagerie of foods not designed for us, is it any wonder we're getting sick?
From a biological standpoint, humans are classified as omnivores with anatomy that leans heavily towards frugivory and herbivory. Our long digestive tracts, our dull teeth, they're not the tools of a natural carnivore. While we can digest meat, the modern, industrialized scale of its consumption, along with highly refined grains and the milk of another species, that is a profound deviation from any historical dietary pattern.
And this all starts when we're kids, right? The chapter talks about how parents teach us what to eat before we can even think for ourselves.
It's a huge point. And the example of milk is just perfect. How many kids naturally love plain cow's milk? Very few. The book says they instinctively refuse it. So what do? We cajole them. We add chocolate, sugar, malt. We basically disguise it until they become accustomed and then addicted to it.
Wow, that really reframes the whole milk is good for you thing we grew up with. You know, speaking of learning and being conditioned, or perhaps getting the right kind of training to follow your true instincts, this is actually a perfect time to talk about our wonderful sponsor.
Oh, good one.
This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education, offering amazing, industry-focused programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, and a whole lot more. It's all about providing students with hands-on training from expert instructors to get them ready for careers in these super exciting fields. It kind of feels like, if you have a creative instinct, Mages helps you unlearn the noise and gives you the structured skills to really bring that instinct to life.
That's a great way to put it. You know, instead of just being conditioned by the games or movies you consume, you can actually learn to create them. I love that. If you're passionate about those fields, you should definitely check them out.
Indeed, it's about taking that raw, innate talent and applying a rigorous, practical framework to it, a very sound methodology. Listeners can visit their website at mages.edu.sg to learn more.
Absolutely, that's mages.edu.sg. A big thank you to them for their support. All right, back to the chapter. It gets a bit darker when it starts talking about where our food actually comes from now. Industrialized farming.
Yeah, it brings up that common saying from our grandparents. The food today doesn't taste like it used to. And the reason is, it's not the same food. It's grown with chemicals, pesticides. The book calls pesticides poisons that keep animals and insects away from the food so that we can eat them.
The scientific reality behind that is quite stark. Many common pesticides function as endocrine disruptors, which means they interfere with our hormonal systems. The link between endocrine disruption and metabolic diseases, including type 2 diabetes, is well documented. So we're not just eating less nutritious food, we're consuming substances that can actively trigger disease pathways.
There was a story in there about a farmer in India and something called the Cancer Express. That was chilling.
It's a really harrowing example. Punjab is called the grain bowl of India, and it has the highest use of pesticides. The result has been a terrifying spike in cancer cases, so much so that there's a train nicknamed the Cancer Express, that carries cancer patients to another state for affordable treatment. It just shows that this isn't some abstract health concept. It has devastating real-world consequences.
And it highlights the systemic nature of the problem. It's not just individual choice. It's agricultural policy, it's economics, it's a food system that prioritizes yield and shelf life over nutrient density and human health. The soil itself, as the book notes, becomes dead. A sterile medium dependent on chemical inputs rather than a living ecosystem.
So because the food itself has less flavor, we end up just adding flavor back in with sauces and seasonings. We're choosing the flavor, not the food.
That's it, exactly. We're drifting so far from what nature intended. But the good news is, the book ends on a hopeful note. It says we can get back in touch with our instincts and remember what real, delicious food tastes like.
A fantastic, if slightly terrifying, discussion. Okay, let's take a few questions from our listeners.
Let's do it!
First one is from Leo, who asks, if our instincts are for fruits and vegetables, why do our bodies crave high-calorie things like sugar and fat so intensely?
Oh, that's a great question, and the book addresses it directly. Our bodies are designed to crave and store high-calorie foods because, for most of human history, calories were scarce. So when you found a honeycomb or fatty nuts, your body said, "Yes, eat all of that. Store it for the winter." The problem is, now we live in a world of supermarkets where there's no scarcity. We get those high-calorie signals every single day, but they're stripped of the fiber that would naturally make us feel full.
It's an evolutionary mismatch. Our ancient biological hardware is running on modern software, so to speak. The craving is natural. The environment that enables its constant satisfaction is not.
Makes sense. Okay, next question is from Maya. The book says conditioning can be reversed. Is it really that simple? I've been eating this way my whole life.
A very practical question. Simple is not the word I would use. Possible is. From a neurological perspective, this is about neuroplasticity. The habits and associations you have are strong, well-trodden neural pathways. Reversing conditioning means consciously building new pathways. You create new positive associations with healthy foods. The old pathways don't disappear overnight, but they weaken from disuse. It takes effort and repetition, but the brain is remarkably adaptable.
All right, one last question from Ben. The chapter talks a lot about processed foods. Does that mean all processed foods are bad? What about things like frozen fruit or canned beans?
That's a really important clarification. I think when the book talks about processed foods, it's really targeting hyper-processed items where the food is fundamentally altered. Things like sugar refined from sugarcane, oil from seeds, white flour from whole wheat. Foods that are stripped of their natural fiber, water, and nutrients. Minimally processed foods, like frozen vegetables or canned beans, where the main ingredient is still whole and recognizable, are in a completely different category and can absolutely be part of a healthy diet.
Excellent. That really clears things up. Okay, before we wrap up, Ethan, could you give us the key takeaway? What's the one thing we should all remember from this chapter?
Certainly. The core message is to critically examine the why behind your food choices. Are you eating out of instinct or out of conditioning? The author posits that a return to a diet centered on whole, unprocessed plant foods, the foods we are instinctually drawn to in their natural state, is the most logical path away from chronic diseases like diabetes, which are artifacts of our modern industrialized food environment.
Eat based on instinct, not conditioning. I love it. Sarah, Ethan, thank you both for once again making my brain do mental gymnastics. This was fantastic.
Anytime, James.
A pleasure.
And to all of you listening, that's all the time we have for today. What book or topic should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all social media platforms at Penplexity or visit our website at penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome to Penplexity, the show where we get tangled up in the brilliant, baffling, and sometimes bonkers ideas found in books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm joined by the ever-insightful Sarah and the delightfully skeptical Dr. Ethan.
Hello, hello. So excited for today's chapter.
Greetings. Let's hope the logic holds up to scientific scrutiny today.
Oh, it's going to be a fun one. Today, we're diving into Chapter 8 of Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days by Nandita Shah. The chapter is called The Natural Diet for Human Beings, The Logic of Plant Foods and Whole Foods. So, basically, it's asking, are we just fancy monkeys who got it all wrong?
Hey, that's one way to put it. But yeah, the chapter's core argument is pretty straightforward. It says, hey, let's stop listening to marketing and tradition for a second and just look at our own bodies. Our anatomy, our physiology, it's all pointing in one direction. We're built to be herbivores.
Herbivores? Like, completely? But I've been told I'm an omnivore my whole life. I'm at the top of the food chain, Sarah. I have canines.
Do you, James? Do you really? The book makes a brilliant point here. Look at a lion's canines. They're sharp, they're long, they are designed for tearing flesh. Now look at ours. They're kinda stubby. We call them canines, but they're not exactly ripping into a zebra hide, are they? Our teeth are mostly flat molars, for grinding, just like a cow or a horse.
I'll concede, our dentition is certainly not that of an apex predator. From an evolutionary standpoint, our teeth are very much adapted for processing tough, fibrous plant matter. A carnivore's jaw only moves up and down, to clamp and tear. Ours moves side to side, to grind. It's a classic herbivore trait.
Side-to-side grinding. That's my specialty, especially with a bag of potato chips. But what about drinking? The book mentions drinking?
Yes, this one is so simple. It's kind of mind-blowing. Carnivores, like a cat or a dog, lap water up with their tongue. Herbivores, they sip. What do?
We sip. Oh my gosh, we sip. I've never once lapped my coffee. That's a weirdly compelling point.
It's an interesting correlation, though I'd caution against drawing a definitive conclusion from a single behavior. But the chapter's strongest argument, in my opinion, lies in our digestive system. It's biochemically and anatomically, just not built for meat.
Exactly. It starts right in our mouths. We have salivary enzymes to break down carbohydrates from plants. Carnivores don't. Their whole system is built around a vat of acid in their stomach to dissolve flesh, bones, everything. Our stomach acid is, well, it's kind of wimpy in comparison.
Which is why we get food poisoning so easily from undercooked meat, right? The book says a carnivore's stomach acid would just destroy all those germs.
Yep, and it's also why we get acidity. When we eat a huge steak, our stomach has to go into overdrive, producing extra acid to digest it. And the book points out something hilarious we all do. We instinctively add acid to help. Think about it. A burger with a Coke, a steak with red wine, a heavy Indian non-veg meal, often served in restaurants that also serve alcohol.
The observation about pairing high-protein meals with acidic beverages is quite astute. It's a cultural hack to deal with a biological mismatch. But the most damning piece of evidence is the length of our intestines.
Oh yeah, this part was wild. A carnivore's is super short, like 3 times their spine length, to get decaying meat out of the body fast.
And ours? It's 12 times our spine length, just like a classic herbivore. So when we eat meat, it has this long, slow journey through our system. And the book argues that's when toxins from the decaying flesh can be absorbed, potentially leading to things like colon cancer.
That is a very unpleasant visual, but it makes sense. After a big steak dinner, I feel heavy, groggy, I want a nap. But if I eat a giant fruit salad, I feel energized.
That's your body telling you something. One is easy to digest, the other is a massive, energy-draining project for your system.
The chapter also touches on sensory perception, which I find fascinating. Our trichromatic, or full-color vision, is rare in the animal kingdom. It's perfect for spotting ripe, colorful fruits and vegetables. A predator, on the other hand, often has vision optimized for detecting movement, not distinguishing between a red pepper and a green one.
And our sweet tooth. We're naturally drawn to sweet things, which in nature meant energy-rich fruits. The book argues nature didn't give us a sweet tooth to tempt us with donuts. It was to guide us to the best foods. We're the ones who've hijacked that instinct with refined sugar.
Speaking of hijacking instincts and being creative, this actually ties in perfectly with our sponsor. We are human, we are innovators, we see a problem, and we create a tool to solve it. Whether that's a spear to hunt an animal we can't naturally catch, or a computer to design the next blockbuster game. And if that creative spark is calling to you, you need to check out Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, absolutely. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and certificate programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, all the cool stuff.
They focus on hands-on training with expert instructors. It's about giving you the practical, career-oriented skills to actually break into these competitive fields. It's not just theory, it's application. Much like this book chapter argues for applying our biological blueprint.
Exactly. So if you're passionate about creating new worlds instead of just, figuring out what to eat in this one, visit their website. It's mages.edu.sg. Seriously, go have a look. mages.edu.sg.
Definitely check them out.
All right, so moving on from our creative but flawed dietary hacks, the book goes into the logic of whole foods. Sarah, what's the eat like a monkey rule?
I love this one. It's so simple. Basically, eat your food as whole as possible. Discard only the parts a monkey would. A monkey peels a banana, sure, but it doesn't peel an apple or a cucumber. It doesn't have a peeler. It also doesn't press peanuts to get oil or refine sugarcane into white crystals.
The science behind this is sound. When you refine a food, say wheat, into white flour, you strip out the bran and the germ. You're losing the vast majority of the fiber, vitamins, and minerals. The book has a chart showing that you lose like 90% of the fiber and over 50% of most nutrients. You're left with a nutrient-poor, calorie-dense starch.
And because there's no fiber, it's less filling. The book says 2 slices of whole wheat bread can fill you up as much as 4 slices of white bread. That's been my entire life. I can eat so much white bread.
And that's the point. It's better for the manufacturer's profit because you buy and eat more, but it's worse for you. You get more calories without the nutrients, and you're hungry again sooner. It's a trap.
A delicious, fluffy white trap. So we've covered a ton of ground here. I think it's time to take some questions from our listeners. Our first question comes from Leo in Toronto. He asks, "This is all interesting, but what about protein? It's been drilled into my head that we need meat for protein and to build muscle. Ethan, what's the scientific take on that?"
An excellent and common question. The idea that meat is the only viable source of high-quality protein is a pervasive myth. All protein originates in plants. Every single amino acid, the building blocks of protein, can be found in the plant kingdom. Animals are just the middlemen. A diet rich in lentils, beans, tofu, nuts, seeds, and even whole grains provides more than enough protein for human needs, including those of athletes.
So the cows get it from grass, and we can just get it from the plants directly. Got it. Okay, next question is from Priya in Mumbai. She says, "I love this concept, but is it really practical to eat this way in our modern busy lives? Peeling nothing, avoiding all sugar and oil. It sounds really hard, Sarah."
Priya, that is such a real concern, and the book acknowledges that. It even tells a story about a doctor who couldn't go all in at first and just cut out dairy and saw a huge improvement. It's not about being perfect overnight. It's about making small, sustainable changes. Maybe start with switching to whole wheat bread, or making one meal a day completely, whole food. It's a journey, not a light switch. The more you do it, the easier it gets, because your taste buds actually change and you start craving real food.
Great advice. Start small. Okay, one last question, and this one's a bit of a zinger. It's from Chloe in London. The chapter says to eat like a monkey, but many monkeys are omnivores. They eat insects, bugs, sometimes even small lizards. How does the book reconcile that? Ethan, this feels like it's right up your alley.
An astute observer. Chloe is correct. Many primates are opportunistic omnivores. However, the author's heuristic, the monkey rule, is less a strict zoological decree and more a practical guide for modern humans. The point is about process, not necessarily the exact menu of a capuchin. A monkey doesn't use a factory to refine its food. It eats the insect whole. It eats the fruit whole. The spirit of the rule is to avoid processed, fragmented food products and stick to foods in their natural, fiber-intact state. So while we may debate the insect eating, the core principle about avoiding refined oils, sugars, and flours holds.
Brilliant. That makes perfect sense. All right, before we wrap up, Sarah, can you give us the key takeaways? the big penplexity summary of this chapter.
For sure. 3 main things. 1. Your body is a herbivore's body. From your teeth and your saliva to the length of your intestines, you are biologically designed to thrive on plants. 2. Eat food whole. Remember the monkey rule. Refining foods strips them of nutrients and fiber, leading to overeating and poor health. And 3. What's good for a product's shelf life is rarely good for your own. Real, whole foods are your best medicine.
Love it. Clear and powerful. Well, that's all the time we have for today. What a chapter. It's definitely made me look at my own pantry with a little bit of suspicion. We want to know what you think we should talk about next. Drop us a line on our socials. We are at Penplexity everywhere, or on our website, penplexity.com. Thanks for listening. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get, well, perplexed by the written word in the best way possible. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the fantastic duo who make sense of my confusion. We have the ever-brilliant, super relatable Sarah.
Hey everyone! So excited to be here.
And the man who makes science sound like poetry, the witty Dr. Ethan.
A pleasure, as always, James. Though I'd argue poetry is just science with better line breaks.
Ha! I'll take that. All right, folks. Today we are diving into a chapter that is, let's just say it's spicy. It's Chapter 9, Nutrition Facts, from Dr. Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. And the opening line really sets the stage. It is amazing how when you change to a plant-based diet, all your friends and relatives become nutritionists. Sarah, I feel like you've lived this.
Oh, 100%. It's like you could be living on greasy takeaways and coffee, and no one says a word. But the second you mention you're eating more lentils, suddenly Uncle Barry is a certified dietitian worried about your protein intake.
Exactly. It's the first question, isn't it? The big one. But where do you get your protein? It's like this universal panic button.
It really is, and that's what this chapter just dismantles so beautifully. Dr. Shah calls it the great protein myth. We are obsessed, completely obsessed with protein. But if you ask people what it's for, they kind of mumble something about muscles. Thanks to gym culture, I guess.
And that's not entirely wrong, but it's a fraction of the story. Protein's primary role is as a building block. It's for growth and repair. The key words there being growth and repair.
Right! And the chapter has this mind-blowing comparison. It asks, when is our growth rate the absolute highest in our entire lives? It's the first year, right? A baby triples its birth weight. So that's when we need the most protein. And what's the perfect food for a human baby?
Human breast milk, I'm guessing.
Exactly. And get this. The chapter shows a chart. Human milk has one of the lowest percentages of protein compared to other mammals. Like 1.25 to 2.7%. A cow's milk is higher, around 3.3, and a cat's milk is a whopping 11%.
Whoa. So what you're saying is I shouldn't be drinking cat milk for my gains?
Probably not, unless you plan on being able to hunt mice in 9 months. The biology is elegant. An animal's milk composition is perfectly tuned to its growth rate. A kitten needs to grow incredibly fast. A calf, faster than a human, but a human grows to full size in 18 years. Our protein needs are comparatively very low after that first year. We just stop growing.
And the book points out that if we got just 5% of our calories from protein, it's more than double what we actually need. Even a diet of just fruit juice has about the same protein percentage as human milk. So the idea you'd be deficient on a diet of beans, lentils, and greens is, well, it's just not based in reality.
So the real problem isn't getting enough, it's getting too much?
Precisely. The author mentions that protein deficiency, or kwashiorkor, really only exists in cases of starvation. But the diseases of excess protein? Oh, they're everywhere. Osteoporosis, kidney disease, gout, even cancer. The body can't store excess protein. It has to convert it to energy, which is inefficient, or get rid of it, which puts a huge strain on the kidneys.
Yeah, and think about how you feel after a huge steak or a big cheese pizza. Drowsy, right? That's your body diverting all its energy to digest something it finds really difficult. It's not our natural food.
Okay, my mind is already a little blown. But that brings us to the next big question my nutritionist relatives ask. What about your bones? You need milk for calcium? The Got Milk campaign was basically my childhood wallpaper.
Oh yeah, the dairy lobby is powerful. But again, the book just drops a truth bomb. It cites studies, like one from Harvard, showing that women whose main source of calcium was dairy actually had a higher risk of hip fractures.
Wait, say that again? More milk? More fractures? That makes absolutely no sense.
It does when you understand the mechanism. It's the protein again. Animal products are highly acidic. The body's pH is tightly regulated. It needs to stay slightly alkaline. To neutralize that acid from the meat and dairy, the body pulls alkaline minerals from wherever it can. And its biggest reserve of alkaline minerals is the calcium and magnesium in your bones.
So you drink the milk for calcium. But the acidic animal protein it's packaged with makes your body leach even more calcium from your bones to compensate. It's a net loss. And then that excess calcium being flushed out can form kidney stones. It's a cascade of problems.
This is paradigm-shifting stuff. So where should we be getting calcium?
Plants! The same place the cow gets it from to put it in her milk in the first place. The book has another great chart. Sesame seeds. You ready for this? 1,160 milligrams of calcium per 100 grams. Cow's milk is 120. Green leafy vegetables are loaded with it.
So all this time, I thought I was building my future, but I was actually just building a potential kidney stone. Incredible. It seems like knowing the right building blocks is crucial for everything, whether it's your body or your career. And speaking of building amazing things, we have to give a huge thank you to this episode's sponsor, Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, and more. They're all about providing hands-on training and expert instructors to prepare students for real careers in these super exciting fields.
That sounds amazing. It's like what we're talking about, right? Instead of just consuming the myths, this chapter gives you the foundational knowledge to build your own health. Mages gives you the foundational skills to build whole new worlds.
It's a perfect analogy. A solid, practical education is everything. It's about understanding the core principles so you can create something real and sustainable, be it a healthy body or a career in game design. If you're passionate about those industries, definitely check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg.
That's mages.edu.sg. Do go check them out. Now, there was another piece to this calcium puzzle. You can eat all the sesame seeds you want, but you need something else to actually use it, right?
Yes, vitamin D. The sunshine vitamin. It's crucial for calcium absorption, and the book highlights why this is such a modern problem. We live indoors, we wear sunscreen, we live in cities with smog blocking the sun. Our ancestors, who were outside all day, never had this issue.
And it's not just for bones. The author notes that low vitamin D is linked to high blood sugar, high blood pressure, depression. It's actually a hormone, and it's vital. This is one of the few cases where, because of our modern lifestyles, supplementation is often necessary. You can't get it if you're not in the sun.
Okay, so let's talk about the final boss of vegan nutrition questions, the one everyone saves for last. Vitamin B12.
Ah yes, B12. The thing is, the book makes it clear B12 isn't made by plants or animals. It's made by bacteria. In a natural world, we'd get it from river water or on unwashed veggies straight from the farm. But now, our water is chlorinated, our produce is washed and sometimes irradiated. We have a germ phobia.
And what's really fascinating is that the book states many non-vegetarians are also deficient. High-protein diets create a highly acidic stomach, which can damage the stomach lining and destroy the intrinsic factor needed to absorb B12. So even if they're eating B12-rich foods, they can't absorb it and end up needing injections.
Exactly. So it's not a vegan diet problem, it's a modern world problem. And because a long-term deficiency can cause serious, irreversible nerve damage, this is the other supplement, along with vitamin D, that Dr. Shah says is essential to monitor and likely take.
This has been so enlightening. All right, let's grab a few questions from our listeners. First one is from Mark in Ohio. He asks, I'm a bodybuilder. Can I really build muscle without whey protein and chicken?
Mark, that's a great question. Think about some of the strongest animals on the planet. Gorillas, elephants, horses. What do they eat? Plants. Muscle isn't built just from protein intake. It's built from resistance training and sufficient calories. A diet rich in beans, lentils, and whole grains provides more than enough protein for muscle repair and growth, and it comes with fiber and phytonutrients, not artery-clogging fat and cholesterol.
Excellent. Okay, next question is from Brenda. My doctor just diagnosed me with osteopenia and told me to drink more milk and take calcium pills. After this, I'm confused. What should I do, Sarah?
Brenda, that's a tough spot to be in. And of course, we can't give medical advice. But the information in this chapter is powerful. It suggests that the focus should maybe be on preventing calcium loss by reducing acidic foods like dairy and meat, and ensuring your vitamin D levels are optimal so you can absorb the calcium you get from plant sources like leafy greens and seeds. Maybe it's worth having a conversation with your doctor about these studies. Knowledge is power.
Great advice. And a final, very desperate-sounding question from, well, it's just signed, a coffee lover. They ask, so, no coffee? Ever again? Please tell me there's hope.
Ha! I feel this question in my soul. Look, the book lists coffee as an acidic food. And when you're trying to heal your body and reverse a disease, the goal is to reduce that acid load as much as possible. It's about understanding its effect. Switching to a whole food, plant-based diet often reduces the cravings for these things naturally, because your body isn't desperate to digest a heavy, fatty meal. You just don't need it in the same way.
A diplomatic and hopeful answer. I love it. Okay, this has been an incredible deep dive. Ethan, could you try to summarize the biggest takeaways from this chapter for us?
Certainly. I think there are 4 main points. 1, the great protein and calcium myths are largely constructs of industry advertising. We need far less protein than we're told, and animal-based sources come with significant downsides. 2, osteoporosis seems to be a disease of calcium loss from an acidic diet, not a lack of calcium intake. 3, a whole food plant-based diet naturally provides the right balance of alkaline-forming foods, fiber, and nutrients. And finally, 4, due to our modern, sanitized lifestyles, supplementing with vitamin D and B12 is a wise and necessary adaptation, not a flaw in the diet itself.
Perfectly put. Thank you both so much for breaking that all down. It really changes how you look at your plate. And to our listeners, thank you for tuning in. What book or topic should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get, well, perplexed by the written word. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm joined by the dynamic duo of deep divers. We have the wonderfully relatable Sarah.
Hey everyone! So ready to get into it today.
And who can find a scientific principle in a cheese sandwich, the one and only Ethan.
A cheese sandwich is a fascinating microcosm of biochemistry, James. Glad to be here.
Of course it is. Okay, so today we are tackling a chapter that, I'm not gonna lie, might shake some foundations. It's from Dr. Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days, and we're diving headfirst into Chapter 10, which is simply titled, Dairy.
Oh boy. The sacred cow, literally.
Exactly. This chapter pulls no punches. Sarah, you were really struck by the opening argument, right? The whole thing about vegetarians.
Yeah, totally. It's such a powerful point. The book says in India, vegetarians get the same diseases as non-vegetarians. Diabetes, heart disease, all of it. And you're like, how? But then she explains that what vegetarians avoid in meat, they often more than make up for, with concentrated dairy like paneer, cheese, ice cream.
And compositionally, it tracks. If you look at cheese and you look at meat, what do you see? High protein, high fat, zero fiber. From your body's perspective, especially concerning insulin response and inflammation, the biochemical hit can be remarkably similar. It's not about the source animal so much as the macronutrient profile.
So my belief that a giant block of paneer tikka is a health food is a lie? My whole life is a lie.
Basically, and the book says the reason it's such a blind spot for us is conditioning. It's one of the first things we're ever fed. We don't even have the capacity to question it when it's introduced. It's just normal.
It's a fascinating anomaly, biologically speaking. The chapter nails it with the nature's argument. No other animal in nature drinks the milk of another species, especially not into adulthood. Cow's milk is specifically formulated to rapidly grow a calf into a several hundred-pound cow. The levels of growth hormones, proteins, and fats are tailored for that specific purpose, not for a human's lifelong consumption.
Okay, that's a really solid point. But Ethan, my morning coffee. Sarah, the joy of a cheesy pizza. The book has an answer for that too, doesn't it? It's not just that we like it.
Oh, it has an answer. And it's a bit of a bombshell. The book talks about casomorphins, KC. They're protein fragments from the casein in milk, and they have an opioid-like effect. It's nature's way of making sure the calf is literally addicted to its mother's milk to survive.
And we are not immune to that effect. Cheese is just a concentrated delivery system for casein, and therefore casomorphins. So James, your craving isn't just a simple preference. It's a biochemical hook. The author compares it to smoking, where even one little exception can reactivate the entire addiction pathway.
Wow. Okay, so I'm not weak. I'm just a milk addict. I can work with that. But the chapter gets a lot darker, doesn't it? Beyond just our health and our addictions.
It really, really does. It goes deep into the modern dairy industry. The cows being artificially inseminated over and over, their calves being taken away almost immediately. I mean, the image of a mother cow crying and running after the truck, taking her calf away, that's tough to read.
It's brutal.
And they live these short, painful lives, pumped with hormones like oxytocin to produce more milk, only to be slaughtered at 6 years old when their natural lifespan is over 20. It connects the dairy industry directly to the leather and beef industries, which a lot of people just don't think about.
And the ecological side is just as grim. The book calls it an ecological disaster. Z. India has the largest cattle population in the world. Think about the resources for that. The water, the land to grow fodder, the deforestation. And then there's the methane. Livestock are one of the single largest contributors to greenhouse gases. The entire system is profoundly inefficient and destructive.
Okay, so it's bad for us, it's cruel to the animals, and it's destroying the planet. Is there anything else? Because I feel like that's enough. But the book wasn't done, was it?
Nope. It gets, graphic. It talks about what's actually in the milk besides, milk. It mentions pus from udder infections called mastitis, which are super common because of the mechanical pumping and unhygienic conditions.
Which leads to the next contaminant, antibiotics. The feed is loaded with them to keep the mastitis under control. The book quotes that 70 to 80% of all antibiotics produced globally are fed to animals for food. This is a primary driver of antibiotic resistance in humans, which is a terrifying public health crisis.
Okay, I'm convinced. My fridge is getting a dairy-free makeover. But the book then does this great Q&A section, anticipating all our what-ifs. Like, if bid, what about fancy organic milk? That's got to be fine, right?
You'd think so, but the book says no. It might not have the pesticides and antibiotics, but it still has the cholesterol, the high fat content, and the natural cow hormones that can disrupt our own systems and trigger diabetes. The fundamental problem with the milk itself doesn't go away.
All right, that makes sense. This whole process of unlearning what we think is true and designing a new way of living, it reminds me of our fantastic sponsor for today's episode. We're talking about Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education, offering these amazing industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, and so much more. They're all about giving students hands-on training from expert instructors and plugging them right into the industry. If you've got a passion for these fields and you're looking for a practical, career-oriented education to break in or level up, you have to check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg.
That is so cool. It feels really connected to our topic, actually. It's about unlearning old assumptions and actively creating something new and amazing, whether that's your diet or, a whole new world in a video game.
I like the emphasis on practical application. It's the difference between just reading that dairy is problematic and the book actually giving you recipes for plant-based alternatives. Mages provides that applied skill set for the creative industries. It's not just theory, it's building the thing. We absolutely encourage you to go visit their site.
That's mages.edu.sg. A huge thank you to Mages Institute for their support. And we are back, and we've got some great questions from our listeners. First up, from TLover82, who asks, okay, I get it, but what about just a tiny bit of milk in my tea? The book mentions this. Is it really that bad? Sarah, what's the verdict?
The book is pretty clear on this one. It's like having just one cigarette. That little bit keeps the addiction pathway alive in your brain, making it so much harder to resist a biscuit here or a piece of cake there. To get the full health benefits and truly break the cycle, you have to go all in. No exceptions.
Tough love from Dr. Shah. Okay, next question is from Curd Conundrum, Mas. They write, the chapter mentions curd has probiotics. My doctor told me to eat yogurt for gut health. Who do I believe? Ethan, this sounds like one for you.
It's a great question that highlights the problem with nutritional reductionism. Yes, curd contains probiotics, but it also contains all the other components of milk we've discussed. The hormones, the fat, the potential pus, and the casein. The book's argument is that unless your gut flora has been specifically compromised, you probably don't need supplemental probiotics. And the potential harm from the total dairy package far outweighs the benefit of that one isolated component, especially for someone trying to reverse a chronic illness.
It's about the whole picture, not just one ingredient. Got it. Okay, last question is from Machen Spiritual Seeker, Israel. I'm a Jain, and the book mentions Jainism, but dairy, especially ghee, is so central to our rituals and daily life. How do you reconcile modern practice with what the ancient texts might have said?
This is such an important and sensitive point. The book touches on this by saying that the ancient Jain Shastras actually considered dairy products, vigai, foods that adversely affect the mind and body. It suggests that modern practice has drifted from those original principles, likely due to the same cultural conditioning we've all been subject to. It's not about passing judgment, but about inviting a re-examination of those foundational values of compassion and non-harm in light of what we now know about the dairy industry.
Wow, that's a powerful thought. This has been an eye-opening chapter, to say the least. Before we wrap up, could one of you give us the lightning round summary? The absolute key takeaways.
I can do that. 1. Biologically, adult humans are not designed to consume another species, milk. 2. The modern dairy industry has immense ethical and environmental costs. 3. Milk contains components, from hormones and fat to pus and antibiotics, linked to numerous health problems, particularly diabetes. And 4. The addiction, driven by casomorphins, is real. Quitting requires a conscious, all-or-nothing decision. But the book promises that the health benefits can be both rapid and profound.
Boom! There you have it. A huge thank you to the ever-insightful Sarah and Ethan for breaking this down with me.
Anytime, James.
My pleasure.
And to all of you listening, we want to hear from you. What book or topic should Penplexity get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the social media platforms at Penplexity and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious and keep questioning. Hello and welcome to Penplexity, the podcast where we get way too deep into books and hopefully come out a little smarter. I'm your host, James, and with me, as always, are the ever-brilliant Sarah and our resident scientist, the man who thinks in footnotes, Ethan.
Hello, happy to be here.
Greetings, fellow perplexers.
All right, team. Today we are tackling Chapter 11 of Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. And the chapter title is, well, it's pretty direct. Meat, fish, chicken, eggs. This one does not pull any punches.
No, it really doesn't. It kicks off with this idea of conditioning, which I found super interesting. You know how we're just taught from a young age that we're omnivores? That eating animals is just what we do. It's culture.
Oh, 100%. My entire childhood identity was built on being the kid who could eat the most hot dogs at the family barbecue. It's just normal.
Well, normal is a sociologically fascinating term. The chapter makes a strong point that our dietary habits are less a product of pure biological imperative and more a deeply ingrained cultural script. We eat what we're told is food, and that script is a powerful one to rewrite.
Okay, so let's get into the main argument for the book's purpose, reversing diabetes. Sarah, what are the big health red flags the chapter raises with animal products?
Okay, so it lays out a few really key points. The first one is fat. It says animal products are full of it, and you can't really trim it away because it's, like, in every single cell. And this fat is one of the main drivers of diabetes.
And to add a layer to that, the book is alluding to what's known as intramyocellular lipids. It's fat that gets stored inside our muscle cells where it doesn't belong. This can directly interfere with the insulin signaling pathway, which is the very mechanism of insulin resistance. So it's not just fat in a general sense. It's about where that fat ends up in the body.
Whoa, okay. Fat inside your muscles. That sounds unpleasant. What else?
Cholesterol, which is a huge deal, because diabetes and heart disease are like best friends, unfortunately. The book points out that doctors often prescribe cholesterol-lowering meds. But, get this, those same meds can raise your blood sugar levels, which works directly against reversing diabetes.
Wait, what? So you take a pill for the heart problem that makes the sugar problem worse? That's a terrible loop.
It's a known potential side effect of statins, yes. It creates a pharmacological catch-22 for patients with metabolic syndrome. Then the chapter also notes the complete lack of fiber in animal products, which is crucial for, well, everything. Detox, blood flow, gut health.
Exactly. And no antioxidants, no phytonutrients, all the stuff plants are famous for, that helps with healing. Instead, the book says they're acidic and can even create temptation for other addictive things like coffee or alcohol. It's a whole cascade.
Okay, so the health case is pretty damning from the book's perspective. But then it pivots. It says, look, we all know smoking is bad for us, but people do it because it's pleasurable. And then it dives into the pain side of the equation, the animal side.
Yeah, this is where it gets really, really heavy. The author shares her own story, that she gave up dairy not for her health, but because she learned about the suffering of cows and calves. The health benefits she got, losing weight, no more colds, skin issues vanishing, were a complete surprise to her, an accidental reward for an ethical choice.
And the stories about the animals are intense. Let's talk about the chickens.
Ugh, the chickens. It's heartbreaking. So there are two kinds, broilers for meat and egg layers. The broilers are bred to grow freakishly fast. They reach full size in just 6 weeks. Their little bodies can't handle it. Their breasts are so heavy they can barely walk. The book says if they lived any longer, they'd likely die of a heart attack.
6 weeks. That's less than a summer vacation. That is just wild.
It's a textbook example of selective breeding for maximum yield at the cost of animal welfare. Physiologically, these are profoundly sick animals. The chapter then poses a crucial question. What are the health implications of consuming the flesh of an animal that lived its entire short life in a state of disease and stress?
And then there's the egg layers. This was the part that really got me. The male chicks, since they can't lay eggs, they're considered useless to the industry. So right after they're born, they are ground up alive and fed back to their sisters.
Oh my God. Seriously, I have no words for that.
Yeah. And the females are packed 5 to a tiny wire cage. They never see the sun. And they're bred to lay about 250 eggs a year, which is 10 times what's natural. It just depletes their bodies of calcium until their bones are brittle.
It transforms a living being into a mere biological machine, optimized for a single output until it breaks down. The chapter is very effective at de-abstracting the chicken or egg on our plate and reconnecting it to the life, or lack thereof, that it came from.
Wow. Okay. This is a lot to process. Let's just pause for a second here. Speaking of processing new information and creatively designing entirely new systems, this episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education, offering amazing diploma and certificate programs in things like game design, game art, and concept art. They're all about hands-on training from expert instructors to get you ready for a real career in these super exciting fields.
That sounds incredible. I mean, if you're passionate about creating new worlds and telling stories, what a perfect place to learn. You should absolutely check them out.
Indeed, a practical, career-oriented education in a growing industry is a wise investment. The website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g.
All right, we're back. And as if the health and ethical arguments weren't enough, the chapter then hits us with a third whammy, the environment.
Oh yeah. The numbers are staggering. Like, to produce 1 kilogram of beef, the book says it can take up to 100,000 liters of water. For potatoes, it's 500 liters. The difference is just mind-boggling.
This is the concept of a virtual water footprint. It's not merely the water the animal drinks, but the entire hydrological cost of its existence, growing its feed, sanitation, processing. The book also points out that livestock produce more greenhouse gases than all forms of transportation combined. That's from a joint report by the World Health Organization and the FAO.
More than all the cars, planes, and ships in the world? How is that even possible?
Methane. Ruminant animals like cows produce enormous quantities of methane, a greenhouse gas that's significantly more potent than carbon dioxide in the short term, plus deforestation for grazing land, plus the energy-intensive process of the entire supply chain. It adds up very, very quickly.
It's like every time you think you've grasped the scale of it, there's another, bigger layer. Okay, let's take a few questions from our listeners. First one is from Alex, who asks, isn't it extreme to cut out all animal products? What about just eating less in moderation, Sarah?
That's such a common and fair question. I think from this specific book standpoint, because its goal is reversing a disease, the approach is therapeutic. It's about completely removing the foods it identifies as problematic to give the body the absolute best chance to heal itself. So, in that context, it's less about moderation and more about elimination for a specific, powerful outcome.
That makes sense. Okay, next up, Priya asks, you mentioned the pollution in fish. With all the mercury in plastics, is any fish truly safe to eat? Ethan, that feels like one for you.
An excellent and complex ecological question. From a toxicological standpoint, smaller fish that are lower on the food chain, think sardines or anchovies, tend to have lower concentrations of toxins due to a process called bioaccumulation. However, the book's overarching argument would still stand. With microplastics and chemical runoff polluting every corner of the ocean, no source is pristine. And that's before you even consider the issues of overfishing, bycatch, and the suffering of the fish themselves, who, the chapter reminds us, are sentient beings that feel pain.
Right. It's a multifaceted problem. Okay, last question is from Ben. He says, this is all so overwhelming. What's the one first step someone can take so they don't just give up?
I love that question because it's so real. And I think the answer is don't try to do everything at once. Remember the author's story? Her journey started with just giving up dairy. Maybe for someone listening, it's trying meatless Mondays. Or maybe it's just swapping the milk in your coffee for oat milk. Just pick one small, manageable thing. Small changes build momentum and make the bigger changes feel possible.
Fantastic advice. Okay, before we wrap up, Sarah, can you try and summarize the key takeaways from this massive, massive chapter for us?
You bet. I'd say there are 3 core pillars. First, for your health, especially for reversing diabetes, the book argues that animal products are a problem because of fat, cholesterol, and their lack of healing nutrients like fiber. Second, the ethical pillar. The industrial system we use to raise these animals is filled with immense, almost unimaginable suffering that we are completely disconnected from. And third, the environmental pillar. Raising animals for food has a catastrophic impact on our planet's resources, our water, our land, our air, and our climate. The big takeaway is that what we eat isn't just a personal choice. It's a choice with huge health, ethical, and global consequences.
Perfectly said. A powerful chapter and a powerful conversation. Thank you both so much. So what should we perplex about next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. We'll see you next time. Hello and welcome back to Penplexity, the show where we get tangled up in the brilliant and sometimes baffling world of books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm joined by the fantastic duo who help us unravel it all. We have the ever-insightful Sarah.
Hey everyone! So excited for today's topic.
And the man who makes my brain do intellectual backflips, our resident scientist, Ethan.
A pleasure. I've been looking forward to dissecting this one. It's provocative.
Provocative is the word. Today we are diving headfirst into a chapter that might just change how you look at your kitchen pantry forever. It's Chapter 12, Oil, Ghee, and Other Fats, from Dr. Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. And let me tell you, this chapter does not pull any punches.
Oh, it really doesn't. Right from the first sentence, it basically throws down the gauntlet. The book argues that the main cause of type 2 diabetes, along with dairy, is fat, specifically fat without fiber. So we're talking oil, ghee, butter, all the stuff we cook with.
Okay, so my brain immediately goes, all right, so I'll just use less oil. But the book is like, nope, wrong answer, right?
Exactly. The analogy she uses is just so powerful. She says when your house is on fire, you don't add even a teaspoon of fuel. Diabetes, according to the chapter, is that house on fire. It's the result of years of eating the wrong way. And to reverse it, you have to completely remove the cause. Not just, cut back a little.
And that's where the science gets interesting. The core mechanism proposed here is that fat accumulates inside our muscle cells. This is what causes insulin resistance. Think of it like a key trying to fit into a lock that's already gummed up with something else. The insulin is the key, the cell is the lock, and the fat is the gum. The key just can't work properly.
Gum in the lock? I like that. That makes sense. But, come on, what about the good fats? My extra virgin olive oil that I paid a fortune for, the Mediterranean diet. Aren't we supposed to be drizzling that on everything?
The olive oil myth. The chapter calls that out as brilliant marketing. The reality was that people in the Mediterranean region had fewer heart attacks because their diet was traditionally much more plant-centered overall. They ate tons of vegetables, fruits, and legumes. The oil was just part of it. But now, as their diets have become more westernized, with more meat and more oil, their heart attack rates have gone right up. All fats are 9 calories per gram. The oil itself wasn't the magic bullet.
And there's another physical property to consider, which the chapter highlights: blood viscosity. Every time you eat free fats without fiber to slow their absorption, they enter the bloodstream quickly and, essentially, make your blood thicker, more sludgy.
Sludgy? My blood is sludgy? That sounds deeply unpleasant. So what does sludgy blood do?
Well, from a fluid dynamics perspective, a more viscous fluid doesn't flow as easily through small pipes, in this case, our capillaries. This reduced blood flow means fewer nutrients and less oxygen can get to places like the pancreas, which hinders its ability to heal. It also injures the artery walls themselves.
Right, and this is wild. The book says, when the artery walls get injured by this sludgy blood, the body tries to patch them up. And what does it use for a bandage? Cholesterol. Over time, these cholesterol bandages build up, the arteries get narrower, and boom, high blood pressure, because the heart has to pump harder to push the blood through.
Okay, so wait. This leads to something that completely scrambled my brain. The book says if you stop eating all this fat, your cholesterol levels on a blood test might actually go up? How is that even possible?
I know. It sounds backwards. The book has this great analogy. Imagine your kitchen sink pipe is clogged with grease. The water flowing through might test clean, right? But then if you pour a solvent down there to dissolve all that gunk, the water you test afterwards will be full of grease as it's being flushed out. Your body is the same. When you stop adding new fat, your blood gets thinner and starts dissolving the old cholesterol plaques off your artery walls. That dissolved cholesterol shows up in your blood test on its way out of the body.
Which is why the author argues that your blood pressure is a far better indicator of what's happening. If your blood pressure starts dropping after changing your diet, that's the real sign you're on the right track, because it means your heart doesn't have to work as hard. The pipes are clearing out. It's a fascinating, albeit counterintuitive, perspective.
My mind is officially blown. This is all about learning a totally new way to think about food and health. It's about getting the right education and skills to make a real change. Which, funnily enough, reminds me of our fantastic sponsor for this episode. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education, offering these incredible industry-focused programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, all the cool stuff. They're all about giving students hands-on training and expert instruction to prepare them for awesome careers. So if you've ever dreamed of creating new worlds or characters, this could be your path.
That sounds amazing. It's kind of the same principle, right? You need to learn the right techniques, whether you're trying to design a game or redesign your diet. A practical education is everything. Listeners should definitely check them out.
I agree. Knowledge is power. If you're passionate about those fields, getting the right training from a place with strong industry connections is critical. Their website is mages.edu.sg. Go have a look.
Perfect, mages.edu.sg. Go build something amazing. Okay, we've got a flood of questions coming in about this chapter, so let's get to a few. First one is from Alex, who asks, but don't we need oil for our joints? I have arthritis, and I've always been told it helps lubricate them. Sarah?
That's such a common belief. The book turns this on its head by asking, well, most people with joint pain have been eating fat their whole lives, so why did they get the problem in the first place if fat was the solution? The chapter argues what our joints really need is an excellent blood supply to bring nutrients and carry away waste. And as we just discussed, free fats actually thicken the blood and reduce that supply. The book points out that horses and other super agile animals have perfectly fine joints without ever eating a drop of oil.
Good point. Okay, next question is from Priya. What about omega-3s? My doctor told me to take fish oil. Does this book say that's wrong? Ethan, this feels like one for you.
A great question. The chapter addresses this directly. The core issue is the balance between omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids. Modern diets, full of refined oils and animal products, are incredibly high in omega-6, which creates a relative deficiency of omega-3. The book's central claim is that omega-3s are only made by plants. Fish are high in them because they eat algae and other marine plants. We can just skip the middleman, or in this case, the middle fish. A whole food, plant-based diet, rich in things like leafy greens, walnuts, and flax seeds, provides all the omega-3s you need and naturally restores that crucial balance.
Skip the middle fish. I love that. Okay, one last question from Mike. He says, this sounds incredibly extreme. Do I really have to give up oil forever and ever? Sarah, what's the practical take?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? The book makes a really important distinction between A, reversal diet, and A, maintenance diet. To reverse a serious condition, like the house on fire, you have to be strict. Eliminate the fuel. The author suggests a 30-day trial. Do it 100%. Get blood tests before and after, and see the results for yourself. Once your health is restored, and you're in maintenance mode, a small indulgence here and there, like a good quality organic, cold-pressed oil for a special salad dressing, is acceptable. The goal isn't lifelong perfection, it's healing first, then finding a sustainable balance.
That feels much more achievable. Wow. What a chapter. Okay, before we wrap this up, Sarah, could you give us the lightning round summary? What are the absolute key takeaways?
Absolutely. Okay, 3 big things. 1. The primary cause of insulin resistance, according to this book, is the accumulation of fat inside your muscle cells. 2. Free fats, like oil and ghee, thicken your blood, which raises blood pressure and slows down your body's natural healing processes by reducing circulation. And 3. You don't need any external oil. You get all the healthy fats your body needs from whole plant foods, just like every other animal on the planet.
Brilliant. Simple, powerful, and definitely paradigm shifting. Thank you both so much for breaking that down. And thank you to everyone for listening. What book or topic should Penplexity get tangled up in next? Let us know. You can find us on all social media at Penplexity or at our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading and keep questioning. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Farewell.
Hello and welcome to Penplexity, the podcast that gets tangled up in the best parts of a good book. I'm your host, James, and today we are diving headfirst into a topic that is, well, it's everywhere. We're talking about Chapter 13, Sugar, from Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. And to help me unpack this sticky subject, I've got my two favorite people. The always insightful and wonderfully relatable Sarah.
Hey, James. So excited to get into this one. It's a doozy.
It really is. And, of course, the man who can probably tell us the chemical formula for a cupcake off the top of his head, the brilliant Ethan.
C12H22011 for the sucrose, but the rest is a deliciously complex matrix of starches and lipids. Happy to be here, James?
See? I knew it. Okay, so let's jump right in. The chapter opens with a pretty bold claim, Sarah. It says sugar is not a food, but an addictive chemical. That feels extreme.
It sounds extreme, but she backs it up with this incredible story. The author, Nandita Shah, talks about buying a 1-kilo bag of sugar when she first moved into a new home. She didn't even eat it herself. It was just for guests. And that bag, it sat on her shelf for 10 years. 10! Until she moved out. It never changed, never spoiled. I mean, what kind of food does that? My bananas last about 3 days if I'm lucky.
Well, from a purely scientific perspective, she's not wrong. Sucrose is an incredibly stable disaccharide. It's crystalline, has very low water activity, which means microorganisms can't grow on it, so it acts as its own preservative. In that sense, it behaves much more like a pure chemical you'd find in a lab than, say, an apple that begins to decompose the moment you pick it.
A chemical in my pantry, that's a bit unsettling. And the book claims that 73% of packaged foods contain sugar. How is that even possible? I mean, I checked the labels on sweet things, but 73%?
Oh, that's the really sneaky part. It's all hidden. The book points out that the food industry uses all these different names for it. High fructose corn syrup, dextrose, maltose, rice syrup. The list goes on. So when you read the ingredients, you don't see sugar as the #1 ingredient. You see flour, and then maybe water, and then you'll see like 3 or 4 of these other sugary things sprinkled down the list. It's a trick.
It's a practice known as ingredient splitting. It's a clever way to manipulate the ingredient hierarchy on a label. If they used only one type of sugar, its weight would likely place it at the very top of the list. By using several different types, they can distribute that weight, making the product appear less sugary than it actually is. It's efficient food design, if you want to be generous.
Efficiently deceptive, you mean? So, okay, it's everywhere, it's hidden, but why is it so bad? The book has this huge list of negative effects. It destroys digestive enzymes, robs the body of nutrients, causes hyperactivity. Is it really this massive villain?
According to the chapter, yes, absolutely. It's not just about empty calories. It says sugar is acid-yielding in the body, which leads to calcium being leached from your bones to neutralize it. That can cause things like osteoporosis and cavities. And then there's the addiction piece. It causes a dopamine release in your brain, the same way drugs do. That's why you get cravings. It's a real, physical response.
And the robbing the body of nutrients point is quite literal. To metabolize refined sugar, which is pure energy, with 0 vitamins or minerals, your body has to draw on its own stores of B-complex vitamins and minerals like chromium and zinc. So every time you consume it, you're creating a net nutrient deficit. You're spending your nutritional savings to process something that gives you nothing back but calories.
That's a fantastic way to put it. You're spending your savings. It really reframes it. You know, this idea of clever, almost manipulative design, it makes me think about design in a positive way. And speaking of incredible design, let's take a quick moment to thank our amazing sponsor. When you think about the creativity and technical skill it takes to design food that hooks us, imagine applying that same passion to creating entire worlds, characters, and experiences in video games. That's where the Mages Institute in Singapore comes in.
Oh, that is such a cool transition, James.
Right? Mages Institute is a leading school for creative media, offering these super hands-on diploma and certificate programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, and more. They're all about giving students practical, industry-focused training to build real careers.
That is so awesome. If you have that creative spark, you need a place that shows you how to turn it into a job, not just a hobby. I think that's amazing. Listeners should definitely check them out.
Indeed. The intersection of art and technology is where so much innovation happens. A structured environment that fosters those skills is invaluable. If this piques your interest, their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.e-g.s-g.
Perfect. Check them out. All right, let's get back to it. The part of this chapter that broke my brain a little bit was the fruit part. Okay, so sugar is evil. But then the book says, diabetics can eat all the mangoes, bananas, and grapes they want. Sarah, explain this. It feels like a paradox.
It's not a paradox. It's just packaging. It all comes down to fiber. When you eat a whole piece of fruit, the sugar is trapped in this fibrous matrix. Your body has to work to break that down, so the sugar is released slowly, steadily into your bloodstream. It's like a time-release energy capsule. But if you take that same fruit and juice it, you throw away all the fiber, and you're basically just drinking sugar water. It hits your system all at once.
Exactly. Sarah's right. It's the delivery system. The fiber acts as a buffer. This is why a whole orange has a much lower glycemic impact than a glass of orange juice. That massive, sudden spike from refined sugar or juice is what triggers a huge insulin release from the pancreas. The insulin shoves all that sugar into your cells, causing your blood sugar to crash just as quickly, which then makes you feel hungry and crave more sugar. The book calls it a vicious cycle, and that's precisely what it is.
So the fiber is like the responsible parent supervising the sugary child. Got it. But what about the other get-out-of-jail-free cards? Artificial sweeteners. Stevia, aspartame. Surely those are fine?
Nope, the book is super clear on this. It says none of them are recommended. Not even the natural ones like stevia or maple syrup. Because the problem isn't just the calories, it's the addiction to the taste of sweetness. As long as you keep feeding your brain that intense sweet flavor, you'll never reset your taste buds. You'll never get to the point where you can appreciate the subtle, natural sweetness of, like, a carrot or a sweet pea.
There's also a neurological dissonance that can occur. Your tongue tastes something intensely sweet and sends a signal to your brain saying, "Get ready. A massive wave of calories is incoming." The brain then preps the body's metabolic machinery. When those calories never arrive, it can, over time, disrupt the body's ability to regulate appetite and metabolism based on taste cues. So, while you're avoiding the sugar, you're not really fixing the underlying signaling pathway.
Wow. So you're just tricking your brain, and your brain does not like being tricked. This is a lot to take in. Okay, we have a few questions coming in from our listeners. Let's take the first one. It's from Leo in Toronto. Leo asks, okay, but what about special occasions? Can I just have a piece of cake on my birthday without getting re-addicted, Sarah?
That's a great question, Leo. The book makes a really, really good analogy for this. It says sugar is so addictive that having it, just on occasion, is like a smoker who has quit having just one cigarette at a party. It can be the thing that pulls you right back into the old habit. The author suggests the real freedom comes when you can walk past the dessert buffet and genuinely not want any of it. But for some, that one piece of cake can definitely reopen the door to cravings.
A slippery slope. Got it. Okay, next question is from Priya in Mumbai. She asks, the chapter recommends dates as an alternative, but aren't dates incredibly high in sugar? Ethan, what's the science here?
An excellent and logical question, Priya. Yes, dates are very high in sugar, but, and this is the crucial distinction we've been discussing, they are a whole food. They come complete with a significant amount of fiber, plus vitamins and minerals. So like the mango or banana, the sugar is released more slowly. It is still a concentrated source of sweetness, meant to be used to sweeten dishes, not eaten by the handful perhaps, but it's a world apart from a spoonful of empty, refined white sugar.
The fiber is the hero of the story again. I love it. Okay, one last question. This one is from Mike in Dublin. I've tried quitting sugar before, but I just feel exhausted and weak for days. What gives?
Oh, Mike, so many people feel that. The book explains this by talking about the complex carbohydrate advantage. Our bodies are designed to get energy from things like fruits, potatoes, and whole grains. These are broken down slowly into the sugar our muscles use for fuel. When you're used to getting quick, cheap energy from refined sugar, your body basically has a tantrum when you take it away. You feel weak because you're in that dip of the vicious cycle. The key is to replace the bad sugar with good, complex carbs that give you that slow, sustained energy. Your body will adjust, but there can definitely be a rough transition period.
That makes so much sense. It's like your body has to learn how to burn premium fuel instead of the cheap stuff. Okay, this has been mind-blowing. Before we wrap up, Ethan, can you distill all of this down into a few key takeaways for us?
Certainly, I'd say there are 3 main takeaways. First, learn to distinguish between the chemical and the whole food. The crucial factor is the delivery mechanism. Fiber is your friend. It moderates the sugar release. Second, become a food detective. Sugar is a master of disguise, hiding under dozens of names in places you'd never expect. Read your labels. And third, the goal isn't just substitution, it's palate reformation. The aim isn't to find a clever, non-caloric way to get that super sweet hit, but to retrain your taste buds to appreciate the more subtle, natural sweetness found in whole foods.
Palate reformation. I love that. Sarah, Ethan, thank you both so much. This was incredible. And to all of you listening, what should we get perplexed by next? Drop us a line and let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Pinplexity or on our website, pinplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading and stay curious. Hello and welcome to Pinplexity, the podcast where we get perplexed by the written word. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by 2 minds far sharper than my own. First, the wonderfully relatable and brilliant Sarah.
Hey, James. Happy to be here. My brain feels adequately sharp today, so let's do this.
And the man who can probably tell you the molecular structure of the coffee in my mug, the ever insightful, the witty Dr. Ethan.
Hello, James. It's C8 hydrogen nitride, O2, if you must know. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Of course it is. See? This is what I deal with. Today we're diving into a book that's been making some serious waves, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days by Nandita Shah. Specifically, we're tackling Chapter 14, titled Refined and Processed Foods, which, looking at my pantry right now, feels like a personal attack.
Oh, I think everyone feels that way. The chapter kicks off with this really nostalgic look back, especially in the Indian context, to a time when restaurants were rare, refrigerators were a luxury, and food was, well, it was just food, cooked at home.
Yeah, she talks about milk in reusable bottles and cheese being this exotic thing. It sounds so different from today, where I can get like 16 different kinds of cheese delivered to my door in an hour.
And that's precisely the author's point. It's not just a quaint reminiscence. It's highlighting a fundamental, systemic shift in our relationship with what we consume. We've outsourced our nutrition to corporations.
Exactly. And it's created this huge disconnect. The book mentions kids who don't know if carrots grow on trees or in the ground. And at first you laugh, but then you think, wow. We just see food as this thing that appears in a plastic package. We have no idea about its journey, its raw form, what a walnut even looks like in its shell.
I confess, I would not recognize a walnut in its shell. I'd probably think it was some kind of weird, tiny planet. The book says we learn history and algebra, but not skills our life depends on, like cooking. That hit me hard.
And she makes such a great case for it. Cooking isn't some complex, mystical art. It's a basic, essential skill. It's how you take back control. When you cook, you know exactly what's going into your body. No hidden chemicals, no mystery ingredients.
It's a form of agency. The processed food industry thrives on our ignorance and our desire for convenience. By demystifying cooking, you reclaim power over your own health. It's a very practical application of, well, basic science. Heat transfer, chemical reactions. It's all just kitchen chemistry.
Kitchen chemistry. I like that. So what exactly are we talking about when we say processed foods? I think of, neon orange cheese puffs. But the list in this chapter was surprising.
Oh, totally. It's the everyday stuff. White rice, white flour, sugar, oil, but also breakfast cereals, biscuits, bread, even things like poha, which is flattened rice, or rava, because they're made from polished grains. The good stuff, the fiber and nutrients have been stripped away.
And that stripping process is key. It's done to increase shelf life. The bran and germ in whole grains contain oils that can go rancid. Remove them, and the product can sit on a shelf for months, even years. The trade-off is that you're left with a nutritionally empty starch.
And then they add things back in. The book lists 4 categories of non-food elements. You've got preservatives, to stop it from rotting. Colorants, to make it look a certain way. Flavor, which are chemicals to give it a taste. And texturants, to give it a specific feel in your mouth.
Wait, so a food that has a long shelf life is basically a food that bacteria can't even destroy? That does not sound good for my insides.
Your insides would agree. These chemicals can be incredibly disruptive. As the book notes, they can act as hormone disruptors, which is particularly concerning when you're discussing a hormonal issue like diabetes. Digestion becomes harder, leading to things like acidity, bloating, constipation, all common complaints that people often just accept as normal.
Wow. Okay, it feels like you need a special skill set to even navigate a grocery store these days. Speaking of developing special skills, that brings me to our amazing sponsor. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a top-tier institution for creative media education, offering incredible diploma and certificate programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, and a whole lot more. They are all about hands-on training from expert instructors to get you ready for a real career in these super exciting fields. And, it kind of relates to what we're talking about. The food industry designs products to have a certain texture, a certain flavor. It's all by design. At Mages, you learn to be the designer, to build entire worlds from the ground up, to have complete control over your creation. So if you're passionate about gaming or creative media, and you want to get the practical, career-focused skills to make your mark, you have to check them out. Visit their website at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g.
That sounds so cool. It's all about empowerment, right? Giving people the actual tools and knowledge to create something, whether it's a meal in the kitchen or a universe on a computer. I love that.
It's an excellent parallel. We're talking about the importance of being literate in reading food labels. Creative industries require their own deep literacy and skill set, and that's precisely what an institution like Mages provides. A fantastic resource.
All right, so back to this food label literacy. The chapter has this section, Read Before You Bite, and it uses an energy bar as an example. It sounds so healthy, right? Energy bar.
Oh my gosh, the ingredient list is terrifying. I'm looking at it right here. Polydextrose, palm kernel oil, sucralose, acesulfame potassium, hydrolyzed gelatin. It's a science experiment. It goes on and on. And the book's advice is so simple and brilliant. If you can't read it, can't pronounce it, or don't recognize it as food, don't put it in your mouth.
This is where we see the collision of food science and marketing. The front of the package is marketing. It uses appealing words like energy, protein, low carb. The back of the package, the ingredient list, is the law. It's the scientific truth of the product, listed by weight. The marketers hope you never turn the package over.
The book also warns about deceptive claims, like a bread that says, contains whole wheat, but it's really only 20% whole wheat, and the rest is just white flour.
Yes! Or diabetes biscuits. You see that and think, oh great, this is safe for me. But then you read the ingredients, and it's white flour, milk powder, oil, and artificial sweeteners like aspartame, all things the book says to avoid. It's actually worse in some ways, because it gives you this false sense of security.
And sugar. It says sugar has at least 56 different names. 56! It's like sugar is in the witness protection program.
A very apt description. High fructose corn syrup, maltose, dextrose, rice syrup, it's all sugar. By using different forms, manufacturers can make it appear lower on the ingredient list, which is intentionally misleading.
This is a lot. Okay, I think it's time we take some questions from our listeners to see if we can make this a bit more practical. First question is from Liam in Toronto. Liam asks, is something like homemade bread or pasta still considered a processed food if I'm using white flour, Sarah?
That is a great question. So yes, technically the white flour itself is a refined product. But making it at home is a massive leap in the right direction. You are in complete control. You decide how much salt goes in. You're not adding any sugar, And most importantly, you're not adding preservatives, dough conditioners, or any of that other chemical cocktail. The book is all about moving towards whole foods, so eventually you might try whole wheat flour, but homemade is an amazing first step.
Excellent. Okay, next question is from Priya in Mumbai. She writes, I'm so busy I rely on convenience foods. What are some easy first steps to move away from them without spending hours cooking every day? Ethan, what do you think?
A very practical concern. The goal isn't to become a gourmet chef overnight. It's about strategic substitution. Instead of a sugary breakfast cereal from a box, have oatmeal with some fresh fruit. That takes 5 minutes. Instead of a microwave meal for lunch, have a baked sweet potato with some canned beans and a salad. It's about shifting your pantry from boxes to whole ingredients that require minimal preparation. Start with 1 meal a day. The momentum will build.
Simple swaps. I can do that. Last question. This is from Chloe in London. Are organic packaged snacks any better?
The health halo of dye, organic, vermena. Okay, so they can be better, but you still have to be a detective. They might use organic cane sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup, but it's still sugar. They might use organic white flour, but it's still refined flour. The core principles of reading that ingredient label are exactly the same. Don't let the word organic on the front trick you into ignoring a long list of refined ingredients and chemicals on the back.
Be suspicious rather than sorry. I love that line from the chapter. Okay, before we wrap up, Ethan, could you summarize the big takeaways for us from chapter 14?
Certainly. I believe there are 3 core principles. First, reconnect with your food. Understand what it is in its natural state and where it comes from. Second, embrace cooking as a fundamental life skill. It is the most direct way to control your health. And third, become a critical thinker in the grocery store. Read the ingredient list, not the marketing claims. Be suspicious. Your health is literally on the line.
Become a food detective. I love it. Well, that is all the time we have today on Pinplexity. A huge thank you to Sarah and Ethan for breaking this all down.
Anytime, James.
A pleasure.
What book or topic should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Pinplexity or on our website, pinplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious and read the labels. Oh, and welcome to Pinplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the brilliant and sometimes baffling ideas from the pages of a book. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm here with the ever-insightful Sarah and the delightfully skeptical scientist, Ethan.
Hey everyone, happy to be here.
Greetings. Ready to apply the scientific method to a book chapter.
And what a chapter it is. Today we're diving into Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days by Nandita Shah, specifically chapter 15, titled Tea and Coffee. I feel like this one is coming for a lot of us, myself included. That morning cup is sacred, you know?
Oh, absolutely, and the book knows it. It calls stopping tea and coffee the most daunting task of all, but her core argument is actually really interesting. It's not just about willpower. She says that on a whole food, plant-based diet, the need for tea and coffee just sort of disappears.
Disappears? How? Is it magic?
Ha, not quite. The idea is we usually reach for coffee for a few reasons, right? We're tired, it's a habit, or we've had a super heavy meal and feel sluggish. The book argues that those heavy meals are what's draining our energy in the first place. When your food gives you energy instead of taking it away, you just don't need that artificial lift anymore.
I think the term artificial lift is key here. Caffeine is a fascinating drug. The book says it works by taking energy out of your cells. A more precise way to put it is that it blocks adenosine receptors in your brain. Adenosine is what makes you feel sleepy. So caffeine isn't giving you energy, it's more like it's hot wiring your brain to ignore its low battery warning. It's borrowing energy from later.
So it's like a biological credit card with a really high interest rate.
Exactly. And when the effect wears off, you don't just go back to baseline, you crash. You feel that, depression as the book calls it, and that's when you crave another cup. It's a classic stimulant addiction cycle.
And that cycle, has real consequences for diabetics, which is the book's main focus. It says right here, caffeine raises blood sugars. It gives you that quick energy hit, but then your blood sugar falls again. That's a roller coaster you really, really want to avoid if you're managing diabetes.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about for the rest of us? The book also mentions blood pressure.
It does. Caffeine constricts your blood vessels, which raises your blood pressure. Then later they dilate again. And that fluctuation can even be a trigger for migraines for some people. It's this constant push and pull on your system.
It's a vascular seesaw, and the body is constantly trying to achieve homeostasis or balance. When you introduce a substance that keeps knocking it off balance several times a day, every day, you're creating a state of chronic stress on the system, even if it's a low-level one.
Wow. Okay, so we've got the energy loan shark and the vascular seesaw. What else does this chapter have against our beloved beverages?
Oh, we're just getting started. The next big point is acidity. Both tea and coffee are acidic. The book links this to a whole host of issues: acidity in the body, cavities, and here's the kicker. It says it can cause calcium to be leached from your bones. It even suggests that cancer cells survive better in acidic environments.
Now hang on. The acid-alkaline diet concept is a bit controversial in the scientific community. The body has extremely robust mechanisms for maintaining blood pH within a very, very narrow range. Your diet isn't going to significantly change your blood's pH. However, the point about leaching calcium from bones does have some research behind it, though the effect is often considered modest.
That's a fair point, Ethan, but the book also notes that tea and coffee can prevent the absorption of iron and calcium. So even if you're eating well, you might not be getting the full benefit, which contributes to things like anemia and osteoporosis. It's less about changing your body's entire pH and more about creating a less than ideal environment for nutrient absorption and overall health.
It feels like a 1-2 punch. First, it takes things away, then it stops you from getting new stuff in. And we haven't even talked about mood. The book says it makes you irritable and anxious.
Well, that's the nature of a stimulant. It puts your nervous system on high alert. That can feel like focus and energy, or it can tip over into anxiety and jitteriness. And the withdrawal is no joke: headaches, uneasiness. Your body has adapted to functioning with the drug, and it protests when it's taken away.
This is all making me think about the energy we put into our work and creative projects. We use coffee to power through, to meet deadlines, to be on a tossin'. But maybe it's about getting a different kind of fuel, which, speaking of, is a perfect time to talk about our sponsor, Mages Institute.
Oh, perfect transition.
Right? Mages Institute in Singapore is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in areas like game design, game art, concept art, all these fields that require immense creativity and energy. Instead of just another cup of coffee, they provide you with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections to really prepare you for a successful career.
That's amazing. It's like, instead of a temporary boost, you're building a sustainable foundation for your passion. If you're into those industries, that's the kind of energy you really need.
Indeed, it's the difference between a short-term stimulant and a long-term investment in your own cognitive and creative capital. A much better strategy for success. Their website is mages.edu.sg. Definitely worth a look if you're serious about a career in creative media.
Absolutely. Check them out at mages.edu.sg. Okay, so back to the bad news from my morning mug. What about the so-called healthy alternatives? I switched to green tea thinking I was doing myself a huge favor.
Yeah, the book addresses that directly. And, sorry, James, it says green tea is just less processed black tea. It's still acidic, it still has caffeine, and it's grown in acidic soils. It does have antioxidants, sure, but the book's argument is that if you're on a whole food, plant-based diet, you're already swimming in antioxidants from fruits and vegetables. You don't need the tea for that.
And decaf coffee gets a similar treatment. The caffeine is never 100% removed, and the chemical processes used to remove it can introduce other compounds you might not want. It's still an acidic beverage at its core. It's a classic case of less bad not necessarily being good.
Man, this chapter is relentless. So how does she suggest we actually, quit?
Her advice is actually very practical. She says to do it with a spouse or a friend, a quit buddy. The first 3 or 4 days are the hardest physically, but after that it's mostly a mental game, breaking the habit. She suggests replacing the ritual with herbal teas or infusions. You still get a nice hot drink to relax with, but it's not harmful.
Okay, that seems doable. It seems like the right time to take a few questions from our listeners. Our first one is from Maya in Toronto. She asks, I drink tea more for the comforting ritual than the caffeine. What can I do, Sarah? That sounds right up your alley.
That's a great question, Maya, and the book totally gets that. The advice is to find a replacement that keeps the ritual intact. Find some beautiful herbal teas you love. Chamomile, peppermint, hibiscus, rooibos. You can still boil the kettle, use your favorite mug, and take that 5-minute pause. You're just swapping out the leaves for something that's actually beneficial.
Great advice. Next question is from Leo in Austin. The book mentions some authorities consider coffee more harmful than marijuana. That sounds extreme. Can you elaborate on that? Ethan, this feels like one for you.
That is a very bold claim. The book doesn't cite those authorities, so we have to speculate. I would imagine the argument isn't about the acute effects of a single dose. It's likely about societal impact. Coffee is a legal, socially encouraged, daily addiction for billions of people, contributing to chronic issues like high blood pressure, sleep disruption, and anxiety on a massive scale. So, from a public health perspective, on cumulative, widespread harm, one could construct an argument, but physiologically, they are very, very different substances. It's a provocative statement, to be sure.
Provocative indeed. Okay, one last question. This is from Chloe in London. I get a terrible migraine if I miss my morning coffee. How am I supposed to just stop?
Oh, Chloe, that's such a common experience. And the book actually explains why. It's that vascular seesaw Ethan mentioned. Your body is so used to the caffeine constricting your blood vessels that when you don't have it, they dilate a lot. That change in blood flow to the brain is a classic migraine trigger. It's a textbook withdrawal symptom. The book's point is that this is a sign of just how much control the substance has over your body. The good news is, it's temporary. It's a rough few days, but it's a small price to pay to get free from that cycle.
That's a great way to put it. All right, before we wrap up, Ethan, could you give us the Penplexity summary? What are the key takeaways from this chapter?
Certainly. Takeaway 1. Caffeine is a biological loan shark. It doesn't create energy, it just borrows it from your future self at a high interest rate, leading to a crash. 2. Tea and coffee are acidic party crashers in what the book argues should be an alkaline-leaning diet, potentially interfering with nutrient absorption. 3. Healthier alternatives like green tea and decaf are not a get-out-of-jail-free card. They're just less bad. And finally, 4. Quitting is a short-term physical battle against withdrawal, but a longer-term mental battle against habit. Find a buddy and some tasty herbal tea.
Perfectly summarized. Thank you, Sarah and Ethan, for breaking this down. A tough pill to swallow, but a fascinating one. And to all our listeners, what book or chapter should we get perplexed by next? Let us know on our socials. We're at Penplexity, or visit our website at penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get, well, perplexed by the written word. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the wonderfully insightful Sarah and our man of science, Ethan.
Hey everyone! So excited to be here.
Greetings! Ready to disrupt some conventional wisdom.
Oh, that's a perfect segue, Ethan, because today's chapter it's a bit of a heavy one. We're diving into chapter 16 of Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days, and it's called Hormone Disruptors. Sounds like a B-movie monster, doesn't it? Attack of the Hormone Disruptors.
It kind of does, but the chapter makes it clear this isn't science fiction. The author's whole point is that so many of the health issues we face today, diabetes, thyroid problems, PCOD, even some cancers, they're all hormonal problems. And she's basically pointing a big finger at the chemical soup we're all living in.
And she's not wrong to point that finger. The term hormone disruptor, or more scientifically, endocrine disrupting chemical, or EDC, is very real. These are exogenous compounds that can interfere with any aspect of hormone action. They can mimic hormones, block them, or interfere with their production or metabolism. It's a genuine and growing field of toxicology.
Okay, so where does this chemical soup come from? Are we talking about like industrial smokestacks? Because I don't live next to one of those.
Well, that's the scary part. The book breaks it down into categories, and the first one is something we all do every single day: eat. Specifically, foods sprayed with chemicals, pesticides. The author calls them what they are: poisons.
Right, the whole organic debate. I feel like people's eyes glaze over when you say organic. It just sounds expensive.
I know, and she addresses that. She tells this story about a patient from a farming family who was super skeptical, saying nothing is really organic anymore. But her point is, look, even if something is 80 or 90% organic, isn't that way better than 100% full of chemicals? It's about harm reduction, not perfection.
That's a pragmatic approach. From a scientific standpoint, the mechanism is the concern. Many organophosphate and organochlorine pesticides, for example, have structures that can trick our body's hormone receptors. They fit into the lock, so to speak, but they don't turn the key correctly, which can cascade into all sorts of signaling errors within our cells. So, reducing the load, the total amount of these chemicals you're ingesting, is logically a sound strategy.
Okay, so pesticides on my apple. I get it. But the chapter really, and I mean really, goes after animal products. The numbers here are just wild.
They're staggering. The book says dairy can have 5 times as many pesticides as commercial fruits and veggies, and things like fish and chicken, 15 times the amount. It's because of how the food chain works. The animals eat the plants that have been sprayed, and those chemicals get stored and concentrated in their tissues, especially in their fat.
The principle is called bioaccumulation and biomagnification. An animal eats, say, 1,000 contaminated plants over its lifetime. It doesn't excrete all those toxins. Many get stored, so its body becomes a much more concentrated source of those toxins than any single plant it ate. Then, if something eats that animal, the concentration gets even higher. We're often at the top of that food chain.
So my cheese sandwich is a pesticide concentrator? That's less appetizing. And don't even get me started on the fish part. She says fish can accumulate up to 9 million times the PCBs in water. 9 million.
Mm-hmm. And that PCBs can cause sterility, hormonal issues like diabetes and cancer. It really makes you rethink the whole, oh, I don't eat meat, I only eat fish idea, you know? The book argues it might be even more dangerous because our rivers and seas are just so polluted.
PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls, are a classic example of a persistent organic pollutant. They're incredibly stable, they don't break down easily, and they are lipophilic, meaning they love fat, so they build up in the fatty tissues of aquatic life. And she's also right to mention mercury, another pollutant found in fish, which is a known neurotoxin and has been shown in studies to be toxic to the pancreatic beta cells, the very cells that produce insulin.
Wow. Okay, this is a lot. It feels like you're creating this amazing life for yourself. You're building skills, you're designing your future, but then the world outside is full of these invisible traps. It really makes you want to take control of what you can, which, funny enough, reminds me of our sponsor. Speaking of designing your future, let's talk about Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages Institute is a top-tier institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in really cool fields like game design, game art, concept art, and a whole lot more. They're all about giving students hands-on training from expert instructors and plugging them right into the industry. If you're passionate about these creative fields and you're looking for an education that's practical and career-focused, you should really check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g.
Oh, that's so cool. I mean, if you're looking to design a healthier life by avoiding chemicals, why not also learn to design entire worlds? It sounds amazing. Definitely check them out.
Indeed, a creative career path is a worthy pursuit. Building something new is an excellent counterbalance to deconstructing old habits. Visit their website.
All right, and we're back. So beyond food, the chapter points at, well, my entire bathroom cabinet. Soaps, shampoos, toothpaste, deodorant, even my breath freshener is on the hit list.
Yeah, she has this really provocative line. If it's advertised, we most likely don't need it and could be better off without it. It's this idea that we've been conditioned to think we need 100 different chemical products to be clean and acceptable. She says she learned to live without soap, or brushing her teeth.
Hold on. Without brushing her teeth? Ethan, you're a scientist. Is that hygienic?
Well, brushing teeth, as we know it with foamy mint tea paste, is a relatively modern invention. The mechanical action of cleaning is crucial, but the vehicle for that cleaning doesn't have to be a commercial toothpaste full of detergents like sodium lauryl sulfate, artificial sweeteners, and fluoride, which is its own debate. As for soap, it strips your skin of its natural oils and disrupts your skin's microbiome, which can sometimes lead to an overproduction of the very oils and bacteria you're trying to get rid of. It's a complex system. Her suggestion is radical, but the underlying premise that we may be overusing harsh chemicals on our bodies has some merit.
And then there's plastics. It's just everywhere. The book says it's a hormone disruptor and that we should avoid it as much as possible. No more bottled water. No more plastic bags.
That feels impossible. How do you even do that?
It is monumentally difficult. But again, it's about reducing the load. Compounds like bisphenol A, BPA, and phthalates are plasticizers, and they are notorious endocrine disruptors. They leach from containers into our food and water. So switching to a glass or stainless steel water bottle is a simple, high-impact change. You won't eliminate plastic from your life, but you can significantly reduce your direct exposure.
Okay, that seems more manageable. It's all about small steps. All right, we've got a few questions from our listeners that came in. Let's see. Uwen-Chi. First one is from Leo in Toronto. Leo asks, you mentioned the book talks about how our bodies stop giving off a bad smell as we clean up from the inside. Is there any actual science to that? Ethan, that sounds like one for you.
An excellent question. Yes, there is. Body odor is primarily caused by bacteria on our skin, breaking down proteins and fats in our sweat into acids. The composition of your sweat, and thus the food you provide these bacteria, is influenced by your diet and your metabolic processes. A diet high in processed foods, certain spices, or red meat can lead to the excretion of different compounds, like sulfur, which can result in a more pungent odor. A cleaner, plant-based diet can genuinely alter your sweat's chemical makeup, and therefore, your scent.
Fascinating. Okay, next question is from Chloe in London. The chapter mentions hormonal medications. I'm on birth control. Should I be worried that it's contributing to problems like diabetes down the line? Sarah, what's the book's take on that?
The book is pretty direct. It lists oral contraceptives as one of the hormonal medications that can affect our internal balance. The author's view is that all hormones are interconnected, so when you introduce powerful synthetic ones from the outside, it can have ripple effects across the entire system. It doesn't say, stop taking your medication, of course, but it frames it as part of this total chemical and hormonal load our bodies are dealing with. It's something to be aware of and discuss with your doctor.
Right, context is key. Last question, from Ben in Sydney. I find this all very overwhelming. What is the one single biggest change someone could make after reading this chapter that would have the most impact? Sarah, I'll give that one to you too.
Oh, that's a great question because it's easy to feel paralyzed. I think based on the numbers the author presents, the single biggest change would be to reduce or eliminate animal products. Since they concentrate these chemicals by a factor of 5 to 15 times or even more, that's where you get the most, chemical bang for your buck, so to speak. Reducing that intake drastically lowers your exposure in one go.
A very clear answer. All right, before we wrap up, Ethan, could you summarize the key takeaways from this chapter for us? Give us the scientist's TLDR.
Certainly. Takeaway 1. Your body's hormonal system is incredibly sensitive, and many synthetic chemicals in our modern environment, from pesticides to plastics to personal care products, can disrupt it. Takeaway 2. These chemicals become concentrated as you move up the food chain, making animal products a particularly dense source of exposure. And takeaway 3. You cannot achieve purity, but you can consciously reduce your exposure. Every decision to choose a less processed food, a simpler cleaning product, or a non-plastic container contributes to lowering your overall toxic load, which, according to the author, is a critical step towards hormonal balance and health.
Brilliant. Be conscious, not perfect. I like that. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you, Sarah and Ethan, for once again making us all a little bit smarter. And a huge thank you to all of you for listening.
Thanks, James. This was fun.
A pleasure.
What book or chapter should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep on reading. Hello and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the pages of a book so you don't have to. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am flanked by the brilliant minds of Sarah and Ethan.
Hello, hello. So excited to be here.
Greetings, fellow perplexers. Ready to unravel some text.
Fantastic. So today, we're diving into Chapter 17 of Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. The chapter is titled Alcohol, Smoking, Drugs. And I know what you're thinking. Duh, obviously those are bad. But Shah comes at it from some really fascinating angles.
She totally does. And it's funny you say that, James, because she basically opens the chapter by saying, this isn't really required because everyone knows this stuff is bad. But she includes it because of a question she gets all the time at her seminars.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. What's the question?
People ask, can I have alcohol, since it's plant-based? Specifically, they're usually talking about red wine, you know? The whole, a glass of red wine is good for your heart thing.
Ah, yes, the resveratrol fallacy. Or, not a fallacy, but a significant oversimplification. The amount of red wine you'd need to drink to get a clinically significant dose of resveratrol would, cause other, more immediate health problems.
Like falling down the stairs.
Precisely. But from a metabolic standpoint, Shah is spot on. Alcohol is, for all intents and purposes, a refined product. The body processes it a lot like sugar or oil.
Exactly. She says it has no fiber, it's full of empty calories, and zero nutritional value. And she makes this great point. We'd never give it to our children because we inherently know it's harmful. It raises your blood sugar, point blank. It's a non-negotiable if you're trying to reverse diabetes.
That's such a simple but powerful point. You wouldn't pour your kid a sippy cup of Merlot. So why do we think it's a health food for adults?
Well, the processing is key. When your liver is busy processing alcohol, it can't manage your blood sugars effectively. So you might see an initial drop in blood sugar, which is dangerous for diabetics on medication, followed by a spike later on. It's just metabolic chaos. Same with smoking, which the book points out raises both blood sugar and blood pressure by constricting blood vessels.
And this leads to her bigger, more interesting point. It's not just about the physical. She asks why we use these things. It's often for social reasons. Sure. But more deeply, it's to cope, to deal with feelings of depression or grief, or just feeling inadequate.
It's a crutch. I mean, who hasn't said, ugh, I need a drink after a stressful day? Is she saying that's completely invalid?
She's saying it prevents us from taking life's challenges head on. Her patients tell her it makes them happy or helps them relax, but she sees that they're afraid to let go of the crutch. They don't realize these drugs are actually ruining their health and stopping them from truly dealing with the source of the stress.
From a neurological perspective, it's a feedback loop. You feel stress, you introduce a substance like alcohol, you get a short-term dopamine release which feels like pleasure or relief. Your brain says, hey, that worked! So the next time you feel stress, your brain immediately suggests that solution. The problem is, you haven't solved the underlying issue, you've just postponed it. And you've strengthened a neural pathway that relies on an external substance for emotional regulation.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But then she takes a turn that I did not see coming. The spiritual void.
Yes! Okay, stick with me here. Her theory is that we are so busy living up to society's expectations that we lose touch with what we really want, our purpose, and that creates this emptiness, this void inside us.
A void we try to fill with, what, a pint of beer and a shopping spree?
Basically, or drugs or traveling, or any kind of external pleasure-seeking thing that can become addictive. We're looking for quick pleasure instead of focusing on deep, lasting happiness. She says the only way to truly fill that void is to find your own spiritual path.
And while the term spiritual can be loaded for some, you can frame it in secular, psychological terms. It's the search for meaning. Viktor Frankl talked about it in Man's Search for Meaning. When our daily actions aren't aligned with a core purpose or a set of values, we feel adrift. That dissonance creates anxiety, and we seek to numb that anxiety with whatever works. Shopping, alcohol, endless scrolling on our phones.
Wow. So a cigarette break could be a symptom of an existential crisis. That's a lot to unpack. You know, speaking of finding a new path and purpose, this actually ties in perfectly with our sponsor for this episode. Penplexity is proudly supported by Mages Institute in Singapore. If you're feeling a bit adrift and looking to turn a passion for things like video games or art into a real, concrete career path, this is for you. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in game design, game art, concept art, and more. It's all about hands-on training from expert instructors who are plugged into the industry. They're all about giving you the practical, career-oriented education to break into these amazing creative fields.
That sounds incredible. It's like, instead of using entertainment as a crutch, you could learn to be the one creating those amazing worlds. That's a real sense of purpose right there.
A very tangible application of finding a path that aligns with your passions. I encourage anyone interested to check them out. Building skills is a powerful antidote to feelings of inadequacy.
Absolutely. Head over to mages.edu.sg to learn more. That's mages.edu.sg. Okay, so after that deep dive into the human condition, Sarah, the book offers some good news, right? It's not all doom and gloom.
Yes, this part is so cool. Shah says that most addictive substances, alcohol, tobacco, drugs, are acidic. And she argues that acidic substances cause cravings for more acidic substances. But the reverse is also true.
Wait, so eating a salad can help you quit smoking?
In a way, yes! She's seen it with so many patients. When they switch to this whole food, plant-based diet, which is naturally more alkaline, they find that their cravings for alcohol or smoking or even just tea and coffee, they just fade away. The physical pull is gone, which makes the mental battle so much easier.
Now, I should add a scientific clarification here. The concept of dietary acidity or alkalinity affecting the body's pH is controversial. Our body maintains a very tightly controlled blood pH regardless of what we eat. However, the effect she's describing is absolutely real. What are typically labeled acidic foods? Processed foods, sugar, meat, alkaline foods, fruits, vegetables, whole grains. So by switching, you are dramatically increasing your nutrient intake, stabilizing your blood sugar, and reducing inflammation. This biochemical shift absolutely calms the body's craving signals. The mechanism might be more complex than just pH, but the result is the same.
Got it. So the what works even if the why is up for debate. I love that. So let's get into some questions from our listeners. First one is from Maya in Toronto. She asks, I quit drinking, but now I'm hooked on diet soda. Is that just as bad? Ethan, what do you think?
Great question, Maya. From a caloric and blood sugar perspective, it's certainly different from alcohol, but you're trading one habit for another. Diet sodas are highly refined, and some studies suggest that the intense artificial sweetness can actually confuse your brain's reward system, potentially leading to cravings for other sweet, high-calorie foods down the line. You're still feeding that crutch pathway we talked about.
All right, next question from Leo in London. The spiritual void idea sounds a bit too woo-woo for me. Is there a more practical way to think about it, Sarah?
Totally fair, Leo. I think Ethan touched on this. You don't have to think of it as meditation or religion. It can be as simple as asking yourself, what do I actually care about? What activities make me lose track of time in a good way? Maybe it's volunteering, or learning a new skill, or spending quality time in nature. It's about finding something that gives you a sense of contribution or growth. Something that isn't just about immediate pleasure.
Love that. Okay, last question is from Chloe in Sydney. I've tried quitting smoking so many times, the book makes it sound easy. Is willpower really enough?
Chloe, it is incredibly difficult. Shah's point, I believe, is not that it's easy, but that it can be easier than you imagine if you change the underlying conditions. Willpower is a finite resource. You can't just will your way through constant, powerful biochemical cravings. But if you change your diet as Shah suggests, You reduce those physical cravings. That frees up your mental energy to focus on changing the habits, the triggers, and the mindset. It's about creating an environment where your willpower has a fighting chance.
That's a fantastic way to put it. All right, as we wrap up, Sarah, could you give us the big 3 takeaways from this chapter?
Of course. First, recognize that things like alcohol and tobacco are refined products that actively harm your health and raise your blood sugar, even if they come from a plant. Second, look deeper. Ask yourself why you're reaching for that substance. Is it a crutch for an underlying emotion or a feeling of emptiness? And third, the good news. Changing your diet to a whole food, plant-based one can fundamentally reduce your physical cravings, making it so much easier to let go of addictions.
Brilliant. Simple, powerful, and actionable. That's a wrap on another episode of Penplexity. Thank you, Sarah and Ethan.
Anytime.
A pleasure.
We want to hear from you. What book or topic should we get perplexed by next? Let us know on all the socials at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get perplexed by pens and prose. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm joined by the ever-insightful duo, the brilliant and relatable Sarah.
Hey everyone, so ready to get into this one.
And the man who probably calculates the quantum physics of his morning coffee, the witty scientist himself, Ethan.
A pleasure, and for the record, it's more about fluid dynamics. The quantum stuff is for the afternoon tea.
Of course it is. All right, folks. Today we're diving into Chapter 18 of Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days by Nandita Shah. This chapter is called How to Sustain This Lifestyle, Overcoming the Challenges. And I feel like this is where the rubber meets the road, right? The theory is great, but now we have to actually do it.
Exactly. And Shah gets right into it. She says awareness is the cure. It's about genuinely accepting that we're often the cause of our own illnesses. And, once you accept that, you're in a position to change. It's not about blame, it's about empowerment.
That's a crucial psychological distinction. It's moving from an external locus of control, this disease happened to me, to an internal one. I have agency over my health. That shift is monumental for long-term behavioral change. Without it, you're just following rules. With it, you're building a new identity.
Building a new identity? Wow, Ethan. Starting deep. I was just thinking about how hard it is to change my brand of potato chips. So Shah suggests a 30-day challenge to start? That feels manageable.
Totally. It's not a life sentence from day one. It's an experiment, she says. Try it for 30 days. Eat home-cooked, whole, plant-based food as much as you can. See how you feel. Then you can decide if you want to keep your old lifestyle. And, well, the disease that comes with it. It's a pretty stark choice when you put it like that.
Yeah, no kidding. But what about the people who say, I can't cook roux, or I hate cooking roux? I feel like I hear that a lot.
Oh, she has an answer for that. She says you have to learn, even just a little. She compares it to learning basic math. You don't have to become a Michelin star chef, but you need to be self-sufficient enough to understand the basics, even just to instruct a chef at a restaurant what you need.
Which touches on the concept of familiarity. The chapter makes a great point that we are creatures of habit. We often prefer the known devil to the unknown. Your current diet might be making you sick, but it's familiar. It's comforting. This new way of eating is an unknown entity, and our brains are hardwired to be skeptical of that. The resistance isn't just about taste. It's a deep-seated psychological defense mechanism.
The known devil, that's my relationship with late-night pizza, 100%. But the book also brings up this idea of things being extreme. A lot of people would hear whole food, plant-based diet, and immediately think, whoa, that's way too extreme for me.
And I just love her perspective on this. She asks, what's really extreme? Eating plants? Or bypass surgery? Cutting open your chest bone? Dialysis? She tells this incredible story about a patient who had just spent 10 lakh rupees on a bypass, but said he couldn't afford a 3,500 rupee seminar on reversing his disease. It's all about perspective.
It's a classic case of cognitive dissonance and societal normalization. We've normalized highly invasive, expensive surgical procedures to the point that they've become, as she says, almost a status symbol. Meanwhile, we view the simple, preventative act of changing one's diet as radical neobrects. It's a fascinating and, frankly, quite alarming societal quirk.
That is wild. It really is a total mindset shift. And speaking of shifting and designing new things, this feels like a perfect moment to talk about our amazing sponsor. We're talking about redesigning our lifestyles. But what if you're passionate about designing, say, entire new worlds?
Ooh, good one.
This episode is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. They're a top-tier institution for creative media education, offering incredible programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, all the cool stuff. They give you hands-on training from expert instructors to get you ready for a career in these amazing fields.
Seriously, if you're listening and you've got a creative spark for gaming or art, you should absolutely check them out. It's about turning a passion into a practical, successful career, which is kind of what we're talking about today. Taking an idea and making it a real, sustainable part of your life.
A well-designed curriculum for a well-designed career. It's a logical pathway. Visit their website at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Definitely worth a look.
Awesome. Thanks, Mages. Now, back to the challenges. Let's talk about eating out. This feels like the biggest hurdle for people. You go to a restaurant and what do you even say?
Okay, so the book has some super practical, almost sneaky advice here. First, find a vegetarian restaurant if you can. But if not, you explain you need low oil, no butter, no ghee, no dairy. But here's the kicker. Sometimes that's not enough. She tells a hilarious story about ordering a dosa with no ghee or butter, and it came out with cheese sprinkled on top.
Oh, no. Because cheese isn't butter or ghee, technically. That's painful.
Exactly. So her pro tip now is to say you're a vegetarian who is highly allergic to all dairy products. She lists them out for the waiter: ghee, butter, curd, cheese, milk powder. She says that usually puts them on high alert, and they make sure the chef gets it right.
Ah, the strategic deployment of a white lie for the greater good of one's arteries. Ethically, it's a gray area, but from a practical standpoint, it's brilliant. It reframes the request from A, preference, which can be ignored, to A, medical necessity, which carries legal and safety implications for the restaurant. It shortcuts a complex nutritional conversation into a simple, universally understood command. Don't poison this person.
Don't poison this person. I'm gonna get that printed on a t-shirt. The book also has this list of foods with hidden dairy. I was shocked. Naan? Dokla? Potato chips? Even coconut powder milk?
I know, right? It's everywhere. That's why that initial learning phase is so important. You have to become a bit of a food detective. But she makes a great point. It's just about mindset. She says India is full of vegetarians who travel the world and always find vegetarian food because their mind is set on it. It's the same for vegans. Once you're looking for it, you start seeing it everywhere.
It's a psychological phenomenon called the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon, or the frequency illusion. Once you become aware of something, you start noticing it everywhere. It's not that there are suddenly more vegan options, it's that your brain's selective attention filter has been recalibrated to spot them.
Okay, let's talk about the biggest excuse of all. Family. The book breaks this down for men and women. My kids won't eat this. My husband won't eat this. My wife won't cook separately for me. What's the secret sauce here?
The secret is you don't force anyone. You request support for your 30-day journey. You don't try to convert them. For the "my wife won't cook" excuse, she suggests, well, maybe the husband can learn to cook or make a big salad for everyone. For the "my kids are picky" excuse, she points out that kids often love things like green smoothies, and if the food is tasty, they might not even notice the oil is gone. And if they do, they can eat what they were eating before. It's about adding options, not creating a family battleground.
The underlying strategy is de-escalation. By framing it as a personal, temporary experiment, you lower the perceived threat to the family's established traditions and routines. You're not attacking their way of life. You're just asking for their support in your personal endeavor. It's a much more diplomatic and effective approach than declaring a household-wide dietary revolution overnight.
Diplomacy at the dinner table? I like it. All right, I think it's time to take some questions from our listeners. Let's see what we've got here. First one is from Pheonaxin, Vixen. Alex asks, I'm a college student living in a dorm with just a microwave and a mini fridge. How can I possibly do this, Sarah?
Great question, Alex. The book tackles this. No kitchen, excuse head on. It's about getting creative. Your mini fridge can be stocked with fruits, pre-cut veggies, hummus. You can make amazing chat-style meals with pre-cooked lentils or chickpeas, which you can buy in cans. Leftovers from a healthy takeout place can be lunch the next day. The author says if you have a problem, there's always a solution. The only thing that gets in the way is you.
Tough love, but true. Okay, next question is from Chloe in London. I love cheese more than anything. I can't imagine life without it. Is there a way to do this without giving up everything I love? Ethan, what do you think?
This hits on the I don't like the food challenge. What we like is largely a product of conditioning and habit. The author mentions that people used to whole milk find skim milk watery and awful, and vice versa. Your palate physically adapts over time. The intense craving for high-fat, high-salt foods like cheese diminishes significantly after you stop eating them for a while. The key, as the book suggests, is to learn to make the new food absolutely delicious. It's not about deprivation. It's about substitution with something equally, if not more, satisfying.
Excellent point. One last question. This is from Marcus in Sydney. He says, my doctor is really against this and says I need dairy for calcium and that stopping my meds is dangerous. What do I do?
This is a big one. The book suggests a few things. First, you can tell your doctor it's a 1-month trial. Second, and this is critical, you have to monitor your numbers, your blood sugar, your blood pressure, daily. The danger isn't the diet. The danger is taking medication you no longer need because your body is healing. Your numbers will show the proof. And, while the book also gently suggests, you can always change your doctor. More and more physicians are learning about plant-based nutrition now.
Powerful stuff. All right, as we wrap up, Sarah, can you give us the big overarching takeaways from this chapter?
Absolutely. I think there are 3 main things. 1, this is a journey of personal growth, not just a diet. It requires a fundamental shift in mindset and perspective. 2, don't let excuses about family, social life, or convenience stop you. For every problem, there's a practical solution if you're determined to find it. And 3, the real key to making this sustainable for life is to make the food delicious. If you love what you're eating, it never feels like a sacrifice.
Brilliant summary. And on that delicious note, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you, Sarah and Ethan, for another fantastic conversation.
Anytime.
My pleasure.
So what should we get perplexed by next? Drop us a line and let us know what book or topic you want us to tackle. You can find us on all social media platforms at Penplexity, and check out our website at penplexity.com for show notes and more. Until next time, keep reading, keep questioning, and stay curious. Hello and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the best bits of books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant duo who makes sense of my nonsense. First up, the woman who can translate any dense chapter into pure, relatable gold, Sarah.
Hey, James. Happy to be here. Relatable Gold is my new professional title. I'm putting it on my business card.
Which, as we'll find out, is a very on-topic thing to do. And of course, the man who keeps us grounded in the glorious world of facts and science, the ever-witty Ethan.
A pleasure, though I'd argue facts are far more glorious than the world, but we can debate that later.
Oh, we will. Today, we're diving into Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days by Dr. Nandita Shah. Specifically, we're looking at Part 5, Chapter 19, which is all about setting goals. Now you hear setting goals, and you think, okay, spreadsheets, targets, very corporate. But this chapter, it's different. It's softer, more personal. Sarah, kick us off. What's the vibe here?
Okay, so you're right. It's not about, I will lose X pounds by Tuesday. The book's whole point is, yeah, the goal is obvious. You want to reverse diabetes, duh. But Dr. Shah says that's not enough. You have to know why. Like, really dig deep into the why, She argues that's the fuel that'll get you through the tough moments.
The tough moments being, When a slice of pizza is singing a siren song to you from across the room?
Exactly. The book gives all these examples. I want to see my grandchildren grow up. Or, I don't want to be a financial burden on my son. Or even, I want to go on a trek to Mount Kailash. It's about finding that one thing that's so deeply personal and powerful that a moment of temptation just can't compete with it.
And this is where the psychology is actually quite sound. She's tapping into what we call intrinsic motivation. It's the difference between doing something for an external reward like money or praise and doing something because it's personally meaningful. The latter is a far, far more powerful and sustainable driver of behavioral change.
So, saying, I want to get healthy, isn't as good as saying, I want to get healthy so that I can drive my own car again and maintain my independence.
Precisely. The first is abstract. The second is a tangible, emotionally charged scenario. Your brain can latch onto that. It can picture it, feel it. Abstract goals are easy to dismiss when, to use your example, James, the pizza is singing.
And she has this super practical exercise for it. She says to write down all your reasons, then boil them down to just 1 or 2 sentences. Then, and this is the part 1 love, write it on a piece of paper the size of a business card and keep it in your wallet.
A little emergency white card?
Totally. So when you're at a party and someone offers you something you know you shouldn't have, you can literally pull out this card and ask yourself, is this cake more important than being able to support my daughter through her divorce? It reframes the whole choice.
It's a pattern interrupt. Our brains are wired to follow established habits, especially those linked to pleasure, like eating certain foods. The act of stopping, taking out a card, and reading, it breaks that automatic script. It forces your prefrontal cortex, the logical part of your brain, back into the driver's seat, instead of letting the impulsive, lizard brain part run the show.
Lizard brain wants the cake. Got it. Okay, but then it goes a step further, right? Into visualization. This is where some people might start to feel it's getting a bit, woo-woo.
I can see that. But the way it's framed is so practical. It's not just think happy thoughts. It's close your eyes and imagine in detail what your life looks like when you're healthy. What are you doing? Are you traveling? Are you gardening? What are you doing with the money you're saving on medical bills? It's about building a detailed, desirable picture of the future you're working towards.
And again, there's solid neuroscience here. Visualization isn't magic. When you vividly imagine performing an action, you activate the same neural pathways in your brain that you would if you were actually doing it. Athletes have used this for decades. A basketball player who visualizes making a free throw is, neurologically speaking, practicing. In this context, visualizing your healthy future reinforces the neural circuits associated with that goal, making it feel more attainable and keeping your brain primed to notice opportunities that align with it.
So you're essentially designing your future self in your mind, which makes it easier to build in reality. That actually makes a lot of sense. And speaking of designing a future, this is a perfect moment to talk about our amazing sponsor, Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, great transition.
Right? Just as this chapter teaches us how to visualize and then build a healthier life, Mages Institute helps people design and build a brand new career. They're a leading school for creative media, offering these incredible industry-focused programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, all the cool stuff.
I love that. It's the same principle. You have this dream, this vision of being a game designer, and Mages gives you the practical, hands-on training to actualize it. Just like the book says, when we visualize and vocalize something repeatedly, we are likely to actualize it.
And they provide the structure. Visualization is powerful, but it requires a framework of action to become reality. Mages provides that expert instruction and the industry connections to turn a passion into a profession. It's the practical process that follows the goal setting.
Exactly. So if you're listening and you've been dreaming of a career in these fields, stop just dreaming and start designing. Check them out. The website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g. Go build your new world.
Definitely check them out. It sounds amazing.
A worthy endeavor.
All right, and we are back. Let's move on to some questions from our listeners. First one is from Leo. Leo asks, I find it hard to come up with a really deep emotional reason. Is something simple like, I just want to feel good in my clothes. A valid enough why. Prasen. Sarah, what do you think?
Oh, Leo, 100%. Yes. The key isn't how profound it sounds to someone else, it's how much it resonates with you. If the thought of feeling confident and comfortable in your own skin is what will stop you from eating that second donut, then that is an incredibly powerful and totally valid why. It has to be your reason, not someone else's idea of a good reason.
Love that. Okay, next question is from Anya. The chapter talks about visualization, but is there a risk that you can spend so much time imagining your healthy future that you become complacent and don't do the actual work? Ethan, that feels like one for you.
An excellent and insightful question. The risk is real if visualization is used as a substitute for action. However, when used correctly, it's a catalyst for action. It's meant to be the motivating force, the reminder of the why we discussed earlier. The feeling you get from visualizing success should propel you to make the right food choices, to go for that walk. It's the fuel, not the vehicle. The chapter is very clear that you still have to put in a little effort to make your food delicious and to adopt a new lifestyle. Visualization without action is just daydreaming.
Fuel, not the vehicle. I like that. Okay, final question from Mark. Is it better to focus on the end goal of being disease-free or on the daily habits? I sometimes get overwhelmed thinking about the big goal.
Oh, that's such a relatable feeling. I think it's a mix of both. You use the big, beautiful, visualized goal, being disease-free, energetic, traveling the world, as your North Star. That's your direction. But, on a day-to-day basis, you focus on the very next step. What is the healthy choice for this meal? Can I go for a 15-minute walk right now? The big goal provides the why, but the small daily habits are the how. You need both, but you live in the how.
Correct. Focusing only on the macro goal can lead to anxiety, while focusing only on the micro habits can lead to a loss of purpose. You use the macro to inspire the micro.
Brilliant. The North Star and the next step. Perfect. Okay, as we wrap up, Ethan, can you give us the big takeaways from this chapter?
Certainly. 3 key points. First, define your why. Your motivation for change must be deeply personal and emotionally resonant, not abstract. Second, externalize it. This business card exercise is a tool to create a physical reminder that can interrupt habitual, unhealthy behaviors. And third, practice visualization. Systematically and vividly imagine your desired outcome not as a replacement for action, but as the neural and psychological fuel to consistently take that action.
Clear, concise. Perfectly, Ethan. Thank you both so much. This was a fantastic chat.
Anytime, James.
So what should we get tangled up in next? We want to hear from you. Let us know what books or chapters are on your mind. Find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's PENPLEXITY, or visit our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading and keep questioning. Hello and welcome to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the brilliant ideas of a single book chapter. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm joined by the dynamic duo of deep dives. We have the ever-insightful and relatable Sarah.
Hello, hello. Ready to get our hands metaphorically dirty in the kitchen today.
And the man who can find a scientific principle in a piece of toast, the wonderfully witty Ethan.
The Maillard reaction is a fascinating cascade of chemical changes. But yes, hello.
Ha! See? Never fails. Today, folks, we are tackling Chapter 20, Preparing the Kitchen, from Dr. Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. And let me tell you, this chapter is less of a gentle suggestion and more of a full-scale kitchen coup d'etat. It's intense.
It really is, but in the best way. The core idea is simple and so powerful. Your kitchen is your new pharmacy. If you're going to heal your body, you have to control the environment where your medicine, your food, is made. So it starts with a purge.
A purge is right. She lists things to avoid, and my heart sank a little with each line. All animal-based products. Okay, I can see that. Meat, seafood, eggs, but then dairy, milk, butter, ghee, cheese. Sarah, no cheese? And honey? Even honey?
Even honey. It's an animal product. The book is really clear. For this program to work, you go all in. It's about removing anything that could be inflammatory or work against your body's healing process. And it doesn't stop there. It's also all refined products: white flour, white rice, sugar, jaggery, and oil.
The no oil part is where many people get tripped up. From a biochemical perspective, oil is a highly refined, processed product. It's pure fat, stripped of all the fiber and nutrients that came with the original plant, whether it was an olive or a sunflower seed. So in the context of a therapeutic diet aimed at reversing insulin resistance, eliminating these concentrated, nutrient-poor calories makes a lot of sense.
Okay, that helps frame it. But then she goes for my pantry staples: biscuits, noodles, sauces, jams, basically anything that comes in a packet and makes my life easier. And tea and coffee? Ouch.
Think of it this way. If it has a long list of chemical ingredients you can't pronounce, it's not food. It's a food-like product. You're swapping convenience for vitality. It's a trade-up.
A trade-up. I'll try to remember that when I'm crying over my lost coffee. But the purge extends to utensils, which I did not see coming. She calls out aluminum vessels, linking them to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Ethan, is that legit?
It's a bit of a gray area. The hypothesis that aluminum exposure from cookware leads to Alzheimer's has been around for decades. But the scientific consensus is, well, there isn't one. The Alzheimer's Association states that studies have failed to confirm a definitive link. However, the core principle, avoiding leaching heavy metals into your food, is a sound precautionary measure. There are better, more inert materials to cook with.
Exactly. Why risk it? And the next one is even scarier: non-stick cookware. She says Teflon is a known carcinogen, especially when scratched.
And she's on much firmer ground there. The concern is with compounds like PFOA, which were used to make Teflon. When the pans are overheated or scratched, these compounds can be released. While many modern non-stick pans are PFOA-free, the general advice to avoid heating them to very high temperatures and to discard them when scratched is very sound advice. Moving to stainless steel, cast iron, or ceramic is a scientifically defensible upgrade.
Okay, so I'm definitely side-eyeing my frying pan now. And the last thing on the hit list is the microwave. She says it changes the structure of food molecules and reduces their nutritive values. This feels like a big one.
The microwave debate. Well, all cooking changes the structure of food molecules. That's what cooking is: denaturing proteins, breaking down starches. But microwaves work by using radiation to make water molecules vibrate, which creates heat. Some studies show that certain nutrients, like specific vitamins, can be degraded. However, because microwave cooking is often faster and uses less water, it can actually preserve more nutrients than, say, boiling. So I'd say the claim is an oversimplification. But if ditching it makes you steam your vegetables instead of buying a processed microwave meal, the net result is a massive health win.
That's the whole point. It's about changing your habits. So once you've cleared out the old stuff, you get to do the fun part: restocking. This is where your kitchen becomes this vibrant, life-giving pharmacy. We're talking organic whole grains, and she emphasizes whole, not just organic basmati rice, but unpolished organic basmati rice, brown rice poha, whole oats, millets.
So the theme is nothing good removed. You want the grain with its jacket on.
Exactly. And then you add in all the other good stuff: dates for sweetness, nuts and seeds for healthy fats and protein, and, of course, a rainbow of organic fruits and vegetables.
Which brings us to the new tools for our new pharmacy. She suggests a steamer, a good high-power blender, and a good lunchbox.
I love that she included the lunchbox. It's so practical. It's an admission that you live in the real world and you need to take this healthy food with you. It's a small thing, but it's critical for success.
The blender is key too. A high-power blender allows you to create sauces, soups, and dressings without oil, using whole foods like cashews or seeds to create that creamy texture. It's a fundamental tool for this style of cooking.
You know, all this talk about creating something new and building skills reminds me of our fantastic sponsor for this episode. If you're looking to build a new skill set, not in the kitchen, but in the creative digital world, you have to check out Magis Institute in Singapore.
Oh, that's so cool.
right? They're a top-tier institution for creative media, offering these super hands-on, industry-focused programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, all the cool stuff. It's all about practical, career-oriented education to get you into these exciting industries.
That sounds amazing. It's the same philosophy as this chapter, really. Get the right tools and training to create something incredible, whether it's your health or a whole new virtual world. Listeners should definitely check them out.
Indeed. A structured, expert-led approach is the most efficient path to mastery in any field. If that's your passion, you should absolutely visit their website at mages.edu.sg.
That's mages.edu.sg. A huge thank you to them for their support. Now, back to our kitchen makeover. My favorite part of the chapter, I think, was the end. It's not just about the food, it's about the vibe.
Yes! Make your kitchen inviting. I just love this so much. She says since you'll be spending more time there, make it a place you want to be. Paint the walls, get nice tea towels, put your grains in clear glass jars so you can see them. It's about making health beautiful and joyful, not a chore.
And that romance with yourself section. Wow. Setting the table with your best dinnerware even if you're eating alone. Lighting candles, putting out flowers. It's an act of love for your own body. I never really thought about it like that.
There's a strong psychological component to it. Creating a ritual around eating enhances the experience. It promotes mindful eating, which can improve digestion and satisfaction. By elevating the act of nourishing yourself, you reinforce the value of the choices you're making. It's behaviorally very clever.
It's beautiful. You're treating your body with the respect it deserves after, as she says, neglecting it for too long. It reframes this whole journey from one of deprivation to one of luxurious self-care.
Absolutely brilliant. All right, let's dive into some questions from our listeners. First up, we have one from Chloe, who asks, I'm a little confused about honey being on the avoid list. I always thought it was a natural, healthy sweetener. Why is it excluded, Sarah?
That's a great question, Chloe, and a really common one. While honey is more natural than white sugar, in this specific program, it's avoided for two main reasons. First, it is an animal product. It's made by bees for bees. And second, it's still a simple sugar that can spike blood glucose levels, which is exactly what a diabetes reversal plan aims to prevent. The program encourages you to get your sweetness from whole foods, like dates or fruit, which come packaged with fiber to slow down sugar absorption.
Makes sense. Okay, next question is from Mark. He writes, getting all organic produce is really expensive where I live and sometimes hard to find. Is it an all or nothing deal? Or is regular produce okay if that's all I can get? Ethan, what are your thoughts?
An excellent, practical question. While organic is the ideal presented in the book to avoid pesticides, all or nothing thinking can be a barrier. Perfection can be the enemy of good. A pragmatic approach would be to focus on the Dirty Dozen and Clean 15, lists published by the Environmental Working Group. The Dirty Dozen are the fruits and vegetables with the highest pesticide residues, so you'd prioritize buying those organic. The Clean 15 have the least, so you could feel more comfortable buying those conventionally if needed. It's a great way to minimize exposure while managing a budget.
That is super helpful advice. Fantastic. And one last question, this is from Aisha. Like you, James, the thought of giving up my morning coffee is painful. Does the book recommend any alternatives to help with that ritual?
Oh, Aisha, I feel you. The book doesn't specify a coffee replacement, but the goal is to move away from stimulants and acidic substances. So the best alternatives would be herbal teas, things like peppermint, chamomile, or rooibos. They can give you that warm, comforting morning ritual without the caffeine and acidity. It takes some getting used to, but your body will thank you for it.
Herbal tea. I'll give it a shot. Maybe. Okay, as we wrap up, Sarah, could you give us the big picture summary? What are the key takeaways from this chapter?
Of course. I'd say there are 4 main takeaways. First, embrace the mantra, my kitchen is my new pharmacy. Your environment is key. Second, be ruthless with the purge. Get rid of all animal, refined, and processed products and questionable cookware. No half measures. Third, restock with life. Fill that new space with whole, organic, plant-based foods. Grains, legumes, nuts, seeds, fruits, and veggies. And finally, make it a joyful, loving experience. Create a beautiful space and treat every meal as an act of self-care and romance with your own body.
Brilliantly put. A kitchen coup day. État for a health revolution. I love it. Well, that is all the time we have for today. A huge thank you to Sarah and Ethan for breaking this all down.
Anytime.
A pleasure.
So what should we get perplexed by next? We want to hear from you. Drop us a suggestion on our social media at Pinplexity or on our website, pinplexity.com. And don't forget to follow us to see what chapter we tackle next week. Until then, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Pinplexity, the podcast where we get way too excited about the pages in a book. I'm your host, James, and today we are getting practical. We're diving into Chapter 21 of Dr. Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days, and this chapter is called Planning a Menu. To help me navigate the world of green smoothies and gourmet salads, I have the dream team with me, the always insightful and wonderfully relatable Sarah.
Hey, James. So ready for this. This chapter it's the how-to guide we all need. Less theory, more what's for dinner.
Exactly. And balancing us out with his brilliant big-picture brain, it's our resident scientist, Ethan.
Hello. I find this chapter fascinating from a behavioral standpoint. It's essentially a strategy to outsmart your own lazy, hungry brain.
My lazy, hungry brain needs all the help it can get. So, Sarah, kick us off. The chapter starts by saying, this isn't a massive, scary overhaul. What does it mean by that?
Right. I think that's the most important starting point. People hear, new diet, and they imagine eating weird, bland food forever. But the book shows this chart, and it's like, your old breakfast was poha. Your new one is whole rice poha. You had idli. Now you have red rice idli. It's not about reinventing the wheel. It's about upgrading the tires, you know?
Upgrading the tires, I like that. But one of the first things it throws out is this idea that we should eat every 2 hours. I thought that was, like, gospel for keeping your metabolism up.
Me too. It's one of those things you just hear and accept. But Dr. Shah says no, that's not true. Your body will tell you when to eat. And the whole point of this new way of eating is that you're getting so much more fiber and nutrients. You just won't be hungry as often. Fiber fills you up. So you're not on that constant blood sugar roller coaster that has you reaching for a snack every 90 minutes.
And physiologically, that makes perfect sense. The eat every 2 hours model can keep your insulin levels perpetually elevated, which is precisely what you're trying to avoid in a diabetic or pre-diabetic state. Allowing for periods of non-eating gives your system a chance to reset. The book is advocating for a return to intuitive eating, but an intuition that's been recalibrated with high-quality fuel.
Okay, so eat when you're hungry. But the book also says, never starve and do not count calories. Ethan, you called our brains lazy. This feels like it could be a trap for my lazy brain. Oh, I'm hungry. Time for a whole pizza.
But that's the elegance of it. The paradox resolves itself when you consider the type of food. You physically cannot eat the same number of calories from a giant raw salad as you can from a pizza in one sitting. The volume and fiber of the whole, plant-based foods trigger your body's satiety signals long before you can overdo it on calories. So the instruction isn't to eat unlimited amounts of anything. It's to eat unlimited amounts of the right things until you are no longer hungry.
It's about abundance. That's what I love. It's not restrictive. It's have another glass of that green smoothie, or pile more veggies on your plate. The whole point of planning is just so that when that real hunger hits, the good stuff is right there, ready to go. So you don't even have time to think about the pizza.
Let's get into the plan. The day starts, and I'm bracing myself here, by skipping tea and coffee. Sarah, I feel like this is a personal attack on you.
Oh, it is a deep and personal wound. But, okay. The suggestion is herbal tea. Things like tulsi, ginger, cinnamon, which is actually quite nice. And then, the green smoothie. Just green leaves and fruit. No juice, no powders. Just blend it up. And you're supposed to drink it slowly, not gulp it down. And honestly, it's way more filling than you'd think.
And lunch is where this big salad idea comes in. Not just, a few slices of cucumber on the side.
Yes, a gourmet combination, she calls it, covering a few colors of the rainbow. Something that looks and tastes amazing. You eat that first. And then you have your normal cooked meal, your dal, sabji, whole rice. It's about crowding out the other stuff with this huge injection of raw nutrients first.
Which is a clever bit of psychological and physiological priming. By eating the high-volume, low-calorie density salad first, you've already started to fill your stomach. You're less likely to overeat the more calorie-dense cooked foods that follow. It's simple, but very effective.
This idea of planning and designing a new way of doing things, of building something from the ground up with expert guidance, it actually makes me think of our sponsor for this episode. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Just like this chapter gives you a blueprint to design a healthier menu, Mages gives you the blueprint and hands-on training to design a career in creative media. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in really exciting areas like game design, game art, and concept art.
That's a great connection, James. It's all about having a solid plan. If you're passionate about those fields, and you want a practical, career-oriented education to help you break in or level up your skills, this sounds perfect. You need that roadmap.
Indeed. A structured framework and expert instruction dramatically increase the probability of a successful outcome, whether one is architecting a diet or a career in a competitive digital space. It's a logical investment.
Absolutely. We really hope some of you aspiring creators out there will check them out. You can find out more by visiting their website at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. A huge thank you to Mages Institute for their support. All right, back to the book. I think my favorite part of the whole chapter, honestly, is the last section. I can't do everything. Starskex. It feels so forgiving.
Oh my gosh, yes, it's the permission slip we all need. It literally says, don't do nothing if you cannot do everything. So if all you can manage is swapping your morning biscuits for a piece of fruit, start there. Just do what you can sustain for 30 days and build on it. It's about progress, not perfection.
It's the principle of incrementalism. We know from behavioral psychology that radical overnight changes have a very high failure rate. They require too much willpower. Small, sustained changes, however, build lasting habits. The author is acknowledging human nature, which makes the entire plan more likely to succeed.
It's so true. Okay, we've got some time for a few questions from our listeners. First up is from Leo, who asks, the book recommends a sprout or chole chat for a snack. Isn't that a lot of work for a snack, Sarah?
That's a totally fair question, Leo. It sounds like a lot, but this goes back to the planning part. You can boil the chickpeas or sprout the lentils over the weekend. Then, during the week, it's just a case of chopping some fresh onion, tomato, coriander, and mixing it up with some chutney. It takes like 5 minutes if you've done the prep. But if that's too much, the book also says fruit, peanuts, or another green smoothie are great options too. The key is to have something healthy planned.
Good point. Next question is from Maya. I find dates too sweet. What's another option for a healthy dessert after lunch? Ethan, any thoughts?
An interesting query. The purpose of the dates is to provide a sweet taste from a whole food source to satisfy a craving. If dates are too potent, any whole fruit would serve a similar purpose. A few berries, a slice of melon, or a small apple. The goal is to retrain the palate to appreciate natural sweetness, moving away from processed sugars. So substitute with a different whole fruit that you enjoy.
Perfect. And one last question, this one's from Sam. The book avoids giving a day-to-day menu. I find that stressful. I'd rather just be told what to eat. Why do they do that?
Oh, that's such a good question, because I think a lot of us feel that way. But the reason the book gives is actually really empowering. It's because the author wants us to start listening to our own bodies, and also to eat seasonally and locally. What's available in Mumbai in the summer is different from what's in Delhi in the winter. So instead of a rigid plan, it gives you templates and ideas, so you can become your own menu planner. It takes a little practice, but it's way more sustainable in the long run.
Learning to fish instead of just being given a fish. I love it. So Ethan, could you wrap this up for us? What are the ultimate key takeaways from this chapter?
Certainly. I would distill it to 3 core principles. First, proactive planning defeats reactive, poor decision-making. prepare your healthy food in advance. Second, calibrate your eating to your body's genuine hunger signals, fueled by nutrient-dense, high-fiber foods. This makes calorie counting obsolete. And third, employ incrementalism. Do not aim for perfection on day one. Start with sustainable changes because consistency is more effective than short-term intensity.
Brilliant. Plan ahead, listen to your body, and don't try to be perfect. That sounds like advice for life, not just for a menu. And that is all the time we have for today. A huge thank you to Sarah and Ethan. What should we talk about next on Penplexity? Send us your book chapters and big ideas. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Thanks so much for listening. Hello, and welcome to Penplexity, the show that untangles the wonderful and sometimes weird ideas wrapped up in the pages of a book. I'm your host, James, and today we are venturing into the kitchen. We're looking at chapter 22 from Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days, and it's called Cooking Techniques and Sample Recipes. Which sounds simple enough, right? Except this chapter is basically asking us to unlearn everything we know about cooking. We're talking no oil, no dairy, no sugar. To help me make sense of this culinary chaos, I have my two favorite people, the ever-enthusiastic Sarah.
Hey, James. Chaos is just creativity waiting to happen.
And the man who probably knows the chemical formula for a perfect chapati, the brilliant Ethan.
Hello. For the record, it's a complex interplay of gluten development and steam leavening, but I'll spare you the lecture for now.
Thank you. Okay, Sarah, let's just dive right in. No oil. The book claims you can cook delicious Indian food without oil. My brain, it just can't compute. How do you even start a dish without heating oil?
I know. It sounds completely wild at first. I had the same reaction. But it's actually surprisingly easy. For tempering, the tadka, you just heat a dry pan, a good heavy-bottomed one, and toss in your mustard seeds. They pop. They really, really pop. Just like they do in oil. It's like magic.
It's less magic, more thermal physics. The oil is just a medium to transfer heat. Hot air works just as well, you just have a smaller margin for error before things burn. That's why the book cleverly advises roasting larger spices like cinnamon first, then adding smaller seeds, and turning the heat off entirely for powders. You're just managing heat transfer rates.
Okay, my brain hurts already. What about the absolute foundation of so many curries? Frying onions until they're golden brown. You can't do that in a dry pan, they just burn to a crisp.
This is my favorite trick from the chapter. You chop the onions, put them in the hot pan, and add a pinch of salt. The salt draws the water out of the onions, and they sort of sauté in their own juices. If they start to stick, you just add a tiny splash of water and keep stirring. It takes a little longer, but the flavor is so pure. It's the onion, not the oil.
Wow, okay, that actually makes sense. But what about the rich, creamy stuff, like a dal makhani or a good paneer dish? The chapter says to get rid of all dairy.
Yep, the replacements are amazing. For cream, you use cashew cream. Just soaked cashews blended with a bit of water. It is so rich and decadent, you would never, ever know the difference. And for paneer, you use firm tofu. But you have to press it first.
Press it? Like, with my hands?
No, you put it in a colander, put something heavy on top like a pot, and let all the water drain out for an hour. It turns into this dense sponge. Then you marinate it in that cashew cream, and it soaks up all the flavor. When you add it to your dish, the texture is incredible.
She's right. The pressing process, or syneresis, increases the tofu's density and creates a more porous structure, making it a far more effective vehicle for the marinade. You're fundamentally altering its physical properties. And from a nutritional standpoint, you're replacing the saturated fats and cholesterol of paneer and cream with the monounsaturated fats, fiber, and micronutrients found in whole cashews. It's an upgrade on every level.
An upgrade. I like the sound of that. Okay, you're slowly winning me over. But what about snacks? I mean, a life without a crispy fried samosa or pakora. Is that a life worth living?
Oh, absolutely! The book talks about this. You can make the same batter, steam the pakoras in a mini idli steamer so they're cooked and soft inside, and then bake them in a hot oven or an air fryer until they're golden and crispy on the outside. All the crunch, none of the grease. You can even coat tikkis in peanut powder to help them crisp up in the oven. It's about being clever.
It's a two-stage cooking process. The steaming uses moist heat to cook the inside perfectly, and the subsequent baking uses dry heat, the Maillard reaction and caramelization, to create that desirable crispy exterior. It's a more controlled and frankly more elegant way to achieve the same textural contrast as deep frying.
Elegant. I've never heard anyone describe a pakora as elegant before. I love it. You know, this whole idea of learning new techniques, of being creative to achieve a goal, it actually reminds me of our fantastic sponsor for this episode, Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, that's a great connection.
It is. Mages Institute is a top-tier school for creative media education. They offer these really focused diploma and professional certificate programs in fields like game design, game art, concept art, all sorts of cool stuff. They give you hands-on training from expert instructors to get you ready for a real career in these industries.
That is so cool. It's like, instead of learning how to make a baked vada, you're learning how to design the entire world the vada lives in. If you're passionate about games or creative media, you should totally check them out.
The principle is the same. Whether you're mastering a new cooking paradigm or learning game design, you're acquiring a specific, practical skill set to create something new. It's about applied creativity, so if that sounds like you, visit their website at mages.edu.sg.
Couldn't have said it better myself. That's mages.edu.sg. Okay, we've tackled oil and dairy. What about sugar? How do you make a kheer without sugar?
Easy. Dates. Or raisins. The book suggests just using chopped dried fruits. Their natural sweetness is more than enough. You can even grind up dried dates, karek, to make this powdery sweetener that's a lot like jaggery. It's a whole food, so you get the fiber too.
And that fiber is crucial. It modulates the absorption of the sugar, preventing the sharp blood glucose spikes you'd get from refined sugar. So you get the sweetness without the detrimental metabolic impact. It's a biologically smarter way to sweeten food.
Biologically smarter food. I feel like I'm getting a PhD in cooking today. Okay, it's time to take some questions from our listeners. First up, we have a question from Maya, who asks, "Isn't this all just incredibly complicated and time-consuming? I barely have time to cook as it is, Sarah."
That's such a fair question, Maya, and honestly, at the very, very beginning, there's a small learning curve. But the book makes a great point. Most of us only cook about 7 to 9 favorite dishes over and over again. Once you learn the new technique for your go-to dal or your favorite vegetable dish, it becomes second nature. And some things, like roasting a big batch of onions for the week, can actually save you time later.
Great answer. Next question is from Ben. "I'm worried the food will just be bland. Oil adds so much flavor and richness. Does it actually taste good, Ethan? What's the scientific take on flavor without fat?"
An excellent question, Ben. Fat's role in flavor is primarily as a carrier for fat-soluble aroma compounds and in providing a certain mouthfeel. We are conditioned to associate that feeling with flavor. However, this approach doesn't eliminate flavor, it diversifies it. Dry roasting spices intensifies their aromatic oils. Using a vegetable stock to cook rice, as the chapter suggests, infuses the grain with layers of flavor. Adding grated coconut or roasted peanut powder at the end introduces both flavor and a pleasant texture. You're trading a single, often overpowering note of oil for a more complex symphony of tastes.
A symphony of tastes. I love that. Okay, one last question. This one is from Priya. The book mentions things like nutritional yeast and seitan. Are these easy to find, and are they necessary?
Hi, Priya. So things like tofu and soy milk are pretty common now. Seitan and nutritional yeast might be a little trickier depending on where you live, but they are becoming way, way more popular. The book mentions that nutritional yeast is great for a cheesy flavor. But are they necessary? Not at all. The book is really clear that these are just ideas. The core principle is just using whole, plant-based foods. You can make thousands of amazing Indian dishes just with vegetables, lentils, grains, and spices. You're encouraged to play around and find what you love.
Fantastic. All right, before we wrap up, Sarah, could you give us the big picture? What are the main takeaways from this chapter?
Absolutely. I think there are three big things. First, cooking without oil, dairy, and sugar isn't about deprivation. It's about learning new, creative techniques to make food that is just as, if not more, delicious. Second, by using whole foods, like cashews for cream or dates for sugar, you're not just removing the bad stuff. You're actively adding in good stuff like fiber and nutrients. And finally, the most important point the book makes. Your food has to be delicious. If you don't enjoy it, you won't stick with it. So it's worth taking a little time to learn and make food that you truly love.
Beautifully put. A new world of food that's delicious and biologically smarter. My mind is officially blown. Thank you both so much for this. My kitchen will never be the same again.
Anytime, James.
My pleasure.
So what rabbit hole should Penplexity dive into next? We want to hear from you. Let us know what books or big ideas you want us to tackle. You can find us on all social media platforms at Penplexity, and check out our website at penplexity.com for show notes and more. Until next time, stay curious. Hello and welcome to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the best ideas from the books you need to read. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant and ever-insightful Sarah and Ethan.
Hello, hello.
Greetings, fellow perplexers.
All right, today we are diving into a chapter that, honestly, it feels a little like a curveball. We're still in Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days, but the chapter is called Handling Stress.
Yeah, at first glance you're like, wait, I thought this was a diet book? But the connection is, it's actually huge.
That's what I want to know. So, Sarah, what's the big idea here? What does stress have to do with what I'm putting on my plate?
Okay, so the book points out something we all kind of know intuitively. When you're stressed, what do you reach for? A salad? Or something we call comfort food, which is usually code for unhealthy, addictive stuff.
The classic dopamine-seeking behavior to counteract the cortisol rush. Go on.
Exactly. But the chapter flips that. It argues that switching to a plant-based diet can have a massive positive impact on your state of mind. The author, Nandita Shah, even shares her own story. She says she used to wake up with this feeling of fear and stress every single morning, and after she cut out animal products, it just stopped.
Wow, just like that? That's a big claim. So what's the proposed reason for this? Is it just about not eating junk food?
Well, this is where it gets really interesting. The book says when animals are stressed, they produce adrenaline, just like we do. And when we eat those animals or their secretions like milk, we're consuming their stress hormones. We're literally eating stress.
Hold on. So you're telling me if a chicken had a particularly bad day, my nuggets are going to pass that bad vibe on to me?
Okay, let's unpack that. The adrenaline consumption theory is fascinating. Adrenaline, or epinephrine, is a hormone. When you eat it, it has to survive the incredibly acidic environment of the stomach, get broken down by enzymes, absorbed through the intestine, and then somehow remain active and cross the blood-brain barrier to have a psychoactive effect. From a purely biochemical standpoint, it's a very complex journey for that molecule.
But Ethan, you can't just dismiss the anecdotal evidence. The book talks about a Dr. Neil Nedley, who runs residential programs for depression and anxiety, and his focus is plant-based nutrition. There's also the story of a man, Mr. D, who had diabetes for 30 years and severe bipolar disorder.
Oh yeah, that story was wild.
Right? He goes plant-based as diabetes normalizes, and then his bipolar disorder, which he'd had for years, just disappears. The family felt like they got him back. You can't tell me there's not something there.
I'm not saying there's nothing there. I'm just questioning the proposed mechanism of eating adrenaline. The book itself is honest and says it's hard to know if Mr. D's improvement was because of the diet, stopping medications, or curing the diabetes. What's more likely, and frankly more supported by current research, is the profound impact of diet on the gut-brain axis. A plant-based diet radically changes your gut microbiome, reduces inflammation, and we know chronic inflammation is a huge driver of mood disorders. So the outcome is plausible, even if the stress hormone explanation is a bit simplistic.
Okay, so whether it's the hormones or the gut bugs, the message is clear. What you eat can seriously affect your stress. But the chapter doesn't stop with food, does it? It goes into a whole toolkit for the mind.
Totally. It's like, okay, fix your food first, that's the foundation, but then you have to work on your thinking. The first idea is to embrace challenges. So instead of seeing a diagnosis like diabetes as a tragedy, you reframe it. The book literally says, diabetes was a gift because it gave you the chance to mold your future for the better.
That's a tough pill to swallow for some people, I'd imagine. Congrats on the disease. It's a learning opportunity.
It's classic reframing. Viktor Frankl stuff. You can't always choose your circumstances, but you can choose your response. It's about shifting from a victim mindset to one of agency. Psychologically, that's a very powerful stress reducer.
And then there's gratitude. The book suggests starting a gratitude journal. Every morning, write down 5 things you're grateful for. It sounds so simple, almost cheesy, but it forces your brain to scan for positives.
I feel like mine would just be coffee 5 times, but I get the principle. It's about focus.
And it goes deeper. There's this exercise. It's about being aware of your self-talk. The author quotes her teacher, "Disease is delusion. Awareness is cure." When you have a stressful thought, you have to stop and ask yourself 2 questions.
Ah, yes. The Byron Katie method. Essentially, is it true? And if you answer yes, are you absolutely sure that this is true?
Ooh, that's a good one. Because the second question really makes you think. My thought might be, my boss hates me. Is it true? Maybe. Am I absolutely sure? Well, no. Maybe they're just having a bad day.
Precisely. You differentiate objective fact from the masala, as the book calls it, the story you add to it. This is the core of cognitive behavioral therapy. It's not about pretending everything is fine. It's about challenging the distorted stories that create unnecessary emotional turmoil.
It's about creating a better story, a better reality. Speaking of creating new realities, that brings me to our wonderful sponsor. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in fields like game design, game art, concept art, and more. It's all about providing students with hands-on training from expert instructors and building those strong industry connections. It really feels like, just as this chapter is about designing a better inner life, Mages helps you design and build incredible digital worlds.
That is so cool. I mean, if you have that creative spark for games and art, and you want to turn it into a career, that sounds like the place to be. You're not just learning, you're getting prepared for a real job. Listeners should definitely check them out.
A practical application of passion is always a sound strategy. If this is your field, visit their website. It's mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg.
Do check them out. All right, we're back. We've talked diet, gratitude, self-talk. The chapter then moves on to affirmations, letting go of the past, and not taking things personally.
Yeah, the affirmations part is about consciously choosing your thoughts. Instead of thinking, this diet is impossible, you tell yourself, I love the food that makes me energetic and healthy. You're essentially programming your brain for success.
And what about not taking things personally? That's easier said than done.
For sure. But the book's take is that when someone is rude, it's their story, not yours. It's coming from their own circumstances. Your only job is to check if you did something wrong, and if not, you just let it go. It's not your job to fix them.
It's a boundary-setting exercise. It protects your own mental and emotional energy from being hijacked by someone else's dysfunction. Very healthy. It conserves resources for your own growth and healing.
And it all culminates in this idea of finding your spiritual purpose. That seems like the final boss of stress management.
It's the big picture stuff, right? The idea that we're here for more than just going to work and paying bills. The book suggests that a lot of our unease or stress comes from a disconnect with our deeper purpose. It's about seeking genuine happiness rather than just fleeting pleasure.
And there's a neurochemical distinction there. Pleasure is often a dopamine-driven pursuit of reward, a new car, a fancy meal. Happiness is more related to serotonin and oxytocin, contentment, connection, purpose. The former is a roller coaster. The latter is a steady foundation. Building that foundation is the ultimate buffer against stress.
Wow. Okay, my brain is buzzing. This chapter went way deeper than I expected. Let's take a few questions from our listeners. First up is Alex, who asks, I'm skeptical about the animal adrenaline thing. Is there any other scientific basis for a plant-based diet reducing stress? Ethan, that sounds like one for you.
A fair and excellent question, Alex. Absolutely. Forget the adrenaline hypothesis for a moment. A whole food plant-based diet is incredibly rich in fiber, which is the preferred food for beneficial gut bacteria. A healthy gut microbiome produces neurotransmitters like serotonin and communicates with the brain, directly influencing mood. Also, these diets are high in antioxidants and polyphenols and low in inflammatory components, often found in processed and animal foods. Since we know chronic inflammation is a key factor in depression and anxiety, reducing it through diet is a very powerful, very evidence-based way to improve mental well-being.
Brilliant. Next question is from Priya. She writes, "The gratitude journal sounds nice, but what if I'm really going through a tough time and can't think of anything to be grateful for?" Sarah?
Oh, Priya, that is such a real and valid feeling. I think the key is to start microscopically small. The book isn't asking you to be grateful for some huge perfect thing. On a really tough day, it can be, I am grateful for the feeling of this warm mug in my hands. Or I'm grateful I had a pillow to sleep on. Or I'm grateful for the one deep breath I just took. It's not about pretending you're not in pain. It's about training your brain to notice that even in the darkness, tiny little sparks of good still exist. It's a practice, not a performance.
That's beautiful advice. Okay, last question is from Ben. What's the one technique from this chapter you'd recommend someone start with today if they're feeling overwhelmed?
For immediate, in-the-moment relief, I would choose the Is It True exercise. It requires no equipment, no journal, nothing but your own mind. The next time you feel that wave of stress rising because of a thought, just pause. Ask yourself, is this story I'm telling myself true? And then, am I absolutely 100% sure that it's true? That simple act of interruption and inquiry can break the momentum of a negative thought spiral instantly. It brings you back from delusion to reality.
Powerful stuff. All right, before we sign off, Ethan, can you wrap it all up for us? What are the big takeaways from this chapter on handling stress?
Certainly. 3 key takeaways. First, the physical foundation. Your diet has a profound and direct impact on your mental state. A whole food, plant-based diet can be a powerful tool for reducing stress, likely by reducing inflammation and promoting a healthy gut-brain axis. Second, the mental practice. Stress management isn't passive. It requires active tools like reframing challenges, practicing gratitude, and rigorously questioning your own negative self-talk. And third, the core principle is awareness. Awareness of what you're eating, awareness of the stories you're telling yourself. That awareness is the critical first step toward gaining control over your stress and, by extension, your health.
Perfectly summarized. And that, unfortunately, is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Sarah and Ethan. And thank you for listening to Penplexity. What book or chapter should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get way too excited about the pages of a book. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant duo of Sarah and Ethan.
Hello, hello. So ready to dive in.
Greetings. Let's see what intellectual rabbit holes we can find today.
I have a feeling there will be a few. Today, we are dissecting Chapter 24, titled Exercise, from Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. Now, we all know the drill, right? Exercise is good, sitting is bad. But this chapter, it kind of throws a few curveballs at that simple idea.
Oh, it really does. And I think that's the most important part. It starts by saying, yeah, exercise is great. It lowers blood sugar, builds muscle, busts stress, all the things. But then she immediately tells this story about their first retreat, where they had 2 people who walked 10 kilometers a day, every day, plus 2 yoga teachers, and all 4 of them had diabetes.
Right. And that's the first big, moment. You'd think a yoga teacher or a 10K a day walker would be the picture of health. So what gives?
Well, that's the core message, really. Exercise alone is not the magic bullet. It's a huge piece of the puzzle for sure, but you can't, outrun your fork, as they say. It won't single-handedly reverse the disease or even necessarily make you lose weight if other things like your diet aren't in line.
And metabolically, that makes perfect sense. Exercise profoundly improves insulin sensitivity, meaning your cells get better at using the insulin you have. That's fantastic. But if the root cause of the insulin resistance isn't addressed, you're essentially just bailing water out of a boat with a hole in it. It helps, but it doesn't fix the hole. You simply cannot burn enough calories through exercise to consistently overcome a diet that's actively working against your body's chemistry.
Okay, so the people joining a gym, losing a ton of weight, and then, poof, it all comes back once the subscription ends. That's part of this problem?
Exactly. And the book's solution is so simple and human. Find something you actually enjoy. If you hate the gym, you're going to stop going. But if you love to dance or swim or hike, you'll want to do it. The author loves swimming because it cools her down in the Indian heat. Someone else loves marathons. It's not about what's the best exercise. It's about what's the best exercise for you so that you'll actually stick with it.
She's essentially advocating for hacking your own neurochemistry. When you engage in an activity you enjoy, your brain releases dopamine and serotonin. This creates a positive reinforcement loop. You feel good, so you do it again. It's behavior modification 101, applied brilliantly. Forcing yourself to do something you despise relies on willpower, which is a finite resource. Enjoyment is self-sustaining.
My favorite part, though, is this idea of just taking the stairs. It's so simple, it feels like cheating. The book says it's a high-intensity exercise that acts like a daily stress test for your body.
It's about reintegrating movement into a life that's become totally automated. I mean, she calls modern life a health hazard. We have cars, we have delivery, we have machines for everything. We don't have to move to survive anymore. So instead of scheduling exercise, we should just build it back in. Walk to the store, do your own housework, take the stairs. She tells an incredible story about a doctor who was super busy but managed to climb 23 flights of stairs a day. 23.
This touches on a concept in exercise science called NEAT, or non-exercise activity thermogenesis. It's all the calories you burn from activities that aren't formal exercise. Fidgeting, walking to the copier, doing chores. For most people, NEAT constitutes a much larger portion of daily energy expenditure than a 30-minute workout. The author's observation that people in cities like New York or London are slimmer because they rely on public transport, which involves a lot of walking and stair climbing, is a perfect real-world example of high NEAT.
You know, finding a path that's practical, effective, and gets you where you want to go faster. That actually reminds me of our sponsor for this episode. We're talking about Magis Institute in Singapore.
Oh, perfect.
Magis Institute is a top-tier school for creative media, offering these super hands-on, industry-focused programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, all the cool stuff. They give you the practical, career-oriented education you need to break into those fields.
That fits so well. It's about being an active creator, not just a passive consumer. It's the difference between, sitting on the couch versus choosing an activity you're passionate about and making it your life. I love that.
And from a skill acquisition standpoint, it's the most efficient route. A structured, focused education is the taking the stairs approach to a career. It's direct, effective, and builds your stamina for the industry. A very logical choice.
Totally. So, if you're passionate about creating worlds, not just living in them, check out their website. It's magis.edu.sg. We really think you'll love what you see.
Definitely check them out.
A worthy pursuit.
All right, so back to the book. It also talks about excuses. The I have knee problems or the yoga class timing doesn't work for me kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's handled with a bell, where there's a will, there's a way attitude. Got knee problems? Try swimming or water aerobics. A good yoga teacher can adapt poses. The book is pretty direct. It says we tell ourselves these excuses, and then we actually start to believe them.
It's classic cognitive dissonance. Our belief is, I should exercise, but our action is, I am not exercising, Makata. That creates mental discomfort. To resolve it, we invent a plausible narrative. My knees are bad, or I'm too busy. Rakshan. This narrative justifies the inaction and resolves the dissonance. Recognizing it as a self-created story is the first step to dismantling it.
Wow, okay, that's a deep cut. I love it. So before we wrap up, let's grab a few questions from our listeners. First one is from Alex. I work from home and barely leave the house. What's a practical tip besides take the stairs since I live in a one-story house? Sarah?
Oh, that's a great one. The book's philosophy would be to find movement in your day. The author says she'll step out to meet someone nearby instead of phoning them. So maybe walk around the block while you're on a phone call, or do some gardening, or just, put on some music and have a 5-minute dance party between meetings. It's about breaking up the sitting.
A 5-minute dance party. I am writing that down. Okay, next question is from Jenna. The chapter says exercise alone won't help you lose weight. That's really discouraging. Why bother? Ethan? That sounds like one for you.
An excellent and honest question. The key word is alone, bodgers. The benefits of exercise go far, far beyond just calorie burn. You are fundamentally recalibrating your body. You're improving insulin sensitivity, building muscle which acts as a storage tank for glucose, reducing stress hormones like cortisol that can raise blood sugar, and boosting mood. Don't frame it as a failed weight loss tool. Frame it as a successful body and mind optimization tool.
Love that. Okay, last question is from Mike. I want to start exercising with my spouse, but we like different things. Any advice?
The book really hammers home enjoyment and doing it with a companion for motivation. So maybe the goal isn't to do the exact same thing, but to be active at the same time. He goes for a run while she does an online yoga class, and then they can stretch together afterwards. Or find a third activity, like a weekend hike or a sport like tennis, that you both think is fun. The goal is the shared time and mutual motivation, not identical workouts.
Brilliant. That makes so much sense. Okay, Sarah, before we get out of here, can you boil it all down for us? What are the key takeaways from this chapter?
You bet. First, exercise is absolutely critical. But don't think of it as the magic solution that will fix everything on its own. It's a powerful partner to your other lifestyle changes, especially diet. Second, sustainability is everything, and the key to that is enjoyment. Find a way to move your body that you genuinely love, and you'll never have to force yourself to do it. And third, fight the automation of modern life. Integrate movement back into your day-to-day. Take the stairs, walk to the shop, do your own chores. These little things add up to a huge, huge difference.
A perfect summary. Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Ethan, for always making us think. That is all the time we have for today, folks. What book or chapter should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Thanks for listening, and until next time, keep turning those pages. Hello, and welcome to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the best ideas from the world of books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the brilliant Sarah and the ever-incisive Ethan.
Hey everyone! So glad to be here.
Greetings, fellow perplexers.
Today, we're diving into a chapter that I think is maybe the most important part of any major life change. It's chapter 25 from Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days by Nandita Shah, and it's called Winning Social Support.
Oh, this is such a good one. Because you can have all the right food, all the right knowledge, but if you can't navigate a dinner party, you're sunk.
Exactly. It's like the diet is the tutorial level, and dealing with other humans is the final boss. So, Sarah, the book kicks off by saying that even though plant-based diets are more common now, it's still really, really hard. Why is that social piece such a puzzle?
Well, the book puts it perfectly. We are social beings. We care, maybe a little too much, about what other people think and say. And when you start eating differently, you're stepping out of line from the group. You become the weird one for a little while.
It's a fundamental aspect of human psychology. For millennia, being part of the tribe was essential for survival. Anything that signals you're different from the group, even something as seemingly minor as what's on your plate, can trigger a primal sense of unease, both in you and in them. It can be perceived as a rejection of shared culture and values.
So when I turn down my buddy's famous barbecue ribs, I'm not just saying no to the food, I'm rejecting our friendship? That's a bit dramatic, Ethan.
It can feel that way to them. The book points out that your change might be perceived as a threat. It forces them to look at their own choices, their own behavior, and that can be deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it gets even more complicated with family. The book mentions parents or relatives who might have advised you differently your whole life. You know, drink your milk, it's good for you. When you suddenly stop, you're indirectly suggesting they were wrong. And that's tough, because they were doing it out of love, and with the knowledge they had.
Oh, the guilt. I can feel it already. So the book's advice isn't to just fight everyone, right? How do you handle it?
The first rule of Diet Club is, you do not talk about Diet Club. At least, not too much at the beginning. The book says the less you speak about it, the less of a scene you create, the easier it will be. Let your results and your amazing food do the talking. Let them ask you.
And when they do ask, the advice is to answer briefly, preferably in a single sentence. This forces them to be the interrogator if they genuinely want to know more. It prevents you from becoming that preachy person at the party.
Ah, the unsolicited wellness lecture. We've all been cornered by that person. Okay, so let's get practical. The book gives some amazing, specific scenarios. Sarah, what if your friend invites you to their home for dinner?
Okay, so the strategy is to be proactive. You call them and say, hey, I'm so excited to come. Just wanted to let you know I've changed my way of eating for my health, and it's really important for me to stick to it. The book says no more than 3 sentences. Then you offer a solution. Either suggest something super easy they could make, or, my favorite, offer to bring a big, delicious dish that everyone can share.
That's psychologically brilliant. You're not presenting a problem. You're presenting a collaborative solution. You're shifting from being a difficult guest to being a contributing one.
Okay, I like that. What about going out to a restaurant with friends? My nightmare is being the guy asking the waiter to hold the oil, hold the cheese, hold the fun.
Yeah, the book suggests a few things. Look at the menu online beforehand. If it's a fancy place, you can even call the chef, and they often enjoy the creative challenge. Or, and this is a game changer, eat something before you go. Remember, you're going to see your friends, not just for the food. It takes all the pressure off.
Eat before dinner. It feels so wrong, but also so right. What about the ultimate challenge? A relative makes your absolute favorite childhood dish, just for you.
The death blow. The book says you have to acknowledge the love first. A big, sincere, oh my gosh, thank you so much, you made this just for me. And then, a quick pivot. I'm actually not eating this anymore for my health, but before they can even react, you offer an alternative. But I know Dad will love it, or let me help you pack some up for my cousin. It's all about acknowledging the love, stating your boundary firmly but gently, and moving on fast.
The conversational pivot is a key de-escalation technique. You're validating their emotion while redirecting the action.
This is like social chess. There's a move for everything. What about when people just tease you, like, oh, sorry, James, you can't eat this delicious cake?
The book has the perfect line for this. You just look at them and say, I can eat whatever I like, but I choose not to eat this because I want to reverse my diabetes. Will you support me?
Oof, that's powerful. It really flips the script.
It does. It reframes them from antagonist to potential ally. Very few people, when confronted directly with a request for support for a health goal, will continue to be overtly offensive.
You know, all this talk about navigating challenges and developing new strategies, it feels a lot like designing a new system or a game to win. Which, funny enough, brings me to our incredible sponsor this week. Penplexity is proudly supported by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. They are all about giving students hands-on training from expert instructors and building those crucial industry connections to help them launch successful careers. So if you're passionate about those industries and you're looking for a practical, career-oriented education to break in or level up your skills, you have to check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg.
That is such a good fit, James. Honestly, what we're talking about here is designing a new life for yourself. It takes creativity and a solid game plan, which sounds exactly like what they teach at Mages.
And just as this dietary path isn't the default, a career in a creative field often requires specialized skills and a supportive community to succeed. It's about finding the right tools for the job, So yeah, listeners should definitely visit mages.edu.sg and learn more.
All right, so we've got our social toolkit. But the chapter then gets very, very serious with a section called Each Digression is a Setback, FIAC. Ethan, this feels a little unforgiving.
It's biologically unforgiving, James. The book uses a perfect analogy, a healing wound. If you have a cut and you keep peeling off the scab, you're not just pausing the healing. You're creating a setback. The body has to stop, repair the new damage, and then try to start the original healing process all over again. The pancreas is no different. It's not a computer you can just reboot.
And they tell the story of a man, Mr. BD, who had been doing great. He went traveling, had a few slip-ups, which is understandable. But then he came back, was super strict for 10 days, and was frustrated his blood sugar was still high. He thought 10 good days should erase the damage. But the book explains, diabetes is from long-term damage. Healing takes time. You can't just switch gears from a healing diet to a non-healing diet and back again and expect your body to keep up.
That really puts it in perspective. So that cheat meal everyone loves to talk about is really a setback meal.
Precisely. The term cheat implies you're getting away with something. Setback is a far more accurate descriptor of the physiological event.
And the book ends by saying, look, you might even lose a few friends on this journey, and that's okay. Because if you are firm, you will win so many more who are on your wavelength, who support you, and who might even be inspired by you.
Incredible stuff. Okay, let's turn to some questions from our listeners. First one is from Alex in Toronto, who asks, I tried explaining my new diet to my mom, and she got really defensive and said I was calling her a bad cook. How do I fix this?
Oh, Alex, that is so common. The book pretty much gives you the script for this. It's not about your mom's cooking, it's about her feeling judged. You have to go back and just shower her with appreciation. Say something like, Mom, you're an amazing cook, and everything you've made for me my whole life has been a gift of love. This new thing is just about my health. It's something my doctor recommended for my diabetes, and it has nothing to do with you. I'd actually love your support on this. Reassure, reassure, reassure.
Perfect. Okay, next up, Priya from London writes, my work colleagues are the worst. They constantly wave donuts in my face and say, just one won't hurt. What's a witty comeback, Ethan?
The office saboteurs. While the book's direct, Will You Support Me is powerful. If you want wit, humor can be a great shield. You could try something like, my pancreas and I are in a very serious, committed relationship right now, and we're not seeing other foods. Or perhaps, I'm running a scientific experiment on myself, and that donut is an uncontrolled variable. It's disarming and establishes a boundary without aggression.
I'm definitely using that. Last question is from Ben in Sydney. I'm attending a week-long family reunion where every meal is catered and out of my control. I'm panicking. Any advice?
Ben, this is the final exam. But you can do it. You combine a few of the book strategies. First, if you can, bring some of your own snacks or eat a little beforehand. Second, the book says you can always use the excuse of not feeling well, which is technically true. You're managing a health condition. And third, just scan the buffet. There is always something. A salad bar, some plain fruit, steamed veggies. Fill your plate with that. Honestly, no one is monitoring your food intake as much as you think they are. Focus on connecting with your family. That's the real point of the reunion.
Fantastic advice. A masterclass in social navigation. Before we go, Ethan, can you crystallize the key takeaways from this chapter for us?
Absolutely. First, your dietary journey is as much a social challenge as it is a nutritional one. Prepare for it. Second, lead with empathy. Understand that negative reactions from others are often about their own issues, not yours. Third, be a strategist, not a victim. In social settings, be proactive, offer solutions, and control what you can, like eating beforehand. And finally, and most critically, understand that consistency is physiology. Each digression is a real biological setback. Stay the course, because complete healing takes time and persistence.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ethan, and thank you, Sarah. That is all the time we have for today on Penplexity. What book or chapter should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. Find us on all social media at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Thanks so much for listening. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the brilliant ideas of a single book chapter. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am flanked by the two smartest people I know. We have the wonderful Sarah.
Hello, hello. Happy to be here.
And the ever-analytical Dr. Ethan.
A pleasure, James. Let's see what data we're diving into today.
Data is the perfect word for it. Today, we're looking at Chapter 26 from Dr. Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. And this chapter is all about laboratory tests.
Ooh, the fun stuff. Needles and charts.
Exactly. It sounds a bit dry, but the author starts by saying these tests are, and I quote, absolutely essential. So Sarah, why are they so non-negotiable in this plan?
Well, right off the bat, she says they help you track your progress. Which makes sense, right? But more than that, she points out that diabetes isn't a loner. It often brings friends to the party, like high blood pressure, high lipids, kidney problems, a whole gang of issues. So these tests are like a full diagnostic check on the whole system, not just your blood sugar.
It's about establishing a baseline. You can't chart a journey without knowing your starting coordinates. Medically, that's crucial. You need to know if the liver, for example, is already compromised before introducing a new dietary regimen, even a healthy one. It's about safety and efficacy.
Okay, so what's on this minimum list of essential tests? Oh, it seems pretty long.
It is, but each one tells a different story. You've got your HbA1c, which is kind of the famous one. It gives you a 3-month average of your blood sugar. It's not a right now picture, but it shows if you've been having big spikes and drops over time. The book says less than 6% is the goal.
So if my glucometer says my sugar is fine today, my HbA1c could still call me out for that pizza I had last month?
Essentially, yes, it measures the amount of glucose attached to your hemoglobin. Since red blood cells live for about 3 months, it gives you that longer-term average. It's a measure of consistency, or lack thereof. It's a much more honest metric than a single point-in-time finger prick.
Exactly. The book says it gives a fair idea of whether there have been ups and downs, but then you have the CBC and ESR. The complete blood count can show if you're anemic, which could be from a lack of iron, or B12, and an ESR, or erythrocyte sedimentation rate. If that's high, it can point to an infection somewhere, which diabetics are more prone to.
Okay, so we're looking at long-term sugar, blood health, and infections. What's next?
Liver and kidneys. The big filters. The LFTs, or liver function tests, are super important because she points out that medications like metformin are processed by the liver and can sometimes damage it, leading to fatty liver. But the good news she shares is that often, with diet changes and fewer meds, the liver can heal and those numbers can go back to normal.
And the kidneys are inextricably linked to both diabetes and high blood pressure. The chapter highlights tests for creatinine, uric acid, and BUN, blood urea nitrogen. High levels of these are red flags for kidney distress. The book makes a very strong claim that animal products are toxic to the kidneys and that a plant-based diet can help lower uric acid and BUN.
That feels like a very bold statement. Toxic is a strong word.
It is. From a biochemical standpoint, processing the high levels of protein found in many animal products does put a greater metabolic load on the kidneys. For someone with already compromised kidneys, this load can accelerate damage. So, toxic might be slightly hyperbolic, but the underlying principle that reducing this load can be beneficial is sound.
Right. And she's not saying don't see a doctor. She's very clear. If your creatinine is high, you must be under a doctor's care. It's about using diet as a powerful tool alongside conventional medicine. She really emphasizes that reversing kidney issues is worth it because the alternatives, like dialysis, are they're really a last resort.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's talk about the one everyone hears about. Cholesterol, the lipid profile.
Oh, this part is fascinating. So the book says only animals produce cholesterol. Since we're animals, we make all we need. The extra stuff comes from eating other animal products. But here's the kicker. The cholesterol they measure in your blood test isn't the same as the cholesterol that's already blocking your arteries. So you could have a good number but still be at risk, or a high number and be okay if your arteries are clear.
That is a simplified but interesting way to put it. The serum cholesterol level is a risk indicator, not a direct measurement of arterial plaque. The author's point is that on a whole food plant-based diet, you're not consuming any dietary cholesterol, so your body's levels should naturally regulate. This leads to her very, very strong stance on statins.
Oh yeah, I saw that. She basically says if you're on this diet, you don't need cholesterol-lowering drugs.
She even says they can be harmful and prevent blood sugars from reducing. It's a big claim. She believes the diet itself will normalize the HDL and LDL ratios over time.
And this is where a broader scientific discussion is warranted. While the dietary logic is clear, statins have known pleiotropic effects, meaning they do more than just lower cholesterol. They can help stabilize existing plaques in arteries, making them less likely to rupture. To suggest a universal cessation for anyone on a plant-based diet is a generalization that should be approached with extreme caution and, of course, only in consultation with a cardiologist. It's not a one-size-fits-all scenario.
See, that's the healthy debate I love. The book provides a powerful perspective, and science adds that layer of, okay, but let's consider the other variables. It's all about making an informed choice. It really is like you're designing a new system for your body, trying to understand all the data points and how they interact. You know, speaking of designing complex systems and getting the right training to understand them, that brings me to our wonderful sponsor for this episode. If you're passionate about creating new worlds, whether it's through games or art, you need to check out Mages Institute in Singapore. They're a leading institution for creative media education.
Oh yeah, they offer diploma and certificate programs in really cool fields like game design, game art, concept art, all the stuff that makes the games and movies we love look so amazing.
It's a practical application of complex principles. Just as we're discussing how to interpret lab tests to improve a biological system, their students learn to interpret artistic and technical principles to build immersive digital systems. It's a fantastic parallel.
It really is. They give you hands-on training from expert instructors and build strong industry connections to set you up for a real career. So if you're listening and you've got that creative spark, go check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Seriously, go have a look.
Definitely do. Turn that passion into a profession.
All right, and we're back, untangling the world of lab tests. We've covered the big ones, but there are a few more really specific tests mentioned. Sarah?
Yep, there are the thyroid function tests, or TFTs, because hypothyroidism and diabetes can be buddies. And then a big one, vitamin D, vitamin B12, and homocysteine.
A crucial trio. The book correctly states that low vitamin D is a risk factor for diabetes, and vitamin B12 is vital for nerve health. The author points out that metformin can actually deplete B12 levels, which can lead to neuropathy, that tingling and numbness. So you might think it's the diabetes causing it, but it could be a B12 deficiency exacerbated by the medication.
Yeah, and she says sometimes oral supplements don't even work because of absorption issues, so people might need injections. It's a detail that could change someone's life. You know?
Wow, absolutely. Okay, we have a few questions that have come in from our listeners. Let's take the first one. This is from PQ Leo. Leo asks, I've been feeling great on my new diet and my daily sugar readings are perfect. Do I really still need to get all these tests done?
Oh, Leo, Dr. Shah is talking directly to you in the last paragraph. She says this is a huge, huge pitfall. People start feeling good, they see good numbers on the glucometer, and they just stop testing. But she says this can be dangerous because you're not seeing the whole picture. And she gets real about it. She says people avoid tests when they know they've been cheating, hoping to wait until they're back on track. But that gets postponed, and serious complications can happen in the meantime. Her advice is blunt. Tests should be done at regular intervals, no matter what.
Tough love from Dr. Shah. Okay, next question is from Maya. My doctor just put me on metformin, and after hearing this, I'm worried about my B12 levels. What should I do, Ethan? What do you think?
That's an excellent proactive question, Maya. The first step is not to panic, but to be informed. The key is monitoring. You can ask your doctor to add a vitamin B12 and maybe a homocysteine test to your next blood panel. If your levels are low, or even borderline, you can discuss supplementation. As the chapter mentions, it could be oral or injections. Just have the conversation. Knowledge is power.
Fantastic advice. And our last question is from Ben. The chapter said my cholesterol levels can be low, but I can still be at risk. That's confused and scared me a little. Can you explain that again?
Yeah, Ben, that's a tricky concept. The way the book explains it is that the blood test for cholesterol measures the cholesterol floating around in your blood, the serum cholesterol. But it doesn't measure the plaque that might already be built up on the inside of your artery walls. So the number in your blood could be low, but if the arteries are already narrowed from years of buildup, the risk of a heart event is still there. That's why the dietary change is so important, because it stops you from adding any more fuel to that fire.
That's a great clarification. Thank you. Okay, as we wrap up, Sarah, can you boil this all down for us? What are the key takeaways from this chapter?
Absolutely. Takeaway number 1. Regular lab tests are non-negotiable. They are your roadmap and your report card for your entire body, not just your blood sugar. 2. Understand what the tests mean. Don't just look at the numbers. Know that your LFTs are your liver, creatinine is your kidneys, and HbA1c is your 3-month history. And finally, number 3. Don't let good feelings or fear of bad results stop you from testing. Consistency is what protects you from serious complications down the line. Testing is an act of self-care.
Testing is an act of self-care. I love that. What a perfect summary. Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Ethan, for another fascinating conversation.
Always a pleasure.
Anytime.
And thank you to our listeners for tuning in. What should we get perplexed by next? Drop us a suggestion for a book or chapter you'd love for us to cover. You can find us on all social media at Penplexity, and our website is penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello and welcome to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the brilliant ideas of a single book chapter. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am flanked by the brilliant minds of the fun and relatable Sarah and the ever-analytical Ethan.
Hey everyone, so excited for today's topic.
A pleasure to be here.
Today, we're diving into a book we've been loving, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days, by Nandita Shah, specifically Chapter 27, titled Regular Glucometer Checks. Now I know what you're thinking, a chapter about a medical device? But trust me, this is a game changer. So Sarah, the book calls the glucometer a very important part of your arsenal. That sounds pretty intense.
Oh, it absolutely is. And for a really good reason. The whole food plant-based diet that Nandita Shah recommends is, well, it's powerful. It can start lowering your blood sugar way faster than you might think. So the glucometer stops being just a tool to check if your sugar is too high. It becomes this crucial safety device to make sure you don't go too low, which is actually more dangerous.
It's a fascinating paradox of efficacy, isn't it? The treatment is so effective that the most immediate risk is actually the success of the treatment itself. Hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, is acutely more dangerous than a temporary spike. Your body, especially your brain, can handle a brief surplus of glucose much better than it can handle a sudden deficit. The brain is a glucose hog, and it gets very unhappy when its fuel supply is cut.
Wow, okay. So as you're actively getting healthier, you're simultaneously entering a new kind of danger zone. That's a mind bender.
Exactly. And that's why the book is so specific about the, when, and how. It says you need to check your fasting sugar, and then again exactly 2 hours after a meal. And for people on insulin, it's even more rigorous. You have to check before every single insulin dose.
Every dose? That sounds like a full-time job. And a lot of sore fingertips.
It is a commitment for sure. But think about it. The insulin dose you needed yesterday morning might be way too much for you this morning if your body is responding well to the diet. You're changing so fast, your old prescriptions can't keep up.
From a data perspective, it's non-negotiable. You are, in essence, an experiment with a sample size of 1 yourself. Without frequent data points, you and your doctor are making decisions in the dark. Adjusting a hormone as powerful as insulin based on old data or guesswork is, well, it's just bad science. It's like trying to navigate a ship in a storm with a map that's a week old.
And it's not just about the numbers. This is the part 1, love. The book suggests you keep a detailed chart. You don't just write 120. You write what you ate, if you exercised, if you were feeling stressed, if you slept badly, even if you had a fever, everything.
So you'd write down Blood sugar, 130. Reason, argued with a squirrel, ate 3 donuts out of spite. That kind of thing.
Exactly, laughs. Because then you start to see the connections. You'll look back and go, oh wow, every time I have a stressful workday, my fasting number the next morning is higher. It's not just a medical chore anymore, it's like you're a detective, solving the mystery of your own body. It's incredibly empowering.
It's the process of turning anecdotal feeling into objective data. You move from, I feel like stress affects my sugar, to, I can demonstrate a consistent 15-point increase in my fasting glucose following days. I rate my stress above a 7. That's a powerful piece of information to have. You become an active participant in your own health, armed with evidence.
I love that. Taking control by designing your own understanding, which, is a perfect time to talk about our amazing sponsor, Mages Institute in Singapore. They're all about empowering people to design and create, just in a different universe. Mages Institute is a top-tier school for creative media, offering the super hands-on diploma and certificate programs in things like game design, game art, and concept art. If you've ever wanted to build worlds, design characters, or create the games you love to play, this is the place. They're focused on getting you career-ready with expert instructors and solid industry connections.
That sounds so cool. I mean, we're talking about tracking data to understand your body, and they're teaching people how to build entire virtual bodies and worlds. It's all about understanding complex systems, really. If you have that creative spark, you should definitely check them out.
Indeed. A logical and creative skill set is valuable everywhere. Listeners can learn more and see if it's the right path for them at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g.
Do check them out. Mages Institute, thank you for supporting Penplexity. All right, we're back, and let's talk about the scary part, the hypoglycemia warning. Sarah, what does it actually feel like when your sugar gets too low?
The book lists some classic symptoms. You might feel shaky or start trembling. Your heart could start racing. You might get super irritable, like, don't talk to me, irritable, headache, confusion, sweating. It's basically your body sending out a 5-alarm fire signal that it's running out of its primary fuel.
I get irritable and confused most Mondays. How do you know it's a blood sugar thing and not just, a case of the Mondays?
A fair distinction. Clinical hypoglycemia is a specific physiological state. The book quantifies it as a reading of less than 80 milligrams per deciliter. That's the point where cognitive function can genuinely become impaired. Your Monday morning grumpiness is likely just Monday morning grumpiness. For a person on diabetes medication, however, that sudden feeling of dizziness or confusion is a critical warning sign that needs to be checked, not dismissed.
And the solution is beautifully simple. If you feel the symptoms, check your sugar with the glucometer. If it's low, or if you can't check, the book says to immediately eat something sweet. It specifically mentions dates or raisins. The key is to always carry a little emergency snack. Don't be a hero and try to. Tough it out.
All right, that's great practical advice. And on that note, let's take a few questions from our listeners. First up, we have one from Alex who asks, is it really necessary to write down everything on the chart? It feels a bit obsessive. Ethan, what's your take?
That's a valid concern. The line between diligent data collection and obsessive anxiety-inducing tracking can be very fine. My advice would be to apply the 80-20th principle. Focus on logging the 20% of variables that cause 80% of the fluctuations. For most people, that's going to be your meals, your medication doses, your exercise, and maybe one subjective rating for sleep or stress. You don't need a line item for every single emotion you felt. The goal is to find actionable patterns, not to create a biographical epic.
Find the actionable patterns. Love it. Okay, next question is from Chloe. What if I feel the symptoms of low blood sugar, but I've forgotten my glucometer? Sarah.
Oh, this is a great question. The book's entire philosophy prioritizes safety. And since hypoglycemia is the more immediate danger, you should always err on the side of caution. If you're feeling the classic symptoms, have your small sweet snack. A few dates, a handful of raisins. It's far better to have a small, temporary rise in blood sugar than it is to risk it dropping to a dangerously low level. Don't wait to find a meter. Just treat the symptoms.
Safety first. Got it. And our last question is from Ben. The book says if my levels are consistently under 140 milligrams per deciliter, it might be time to reduce my medication. Can I just do that on my own?
Right, this is an important one. The book is designed to empower you, to make you an active participant in your health journey. But it is not a license to cowboy it, as it were. Your meticulously kept chart is the data you bring to a conversation with your doctor. You go in and say, here's my data from the last 2 weeks. My levels are consistently in this range. I believe my current dosage may be too high. You are co-piloting your health, not flying solo. All medication changes, especially for something like insulin, must be done in collaboration with a qualified medical professional.
Don't cowboy it. That should be on a t-shirt. Okay, to bring us home, Sarah, can you give us the big, must-remember takeaways from this chapter?
Absolutely. It really boils down to 3 simple things. First, your glucometer is your new best friend. It's your guide and your safety net, so use it consistently. Second, you are a detective. Track everything: food, exercise, stress, sleep, because that data gives you the superpower to understand your own body's patterns. And third, always be prepared. Know the symptoms of low blood sugar and keep an emergency sweet snack on you at all times. This process works fast, so safety has to be your #1 priority.
Brilliant. Know your numbers, be your own detective, and always have snacks. Words to live by. And that, unfortunately, is all the time we have for today on Penplexity. Thank you, Sarah and Ethan. This was fantastic.
Anytime.
My pleasure.
We want to know what you want to hear about next. What book or big idea should we get perplexed by? Let us know. You can find us on social media at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the brilliant ideas of a single book chapter. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am not alone in this labyrinth of words. We have the wonderful Sarah, who always brings the heart of the book to life.
Hey, James. So excited to be here. This chapter is a game changer.
And we have the man who looks at that game changer and asks to see the rulebook, the ever-insightful Ethan.
It's good to be here. I've brought my magnifying glass.
Fantastic. Today we're diving into Chapter 28, Reducing Medications, from Nandita Shah's book, Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. And right off the bat, she splits patients into 2 camps, those desperate to get off their meds, and those who are, well, almost afraid to let them go. Sarah, that feels really, really real.
Oh, totally. It's like a security blanket, right? For years, you're told, take this pill to be okay, so the idea of not taking it feels like you're pulling the safety net away. But Shah's core message here is that our bodies have this incredible intelligence. They know how to heal. And sometimes, the very medicines we take are actually getting in the way.
That's the part that I find fascinating. The concept of getting out of the way. Noi. Biologically, the body is a homeostatic, self-regulating system. It's constantly trying to find balance. Most medications are designed to manage symptoms. They're not necessarily fixing the root cause. So they're essentially hiding the signal the body is sending you, which prevents you from taking the steps needed to actually permanently fix the problem.
Like putting a piece of black tape over the check engine light in your car.
Precisely. The light is off, but the engine is still knocking.
To bring this to life, the chapter shares this incredible story about a man named Srinivas Kamthiti. Sarah, it sounds almost too good to be true. Walk us through it.
Okay, so this guy Srinivas is 54. He does a 21-day health retreat, and 5 weeks later, he's lost 11.5 kilos. His blood pressure is a perfect 120/80. He gets a cold, and his body just fights it off on its own. No meds needed. He says he feels younger, calmer, more energetic.
That's amazing.
But here's the kicker. He says he experienced a complete absence of attraction to things like coffee, alcohol, meat, dairy, all the bad stuff. And he makes this crucial point. It's not a question of willpower. Willpower is for resisting something you want. He just didn't want it anymore. The knowledge and the new diet completely rewired his desires.
And that willpower distinction is so important. From a scientific perspective, it suggests a profound physiological shift. It's not just a cognitive choice anymore. It's likely his gut microbiome changed, his hormonal balance shifted, his brain chemistry was altered. When your body starts getting the nutrients it actually needs, its cravings literally change. He's no longer fighting himself.
Okay, so the dream is sold. But now for the scary part. Actually stopping the meds. The chapter gets pretty specific. It talks about statins for cholesterol. Sarah, what's the logic there?
The logic is simple. If you switch to a whole food plant-based diet, you're not consuming any dietary cholesterol. Zero. So the author argues the medication becomes unnecessary. She does warn that your blood cholesterol might go up at first, but says not to worry. She says a better indicator of healing is your blood pressure going down as your arteries clear up.
And here's where my magnifying glass comes out. The core premise is sound. A WFPB diet dramatically reduces factors that lead to high cholesterol. However, claiming that the level of cholesterol in the blood has nothing to do with heart disease is a very strong statement. It's more nuanced than that. But the mechanism she describes, where a high-fiber diet naturally thins the blood and improves the health of your arteries, that is absolutely plausible. It's about improving endothelial function.
So what you're saying is, don't just throw your pills in the bin tomorrow morning.
Absolutely not. This has to be a process, ideally guided by a physician who actually understands nutrition, which, unfortunately, can be hard to find.
The book acknowledges that. It says you might have to find a new doctor or do it carefully yourself, but it covers other things too, like blood thinners, because the diet naturally thins your blood, and painkillers. The logic is, as your circulation improves, the pain often goes away on its own. It's all about removing the root cause.
You know, this whole conversation about learning a new system, a new skill set to manage your body and your health, it really makes me think about our sponsor for this episode. Pimplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, perfect connection.
Right? Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education, offering these super industry-focused diploma and certificate programs in things like game design, game art, and concept art. It's all about giving you the hands-on training and expert guidance to succeed in these really exciting fields.
That is so cool. It's like, just as this book gives you the practical tools and knowledge to take control of your health, Mages gives you the skills to build a career in something you're truly passionate about. If you love games and art, you should absolutely check them out.
And it's about understanding complex systems. Whether it's the human body or the intricate systems behind game design, it's about learning the rules to create something amazing. If you're a creative person looking for a career-oriented education, visit their website. It's mages.edu.sg.
That's mages.edu.sg. A huge thank you to them for their support. All right, we're back. And the chapter doesn't just share the success stories. It has some cautionary tales. Ethan, what did you make of the case where a patient's condition got worse when their doctor put them back on cholesterol meds?
That was a critical point. It highlights the concept of iatrogenesis, that's harm caused by medical treatment. It's a known, though not widely discussed, side effect that statins can actually raise blood sugar levels and increase diabetes risk in some individuals. So in that case, the precautionary medication was likely actively working against his healing.
And what about the woman on a ton of diabetes meds? When she stopped some of the older ones, her blood sugar actually got better. The book suggests that sometimes, after years, a drug just stops working. The body adapts, but you keep taking it, assuming it's still doing something.
Wow. So you could be taking something that is, at best, useless and, at worst, actively harmful. And then there was the guy who felt tired and weak because he wouldn't stop his blood pressure meds, and his BP was being overcorrected. It was too low. That's wild.
It really reframes everything. It makes you ask, is this pill helping me, or am I just taking it out of habit?
Okay, this has been an incredible discussion. We're now at the part of the show where we take a few questions from our listeners. Our first question is from Leo in Chicago. He asks, I'm on statins and my doctor says I'll be on them for life. What's the first step I should take after hearing this, Sarah?
Great question, Leo. Based on this chapter, the first step isn't to stop the meds. It's to fully commit to the lifestyle change, the whole food, plant-based diet. The author suggests doing it dedicatedly for at least 1 week. Track your numbers, see how you feel. Then, armed with that data, you can have a new conversation with your doctor, or find one who is open to this approach. It's about showing, not just telling.
Excellent advice. Next question is from Maya in London. The idea of a cleansing reaction, like a fever, sounds scary. How do you know it's a healing process and not just, being sick? Ethan, this sounds like one for you.
That's an astute question, Maya. Context is everything. If you've just made a dramatic positive shift in your diet, and a few days later you get a mild cold or a low-grade fever, it's highly plausible that it's a transient immune response. Your body is recalibrating. However, you should never ignore severe or persistent symptoms. The key insight from the book isn't to ignore sickness, but to reconsider our automatic impulse to suppress every single symptom with a pill, especially when it might be a sign of a positive process playing out.
Brilliant. Last question comes from Ben in Sydney. My willpower is terrible. The story about Srinivas losing his craving sounds impossible. Is that realistic, Sarah?
Ben, it is so realistic, and it's the most hopeful part of this whole thing. The author's point is that it's not about willpower, it's about biology. When you fundamentally change the fuel you give your body, flooding it with fiber and nutrients from plants, you change your internal chemistry. You're not fighting a battle of willpower anymore because you've literally changed what your body asks for. The cravings just fade. It's freedom, not a fight.
Freedom, not a fight. I love that. Okay, to wrap this all up, Ethan, if you had to distill this entire chapter into a few key takeaways, what would they be?
3 things. 1, your body has a profound, innate capacity to heal itself, and our main job is to remove the obstacles preventing it from doing so. 2, medications are powerful tools, but they are not always benign, and unnecessary medication is a significant obstacle. And 3, the process of reducing medication must be done thoughtfully, driven by objective signs of healing, like lower blood pressure or blood sugar, and ideally in partnership with an informed health professional.
Incredible. What a powerful chapter. Thank you, Sarah and Ethan, for unpacking that with so much clarity and passion.
Anytime, James.
A pleasure.
And a huge thank you to everyone listening. Now we want to hear from you. What book, what chapter, what big idea should Penplexity get tangled up in next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello and welcome to Penplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the most fascinating chapters of the most interesting books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the absolutely brilliant duo who make sense of it all. First, we have the person who can translate any complex idea into something you'll actually remember, the wonderful Sarah.
Hey, James. So happy to be here. Ready to untangle some perplexities.
And we also have the man whose brain works on a completely different and frankly much more impressive operating system than mine, the one and only Dr. Ethan.
A pleasure, James. Though I suspect my operating system just has fewer pop-up ads for cat videos.
Ha! I feel seen. Okay, so today we're diving into a really potent chapter from Dr. Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. It's chapter 29, called Associated Diseases and Medications, ZZ. And right from the first sentence, it kind of called me out.
Oh, how so?
It says, symptoms are the body's way of telling us that we need to change something. When we take medicines to temporarily remove the symptoms, it's like saying, shut up, to our bodies. And I just thought, oh man, how many times have I popped a pill for a headache and just told my body to shut up?
Right, it's such a powerful way to frame it. The book argues that our body is always trying to heal itself and warn us. The symptom isn't the problem. It's like the check engine light. You don't fix the car by putting a piece of tape over the light. But that's what we do. We take a painkiller, the headache goes away, and we think, great, problem solved.
The analogy is sound. Symptoms are expressions of an underlying homeostatic imbalance. The body is a self-regulating system that is constantly providing feedback. Suppressing the feedback mechanism without addressing the root cause is, logically, a flawed strategy. The body, being a persistent messenger, will simply find a new way to deliver the message, a louder, more disruptive way.
So that's what it means when it says the body has to produce a new set of symptoms and we get another disease, palmyba. It's not a new problem, it's just the old problem wearing a different costume?
Exactly. The chapter links diabetes to a bunch of other common issues: obesity, heart disease, hypertension, hypothyroidism, PCOD. It says they can either lead into diabetes or they can show up because of how diabetes is being managed. It's all connected.
Okay, let's talk about the first one it mentions, because this is huge. Obesity. The book uses this phrase that really stuck with me. Overfed but undernourished. What does that actually mean?
It's such a perfect description of the modern diet, isn't it? We're eating so much packaged, refined food. This food is packed with calories, carbohydrates for energy, fats for storage, so we feel fed, but it's been stripped of all the good stuff, the nutrients. The vitamins, minerals, all those phytonutrients our bodies need to actually build and repair themselves.
She makes a critical distinction between macronutrients for energy and micronutrients for function. Imagine you're building a house. Carbohydrates and fats are the electricity to run the power tools. But the vitamins, minerals, and proteins are the bricks, the mortar, the wood. You can have all the power in the world, but without the building blocks, you can't construct anything. Our bodies are perpetually trying to build and repair, but we're only giving them the power, not the materials.
So my body is sitting there with a full tank of gas but no spare parts. That makes sense. But the chapter says something that seems like a contradiction. It says an early sign of diabetes can be weight loss, but then medications make you put on weight. How does that work?
Okay, yeah, that's a great point. So initially, when your body is overwhelmed with sugar it can't use, its healing instinct is to just get rid of it. So it starts dumping sugar out, and you lose weight. It's the body trying to fix the problem. But then, we go to a doctor, we get medication or insulin.
And those medications do the opposite. They force the cells to absorb the sugar that the body was intelligently trying to expel. Insulin, in particular, is a storage hormone. Its job is to take sugar out of the blood and put it into cells, often to be stored as fat. High insulin makes you hungry, so you eat more, you take more insulin to cover it, and you enter a cycle of weight gain. The medication is essentially overriding the body's protective mechanism.
And that's where the whole food, plant-based diet comes in. It's naturally high in nutrients and fiber, which makes you feel full, but it's low in the processed fats that are causing the problem in the first place. So weight loss becomes a natural side effect of getting healthy.
Okay, that clarifies things. Let's move on to heart disease and hypertension. The book says the cause is the same, excess fat. And it gives this really vivid description of blood getting thicker. Ethan, is that scientifically a thing? Thick blood?
As a literal descriptor, it's an oversimplification, but it effectively communicates the concept. When you consume fat without fiber, think oils or animal products, you get a post-meal spike in triglycerides in the bloodstream. This state, called postprandial lipemia, increases blood viscosity. So yes, the blood becomes thicker in the sense that it's harder for the heart to pump. This forces the heart to work harder, which raises blood pressure.
And that thick, sludgy blood, as I like to call it, damages the artery walls. The book describes cholesterol as a sort of bandage for these injuries. Over years and years, these bandages build up, narrowing the arteries. It's like a pipe getting clogged over time. Now the heart has to pump even harder to get blood through these tiny openings, and that's the path to heart disease.
So cholesterol isn't the villain, it's more like the first responder to a crime scene caused by the fat?
Precisely, it's a repair substance. Blaming cholesterol for heart disease is like blaming the firefighters for the fire. It's a marker of the problem, not the fundamental cause. The fundamental cause is the chronic injury to the arterial walls.
But the good news here, and this is the really hopeful part of the chapter, is that the same diet that helps reverse diabetes also helps with high blood pressure and heart disease. As your body heals, your blood pressure naturally starts to come down.
The book warns pretty heavily about that, though. It says you have to reduce your medication with your doctor as your blood pressure drops. It sounds a little intense.
It is, and it's super important. You have to monitor it constantly. If you keep taking the same high dose of medication when your blood pressure is already normalizing, you could push it too low and feel exhausted and tired. The book says your body has to work against the medicine to keep your pressure up. You're basically putting the brakes on while pushing the accelerator. You have to ease off the medication as the body takes over and heals.
Wow, that really puts the power of these systems into perspective. You know, speaking of complex systems and learning how to build them from the ground up, this is the perfect time to thank our sponsor. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Just like our bodies are these intricate systems where hormones, blood pressure, and nutrition are all connected, creative fields like game design and concept art also require a deep understanding of how art, code, and storytelling all work together. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education, offering these really focused diploma and certificate programs. They give you the hands-on training you need to master these systems and build amazing new worlds.
Oh, that's so cool. It really is about getting the right foundation and the right building blocks, isn't it? Whether you're rebuilding your health or building a whole new virtual universe. If that's your passion, you should definitely check them out.
Indeed, both endeavors require a sophisticated understanding of the underlying code, whether it's genetic or digital. Mages Institute seems to provide the necessary framework for the latter. Listeners can visit mages.edu.sg to learn more.
Perfect. Mages.edu.sg. Check them out. All right, back to the body's internal code. The chapter wraps up by talking about hormonal issues, specifically hypothyroidism and PCOD.
Yeah, and it calls the hormonal system a hormonal orchestra conducted by the pituitary gland. I love that image. If one instrument, like the pancreas with insulin, is out of tune, it affects the whole symphony. The thyroid is another one of those key instruments. The book points to things like chemicals, plastics, and the hormones found in dairy and animal products as major hormonal disruptors that throw the whole orchestra into chaos.
The term endocrine disruptors is the scientific nomenclature. These are chemicals that mimic, block, or interfere with the body's natural hormones. They can bind to hormone receptors and trigger unwanted responses or prevent necessary ones. Given that our hormonal system operates on exquisitely small and precise amounts of signaling molecules, introducing these external disruptors can have, and does have, cascading and widespread effects on health.
So it's not just what we eat, but what our water bottle is made of, or what's in our cleaning supplies. It's all part of the same picture?
It really is. And just like with the other conditions, the book says an organic, whole food, plant-based diet can help bring these things back into balance over time. The same goes for PCOD, or polycystic ovarian disease. It's a hormonal issue, and interestingly, one of the main drugs used to treat it is metformin, which is a diabetes drug. It just shows, again and again, how interconnected all of this is.
The final message is so powerful. The cure is within, not outside. It's about trusting the body. Okay, this has been so eye-opening. We have a few questions from our listeners that I think will help tie this all together. First question is from Alex. I've heard that plant-based diets lack protein. The chapter says we get enough protein, but I'm worried about that. Can you clarify, Sarah?
That is such a common and great question, Alex. The book states that we get enough proteins because every cell contains proteins, and that's the key. Every single whole plant food, from a blade of spinach to a lentil to a banana, has protein in it. The idea that we need these massive, concentrated sources of protein is largely a myth. As long as you are eating enough calories from a variety of whole plant foods, it's almost impossible to be protein deficient.
Excellent. Next question is for Ethan from Maya. Ethan mentioned cholesterol isn't the villain. Does the chapter support that, and can you explain more? I thought high cholesterol was the main cause of heart disease.
A very perceptive question, Maya. Yes, the chapter's description fully supports this view. It explicitly states that injuries to the artery walls are bandaged by cholesterol. This frames cholesterol not as the aggressor, but as a biological response to injury. The aggressor is the agent causing the initial injury, which the text identifies as the thickened blood resulting from a diet high in processed fats and animal products. Therefore, focusing on lowering cholesterol with medication without changing the diet is, once again, covering up the warning light instead of fixing the engine.
I love that analogy. Okay, last question is from Ben. This all sounds great, but changing your whole life is overwhelming. What's the one single most important first step the chapter suggests?
That's a very real feeling, Ben. It can feel huge. While the chapter covers many conditions, the solution it presents is beautifully simple and unified. The single most important step is to shift your focus to eating whole, unprocessed, plant-based foods. Don't worry about counting every little thing. Just ask yourself, did this grow on a plant? Or how close is this to how it grew on the plant? Starting there by adding in more fruits, vegetables, whole grains and legumes, is the most powerful first step you can take. The healing follows from that one core change.
Fantastic advice. Okay, before we wrap up, I'm going to put you on the spot, Sarah. Could you give us the key takeaways from this chapter in a nutshell?
Absolutely. I think there are three big ones. First, your body is always trying to heal itself. Your symptoms are not the enemy, they're messages. You have to learn to listen to them. Second, many of our most common modern diseases, obesity, heart disease, diabetes, hormonal issues, are not separate problems. They are all connected by the same root cause, which is largely our modern processed diet. And third, and this is the best part, the solution is also connected. A whole food, plant-based lifestyle is the key that can help the body heal from all of these things at once. The power to heal is already inside you.
Wow, the power to heal is already inside you. What a perfect place to end. Sarah, Ethan, thank you both so much for breaking that all down.
Anytime, James.
My pleasure.
And to everyone listening, thank you for joining us on Penplexity. We want to hear from you. What book or what topic should we get perplexed by next? Let us know on all our social media at Penplexity, or visit our website at penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast that gets tangled up in the best parts of books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I am joined by the wonderfully insightful Sarah.
Hello.
And the man who questions everything, the brilliant Dr. Ethan.
A pleasure to be here, James.
Today, we're diving into a chapter that feels like a very necessary, very honest conversation with yourself. We're looking at Chapter 30, Troubleshooting, from Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. This is for everyone who started a new health kick, done everything right, and then hit a wall.
Oh my gosh, yes! The dreaded plateau. This chapter is basically the ultimate checklist for when you're tearing your hair out, thinking, I've been so good, I'm eating salads. Why isn't this working anymore? Shah just calmly lays out all the tiny little things we might be overlooking.
I see it as a fascinating look at the friction between intention and reality. The author acknowledges that healing isn't a straight line. Our environment, our subconscious habits, even our cookware, they all create resistance. This chapter is about identifying and reducing that resistance.
Resistance is a great word for it. So, Sarah, kick us off. What's one of the first things on this checklist that people probably resist the most?
It has to be the organic thing. I mean, she really emphasizes it. The logic is so simple. You can't ignore it. You can't expect to flush all the poison and chemicals out of your body if you keep putting them back in with every meal. It's like trying to dry yourself off while you're still in the shower.
Ha! I like that. But Ethan, from a scientific standpoint, how big of a deal is it really? Organic versus non-organic?
It's significant. Many conventional pesticides and herbicides are known endocrine disruptors. In simple terms, they can mess with your hormones. Since your endocrine system is the master regulator of your metabolism, introducing these disruptive chemicals can absolutely hinder your body's ability to regulate blood sugar effectively. It's not just a vague toxin argument. There's a real biological mechanism at play.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about the really small stuff? She mentions peeling vegetables. I mean, come on, Sarah. Is peeling my carrots going to be the difference between success and failure?
It sounds so minor, right? But it's part of a bigger picture. So many vitamins and, crucially, so much fiber are concentrated in or just beneath the skin of vegetables. When you peel it, you're literally tossing nutrition in the bin. It's a habit. And it's one of those death by 1,000 cuts things she talks about.
Precisely. One peeled potato won't derail you, but a lifetime of peeling vegetables combined with using just a little oil, cooking in non-stick pans, and having that occasional cheat meal, the accumulation of these tiny compromises is what creates the plateau. Each one seems insignificant, but together they represent a significant barrier to healing.
And the just a little oil one is such a sneaky trap. She points out that you're already getting hidden oils when you eat out. So even that little drizzle at home is adding to the inflammatory load. It's about being really strict to give your body the absolute best chance to heal without constantly fighting these little fires.
Okay, I'm starting to see how these little things add up. There was another big one in here that wasn't about food at all: stress.
Ah, yes. And I loved her phrasing. She's not a fan of stress management, WISE. She says it's like diabetes management, DD, you're just living with the problem. Instead, she calls for A, shift in consciousness, to actually reverse the cause. It's a profound difference.
It's so true. Managing something means you're just coping. Reversing it means you're changing the game. You're changing how you react to things so they don't produce that same stress response in the first place.
And that has a direct physiological effect. Stress raises cortisol, a hormone that tells your body to release sugar into the bloodstream. You can eat a perfect diet, but if your mind is creating a state of chronic alarm, you are biochemically working against yourself.
Wow. A shift in consciousness. That's about making a fundamental change in your life, building new skills, and a new future. Speaking of which, that actually leads me perfectly to our sponsor for this episode. This episode of Pimplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. If you're passionate about creative fields like game design, game art, or concept art, Mages is a leading institution that can help you turn that passion into a career. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs with hands-on training from expert instructors.
That sounds amazing. It's all about practical, career-oriented education, which is exactly what people need to break into those exciting industries. It's like they give you the checklist for success, just like this chapter.
And strong industry connections are key. It's one thing to learn the theory, it's another to have a pathway into the professional world. It seems like a very pragmatic approach.
Exactly. So if you're looking to advance your skills or start a new career, check them out at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g. We highly recommend you go learn more. All right, we're back. And I want to talk about the nuclear option in this chapter. The thing you do when nothing else is working. Juice feasting. It sounds intense.
It does, but it's not what you think. The key word is feasting, not fasting. Eke. You're not starving yourself. The idea is to hit the reset button by flooding your system with an incredible amount of easily digestible nutrients from vegetable juices. Your digestive system gets a day off from breaking down solid food, so all that energy can be redirected to healing and repair.
So, it's like a spa day for your insides?
That's a reasonable analogy. From a biological perspective, you're delivering a massive bolus of vitamins, minerals, and phytonutrients in a form that requires minimal metabolic effort to absorb. But her warning is critical. This is an occasional tool, not a lifestyle. The lack of fiber is a major drawback for long-term use. Fiber is essential for a healthy gut microbiome and blood sugar regulation.
Totally, and she's very clear. This is not for fruit juices. A fruit juice would just be a sugar bomb without the fiber. This is all about vegetable juices. Greens, carrots, beets, cucumber. It's a nutrient infusion, not a sweet treat.
And her instruction to consult a doctor about reducing medication on that day is paramount. A dietary change this drastic can cause a rapid drop in blood sugar and blood pressure. It's a powerful tool, and with great power comes the need for great caution.
Absolutely. Well, you know what time it is. It's time to take some questions from our listeners. First up, Plateaued Paul asks, I switched to unpolished rice, which has helped. But the chapter mentions unpolished millets are even better. Is there really a big difference?
That's a great question, Paul. Yes, according to Shah, there is. While both unpolished rice and unpolished millets are way better than their polished white versions, millets generally have a lower glycemic index and a broader range of nutrients. The key word for both is unpolished. You need that outer bran layer. But if you're looking for the absolute best, unpolished millet is probably the winner.
Okay, next up, Stressed Stephanie writes, the chapter mentions A, shift in consciousness, for stress, which sounds great, but what does that actually mean in practice?
A fantastic and difficult question. It's about moving from reaction to observation. For instance, stress management is getting stuck in traffic and doing breathing exercises to calm your rage. A, shift in consciousness, is getting stuck in traffic, recognizing you have no control over the situation, and deciding to use the time to listen to your favorite music without any frustration. It's about detaching your internal emotional state from uncontrollable external events. It's not one technique. It's a fundamental rewiring of your entire perspective.
That's a lot harder than it sounds. Okay, one last question. This is from Juice Curious Jen. She asks, The book warns against fruit juice, but can I add something like a green apple to my vegetable juice to make it taste a bit better?
Oh, that's a very practical question. Jen, the main concern is the concentration of sugar. Juicing a bunch of apples gives you a huge hit of fructose. However, adding a small amount of a low-sugar fruit, like half a green apple or a squeeze of lime, to a large vegetable juice is generally fine. It adds flavor without turning it into a sugar bomb. Just make sure the vast majority of your juice is coming from non-starchy vegetables.
Brilliant answers. All right, before we go, view. Sarah, can you wrap it all up for us? What's the main takeaway from this troubleshooting chapter?
I think the biggest takeaway is that true healing requires you to be a detective in your own life. It's not just about the big things you're doing right. It's about finding all the little things you might be doing wrong, even subconsciously. From the chemicals in your deodorant to peeling your veggies to that one-off pizza, it all adds up. The body has an incredible capacity to heal, but we have to be persistent and remove as many obstacles as we can, and then we have to give it time.
Be a detective in your own life. I love that. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you, Sarah and Ethan, and thank you for listening to Pinplexity. What book or topic should we get tangled up in next? Let us know. You can find us on all social media platforms at Pinplexity and on our website, pinplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, and welcome back to Pinplexity, the podcast where we get tangled up in the best bits of books. I'm your host, James, and I am, as always, joined by the brilliant duo who make sense of my nonsense. First up, the woman who reads books like they're instruction manuals for life, the ever-insightful Sarah.
Hey James, happy to be here. And for the record, some of them are instruction manuals. You just have to read between the lines.
I'll take your word for it. And of course, the man who reads the lines, the space between the lines, and then probably analyzes the chemical composition of the ink itself, it's our resident scientist, Ethan.
A pleasure, though I'd argue the paper's fiber length is far more revealing than the ink. Hello, everyone.
Of course it is. Okay, today we are diving into something a little different. Not a chapter full of data and studies, but the epilogue from Dr. Nandita Shah's Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. It's her origin story, and it's quite a ride.
It really is. It's so personal. You know, you read a whole book about the science of food and health, and then boom, she hits you with this deeply human story about her own life, her struggles, her family. It reframes everything.
Right? She starts by talking about her childhood, which sounds pretty tough. Her parents didn't get along, and she mentions growing up with insecurity and fear.
But she sees a silver lining, which I love. She says it made her independent and a deep thinker from a young age. And it's interesting, her family was a real mix. Her grandfather was a homeopathic practitioner, and her mother was really into cooking healthy food, warning her against soft drinks and processed stuff.
And that's a classic case of early environmental influence shaping a career path. She was primed for a holistic perspective. It's not surprising she chose homeopathy over a conventional medical degree, even though she got into medical college. She explicitly states she didn't want to prescribe unhealthy chemicals.
So she becomes this super successful homeopath, but then life, as she puts it, starts sending her messages. I see. And by messages, she means a series of pretty serious illnesses. Like one every year.
Yeah, first a fracture, which she connects to the shock of seeing an animal being slaughtered, then pneumonia while traveling abroad, then malaria, and then the big one, Guillain-Barré syndrome, which paralyzed her whole body.
That's intense. A doctor who keeps getting sick. What's the takeaway there? That her own medicine wasn't working?
I don't think that's her conclusion. It's more about interpretation. With the fracture and pneumonia, she used homeopathy and felt it affirmed her beliefs in natural healing. With malaria, she took allopathic drugs and felt she bypassed the lesson. The Guillain-Barré episode, though, is fascinating.
How so?
Well, Guillain-Barré is an acute autoimmune disease. The body's immune system attacks the nerves. It's often preceded by an infectious illness, but it's also heavily linked to stress. She concludes that her body was forcing her to rest because she was working too hard. So her message from the universe aligns perfectly with a physiological explanation. The paralysis was a physical manifestation of an unsustainable lifestyle. Her body literally shut down to stop her.
Oh, wow. So the dietary message was real, just spoken in the language of biochemistry.
Precisely. The framework is spiritual, but the underlying cause and effect is biological.
And this paralysis is what pushes her to move from the big city, Mumbai, to Oroville, which is more rural and connected to nature. And that seems to be where everything really changes for her.
Totally. She starts living with animals, she sees cows being mistreated. She mentions seeing them artificially inseminated and grieving when their calves are taken. That's what pushes her to a 100% plant-based diet. It wasn't just about health at first. It was an ethical, emotional decision.
And then she ends up in a Russian jail? I did not see that coming in a book about diabetes.
I know, right? It was a miscommunication, and she was only there for 3 days. But she says the solitary confinement made her deeply understand the stress of animals in cages. All these experiences, the illnesses, the move, the animals, the jail time, they all converged. She says they helped her find her spiritual purpose, which was to heal people, animals, and nature, seeing them all as connected.
It's a powerful narrative of post-traumatic growth. She reframes a series of objectively negative events, illness, imprisonment, into a cohesive, purposeful mission. She concludes that disease is a path to personal growth, loco. From a psychological standpoint, finding meaning in adversity is a cornerstone of resilience.
Finding purpose in adversity. You know, that makes me think about people finding their path in life. Sometimes you need the right guide, the right education to turn a passion into a purpose-driven career. Which, speaking of which, brings me to our wonderful sponsor for this episode.
Smooth, James. Very smooth.
Thank you. This episode of Pinplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading spot for creative media education, offering these super hands-on diploma and certificate programs in things like game design, game art, concept art, all the cool stuff. They're all about giving students practical, industry-focused training to build real careers.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's like what we were just talking about, finding your path. If you're passionate about gaming or creative arts, getting that practical training is exactly how you turn it into your purpose.
And the emphasis on hands-on training and industry connections is key. It's the difference between theory and application. Dr. Shah had to apply her theories to her own life to truly understand them. It's the same principle.
Exactly. So if you're out there dreaming of a career in these fields, check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Seriously, go have a look.
Definitely do. Sounds amazing.
Okay, so Dr. Shah finds her purpose. How does she turn that into something tangible? That's where SHARAN comes in, right?
Yep. SHARAN, which stands for Sanctuary for Health and Reconnection to Animals and Nature. It's the organization she founded to put all these ideas into practice. And the rest of the epilogue is really interesting because she breaks down all the different ways they try to help people. It's not one size fits all.
A multimodal approach. Smart. She acknowledges that different individuals require different levels of support.
Exactly. So she talks about seminars, which are great because you learn a ton in one day, you get to taste the food, and you meet other people, creating a support group. But, she admits, it can be overwhelming for some.
Then there are one-on-one consultations. That seems more my speed. Personalized, detailed. But she says the downside is, you don't get that group energy, and some people might be skeptical without meeting others who've succeeded.
And then there's the big one. The 21-day health retreat.
Okay, a 21-day health retreat in a resort in India sounds amazing. Sign me up for that exceptional learning holiday.
Oh, it does sound incredible. And it's super effective because it's immersive. They do lab tests before and after. You have cooking classes, yoga, nature walks. You're in a completely controlled, supportive environment. But obviously, it's expensive. And not everyone can take 3 weeks off work.
And she's pragmatic enough to offer a 21-day online program as a more accessible alternative. It delivers the information in bite-sized pieces, which is great for habit formation, but requires self-discipline.
It's so honest. I love that she lists the pros and cons for each one. She's not just selling a single solution. she's offering a toolkit.
That's the core of it. The final message is that reversing disease isn't just about a diet plan. It requires a shift in consciousness. Oh, you have to live consciously. And she provides all these different pathways to help you make that shift.
Fantastic. Well, that's a perfect place to bring in a few questions from our listeners. Let's see what we've got here. First one is from Leo, who asks, it seems like Dr. Shah's journey was very spiritual. Do you need to share her exact spiritual beliefs to benefit from her program, Sarah?
That's a great question, and I would say absolutely not. While her journey was framed by her spiritual understanding, the practical advice is, well, it's practical. It's about eating whole, plant-based foods, understanding how your body works, and being mindful of your lifestyle. You can call it connecting with nature, or you can call it getting regular exercise outdoors. You can call it aparna, shift in consciousness, or you can call it building healthier habits. The principles work regardless of the label you put on them.
Great answer. Okay, next one is for Ethan. Maria asks, Ethan, you mentioned the scientific basis for some of her experiences. From a purely objective standpoint, isn't the idea of disease as a message a dangerous one? Could it lead people to ignore actual medical advice?
A critical point, Maria. And yes, it could be dangerous if misinterpreted. If listening to the message means ignoring a tumor and hoping it goes away, that's incredibly risky. But I don't think that's what Shah is advocating. The way I interpret it, the message is a prompt for inquiry. It's about asking why. Why is my body producing this symptom? Is it my diet, my stress levels, my environment? This is fundamentally a scientific investigation into root causes, rather than just masking symptoms with medication. The danger lies in rejecting conventional diagnosis and treatment entirely, rather than using this mindset to complement it and address the underlying lifestyle factors that medicine often overlooks.
So it's not a replacement, but an enhancement. I like that. Okay, final question from Sam. Dr. Shah mentions that some people go back to their old ways even after the retreat. What do you think is the biggest challenge in making these lifestyle changes stick?
Oh, that's the million-dollar question for any lifestyle change. I think the book points to the answer: your environment and your support system. It's easy to eat healthy at a retreat where that's all that's served. It's much, much harder when you go back home to an office full of donuts, friends who want to go out for pizza, and a family that isn't on board. That's why she emphasizes the community aspect of the seminars and creating support groups. Lasting change is rarely a solo act. You have to reshape your environment and find your tribe to make it stick.
Brilliant. Find your tribe. Love that. All right, before we wrap up, I'm going to throw this to you, Ethan. Can you give us the final key takeaway from this really personal epilogue?
Certainly. I believe the core takeaway is that Dr. Shah's story illustrates that sustainable health is an emergent property of a conscious life. It's not about a single diet or pill. It's about recognizing the profound interconnectedness of our personal health, our mental state, our ethics, and the environment. Her journey shows that true healing often begins not with a prescription, but with a fundamental shift in consciousness, a deeper awareness of the why behind our choices and our ailments.
A shift in consciousness. Whoa. A perfect way to end it. That's all the time we have for today, folks. Huge thanks to Sarah and Ethan for unpacking that with me.
Anytime, James.
A pleasure.
What book or chapter should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all social media at Penplexity or on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading between the lines.